FDMG!
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Umar Johnson. I am a certified school psychologist.
Hi, Dr. Umar. I'm so happy that you're my principal. I love FDMG. Can you tell me about the school?
We are going to make history. We are going to shock the world. We are going to transform the entire community, one black boy at a time. In this school, you don't have to worry about special education. In this school, you don't have to worry about ADHD diagnoses. In this school, you will never get a phone call from a teacher or an administrator telling you that your child needs dangerous psychiatric medication in order to get an education.
All right, Cookie Crush chat, it's on. It's on like Donkey Kong. Get your popcorn ready. We're about to go in. Cookie Crush chat is undefeated. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. Yeah, Chris, you better hold on now. Chris says, I was about to go and see a movie, but changed my mind because being here with Lenon and the Cookie Crush chat is more entertaining. Well, that's definitely true. I want to thank you all so much for tuning on in. Thank you for your patience as well. We got quite a bit to get into today. There's been so much going on. And what I like to do is I want to do a review of Umar's, it's not his most recent video at this point, but it's his most recent rant. Everyone's been talking about it. He did it yesterday. I thought to cover it yesterday, but I told myself, let's just take a breather here. We had a special guest yesterday, which was Umar Johnson's nephew. We have another guest, be ready, Cook Fresh Chat, on Monday, this coming Monday. We have a lot to get into, but I felt like, hey, let's take some time to get into this video today and give myself a little bit of break and get into it with the level head. I want to give you guys my analysis. One thing I can say about Umar is that he's unhinged and he's emotionally unstable. He does not understand the importance of simply taking a step back. And I used to say, take a step back and relax, just relax. As soon as something takes place, he's been exposed again by another a woman, shout out to Lanae, because he sexually exploits Black women. He's been doing this for decades now. Whenever he's exposed, he runs the same routine. He starts to speak poorly about the woman that he was having sex with. He didn't have a problem with when he was having sex with her, right? Remember, let's use the example of the conscious stripper. He goes on tirades. He gets ultra emotional. He starts calling people names. He never deals with the facts. He doesn't deal with the points step by step because he's not a logical thinker. He's not intellectually minded, if that makes sense. He's not intellectual. He's emotional. And everything that he's has done since he's been exposed, I predicted it. And I told people in advance, hit the one. And I told people that Umar's perfectly predictable. He runs his script over and over again. He starts to denigrate the women that he sexually exploited. And then that's his way of absolving himself of what? Men? Personal responsibility. That's not manly behavior. What a man does is he steps up to the plate. He acknowledges his folly, if you will. He acknowledges his mistakes. He acknowledges what he did wrong. And then he apologizes. And then he corrects his behavior. And then he moves on. But not Umar. You see, this happens over and over again with Umar. Different women have come out. I've given examples of this in past live streams with the series dealing with surviving Umar Johnson. The next part of that series will be on Monday. All right. So, without any further ado, and thank you all again, everyone started Chris. Thank you for being here. Pierre's in the building and Sweet Tea. Thank you so much here. Yeah, it's about accountability at the end of the day. Umar, he has narcissistic personality traits. And one of the things, they never hold themselves accountable for anything. It's always someone else's fault. They always blame someone else. And in his case, he rages and he gets all emotional. Then he starts calling people names. He degrades people. In this case, he degrades because he always does. He degrades the women that he was having sex with. All right. Okay, let's get into it today. Mods, handle the business, okay? Because it's going to be a doozy today. So this video right here, Umar posted yesterday. Real quick, Indigo, how's it going? Indigo sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. Indigo's been around for a really long time. Thank you so much. Lewis Lex says, can you have Billy Boy on as a guest too? Yeah, if he wants to be a guest, he's welcome to come on through. Billy Boy. By the way, if you have had experiences with Umar, whether that is professionally, or maybe you've had him come out to an event, or you arranged an event for him and things went left real quick, and you want to come on and share your story, my email is LenonHonor@yahoo.com. If you had interaction with Umar wherein he attempted to sexually exploit you, you're welcome to email if you want to come on and be a guest here, LenonHonor@yahoo.com. Or if he sexually exploited you and want to share your experiences, you're welcome to email me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com, and we'll go from there. Okay, again, yesterday we had Umar Johnson's nephew come on because he had concerns about Umar Johnson's mother, meaning his grandmother, his nephew's grandmother. And Umar has made an effort for a couple of years now to keep his grandmother, the young man's grandmother, away from the rest of the family. So it's a control thing. He doesn't want anyone to see her. He doesn't allow her to go outside. He doesn't want her calling anyone, talking with anyone. And Umar, it's just deep. It's really deep. Make sure you guys get into the archive and get caught up on all this stuff. It's just so much. It really is. But again, if anyone wants to become a guest, if you'd like to become a guest, you can always email me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com. We'll go from there. All right. Thank you, Lewis Leck. I appreciate it. KK has been a member for 11 months. Thanks so much. Says this would be the perfect time for him to take a step back, take the focus off himself and help his daughter. He doesn't care about his daughter. It's always about him. It's always been about Umar. He doesn't care about his mother either. It's all about him. That's why he's picking women to just come and take care of his mother so that he can go and travel the world. He's supposed to be the primary caretaker. He's not the primary caretaker. Based on his schedule that he's posted recently, he's going to be over in Africa for a considerable amount of time. He was gone for a whole month. What was it, last month, right? He doesn't care about other people, and he definitely doesn't care about his daughter with everything going on with him. He shouldn't even be online right now. He should be front and center trying to figure out what needs to take place to get his daughter the help that she needs. And he should be the primary person, on the front line of that. He's supposed to be this great psychologist, right? He claims to be a school psychologist, right? He hasn't worked since 2011, of course. He doesn't hold any certifications right now as school psychologist. Never held any licenses. Okay, but right now, Umar holds no professional certifications, yet he's parading around and pretending online to be a school psychologist, which he's not, a therapist, which he's never been. He was a school psychologist for a while, right? But at the end of the day, he's more concerned with himself, his ego. That's the narcissism. His ego is huge. And instead of dealing with point by point what's taking place, he just rages. And then he tries to intimidate and he tries to bully people. Okay, I'm going to tell y'all right now, doesn't work with me. I bully the bully. That's what I do. All right. Thank you, KK, for being a member. I appreciate it. User 225 says, Umar Johnson lawsuit going to send us to jail. I can talk. You call talk. I've heard about that. I haven't watched the video yet, but we're going to get in that today. User 225, thank you. Lewis X says, you starting to look like Boyce walking with that chunky damn. What can I do to remedy that? I don't know what I could do to remedy that. There's nothing I could, All right. Thanks, Lewis. Maybe I'll dye my beard. I don't know. Grow my hair in, get a wig. I don't know. All right. Thank you. Iceman Bev says, Umar is having a bad year. Yeah, it's been rough. It's been real rough. Okay. But it's his own fault. The chickens are coming home to roost. And this is just the beginning, Umar. Okay. This is just the beginning. I'm letting you know right now. Thanks, Iceman Vamp. Okay, let's get into this. HH Places, hit that like button, become a member for the channel. Yeah, if you're not a member, there's a join button down below. I have plenty of content, hundreds of videos of Umar from the archive is there. We also, every once in a while, we get together, do a live stream. Sometimes I upload other videos on there too. That's an awesome way to support the channel. If you're interested in doing that, if you're enjoying, what I'm doing here, you're welcome to become a member. Thank you so much, SH Play, for being a member. I appreciate it. And thank you for the super chat. Thanks, Iceman Vamp, as well. And Scott says, what's going on, Cookie Crush Chat? Walls are closing. That's what it seems like. That's what it seems like. But the one thing I can say before we get into this, one thing I say about Umar is that his scamming is resilient. Okay, his manipulation is resilient. Okay, even how he's manipulating this whole thing with Lanae and trying to make it seem like something that it was not. See, real quick, before we even do this, let me read something to you all, and it's going to take 30 seconds, and then we're going to get to the video for sure. Okay. Thank you all again for all the super chats already. Scott, thank you. SH Play, Iceman Vamp, Lewis Luck, user 225KK, and Indigo Babies. I appreciate it. Let me just say this. Lanae first texted Umar March 21st of 2023. Okay, that was in 2023. She organized an event for Umar on December 3rd of 2023. Okay, so on December 3rd of 2023, that's when she met Umar in person. She first visited and started intimate relationships with Umar March 6th of 2024. Remember, first texted March 21st of 2023. It's a year later after communication, after having him come out to an event and phone calls, a gang of texts. He sent me all of this. Phone calls, text messages. A year later, that's when they begin their intimate relationship. And she comes out to Philadelphia at that time. Okay, March 6th, 2024. She doesn't have any interaction with the mother whatsoever. Okay, I want people to be clear about that. That doesn't happen until later in 2025. Okay, again, March 21st, 2023 is when she met Umar. It's not until 2025 that she actually begins to take care of Umar's mother. Okay, I just wanted to say that here because Umar, he does this. He did this with the conscious stripper. He always does this with the women who come out and expose him for sexually exploiting them and lying to black people all over the world, talking about back then that he was abstinent. Now, as if somehow he's the victim. He's not the victim. He's been living like this for a long time. And I shouldn't say 2 decades. Actually, it is. It's 2 decades because he's 50 now. It's over 2 decades. He's been living like this. That's why he got all these baby mamas. Okay, he says he only has 2. He has at least 3. I have the paperwork already shown it. All right. The reason why he doesn't want to claim that 3rd baby mama is because he impregnated her when he was in his early 40s and she was in her early 20s. Umar doesn't want to talk about that. I have all the receipts too. I've already shown it. I've not lied on this guy, not one time. Not one time. He's lied on me, though, quite a few times, including doxing my personal information, my home address, issuing physical threats of violence. Sit your ass down, clown. And telling his followers to come to my residence after he posted my information, personal information, to come and deal with me. Talking about pull-up team and all this other stuff. All right. But see, I don't get bullied. I don't get punked, as we used to say. I'll punk the punk and I'll bully the bully. That's what I do. All right, real talk. All right, let's go. Real quick, James D says he left for South Africa today. Yeah, he's going to be gone because I saw this schedule. He ain't taking care of his mama. He ain't worried about his mama, just like he ain't worried about his daughter. That's the primary time as parents when your children, if they're going through some serious mental health issues, you got to buckle down. You got to be there. You got to spend more time with them. You got to figure out what they need. Go get the proper psychological services that they need to help them get back on track. Umar's not concerned with that. See, and he's so first of all, he's a deadbeat. That's number one. But he's so vindictive. I'm gonna say it. He's so evil that he doesn't even care about his own daughter. He sees her as opposition. He's petty and very sassy. Real talk. Okay, so he ain't worried about that. And he definitely ain't worried about the mama. He ain't worried about his mama either. Okay. Thanks, James, for super chat. And then we're gonna go right to this. Little Smitty boy says, "What's up, Uncle Lenon? We about to see Umar punch air like they from Boys in the Hood." Crash out today. But it happens every time. He recently did this to his baby mamas. Remember, he went on the rants about his baby mamas and demeaned them and disrespected them and called them all kind of names and all this stuff. Did the same thing to his daughter, called her baby Smurf, disrespecting her, calling one of the baby mamas Mama Smurf and Grandmama Smurf, and then he all called the other baby mama evil vegan. He does this disparages her, calls her out all of her name, goes in, tells all the business, talk all mess about them to intimidate them and to demean them. And then I don't get it. So black people are like, oh, he loves black women. No, he don't. He don't even love his own daughter. What you talking about? He ain't got no love for y'all. He just want that money. He want them draws. And that's all it come down to. Y'all better figure it out. Thanks, Smitty boy. Okay, let's go. So here's the video right here. I didn't mean to go off. We already done gone off. Here's the video from yesterday. We're going to get right on into it. Shout out to the Cooker Chat. Cooker Chat is undefeated. Thanks to the Miles, too, for handling business today. God's little princess is on it. How's it going? Here we go. Let's go, everybody. Thank y'all again for tuning on in to this live stream. There is a poll question. The poll question has Umar Johnson hit rock bottom. 604 votes already. 62% say yes. 38% say no. Make sure you get your vote in during this live stream. And then Giannis, how's it going? Giannis says, my father still listens to this guy. He doesn't even take my mental health seriously in saying that I'm lazy, even though he listens to this deadbeat. Yeah, you talked about that in the past too. It's unfortunate because you do have people who, no matter what Umar does, they're going to follow him. They're going to believe in him and they're going to support him. But if you guys put together a list of all the things that Umar Johnson has done, that if anyone else did, he would be extremely criticized. There's also this dynamic that I'm seeing playing out with Umar. It's a pattern because I tend to recognize patterns is that when he gets hemmed up like this, when he gets exposed for the sexual deviant and the sexual exploitation of black women, he's a misogynist. That the community, I'm talking about the black community, I'm not talking about all, but I'm talking about his followers mainly. They tend to give him a pass with his misogyny, and then all of a sudden it's all about the black women that he exploited. And because they were having sex with him, now they hoes and all this stuff, but then he gets a pass. He's not a hoe. It's not wrong. What he's doing is not wrong somehow. Listen, y'all need to get it together. It's a double standard. Men get out here and sexually exploit these black women and somehow they're a hero. But if a woman has sex with Umar, he's up here trying, and that's what he does. He sexually exploits them. Then they're a hoe. And then Umar called them on. He'll call them a COINTELPRO, and then he gets a pass. Y'all need to wake up. Real talk. All right. Thanks, Giannis. Thanks for being a member. Okay. For real, let's get going here. Thank y'all again for tuning on in. So here's the video. Let's go.
Peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism.
Okay, he's standing out in front of these abandoned buildings. Okay, this is like his safety zone. This and his mama's closet. He always go out to his mama closet when he rants, or he goes up to the abandoned building looking smoked out. Real talk. Look at him. Cookie Crush Chat, look at him. Look at this guy. Look at him. This is yesterday. Y'all think he's going to open up a school? Y'all think he's a black leader? Only in your imagination. Up here looking like Gator. This is 20 years later for Gator. Look.
Abdullah Johnson, and I'm a member of the organization founded by the Right Excellent Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the Universal Negro Improvement Association. I belong to the Philadelphia Division. By trade, I'm a school psychologist. And in the city of Philadelphia, I'm the youngest of only 4 black male school psychologists, although Philadelphia is the 5th largest school district in the city, in America, I'm sorry. I actually happen to be a relative of that man hanging on the wall, Frederick Douglass.
Yeah, he was lying back then, too. You see the difference, though? Look, 20 years later.
Peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifatunde Oguntade, a.k.a. Nana Payena, a.k.a. Dr. Jermaine Shoemake, the Prince of Pan-Africanism, King Kong Consciousness, R.B. Jesus, Intercontinental Ifatunde.
This guy, he has a God complex. He's called himself Black Moses, the Black Messiah, King Kong, well, all these other different names, but he actually believes that he's the Messiah.
I want to wish everybody a beautiful Thursday. Excuse me, a beautiful Wednesday.
He don't even know what day it is. You don't even know what day it is. Real talk.
Live the 9th. I just wanted to go live because I haven't been live in, I don't know, about a month now, I guess it's been.
But you've been wilding out, crashing out on your Instagram page every day since you got exposed by Lanae.
So much has happened since I have last went live. I'm going to try to keep this to about 30 minutes. I'm going to try to keep this until about 30 minutes. It's 12:50 p.m. So I'm going to try to end this at about 1:15.
Why is it so dark out there? I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's using a different camera. He's using that flip phone for this one.
Brothers and sisters, I want to address two situations. Normally, I ignore nonsense, but this is a time where I think I need to address the nonsense for the sake of my true and sincere supporters and FDMG donors.
Yeah, see, it's about the money, but it's also about a rallying cry wherein he presents himself as the victim, and then his father, the fathers fall for this every single time. I can't tell you how many times where Umar, he instigates stuff, and then when he gets called out and exposed, like he got exposed by Lanae, what he does is he gets on here and he runs the same pattern and the same routine over and over again. It's about trying to get sympathy from his followers by presenting himself as the victim, just like narcissists do, but then also figuring out a way to get money out of them too. Okay, he's a con man. Okay, he'll figure out some type of way, donations for the school, something. Watch.
And those words are synonymous.
And that's why he's up there at these abandoned buildings. He has to use it as a backdrop to get money out of people.
Anonymous, because if you are a supporter, you donate. And if you are a donator, you are a supporter.
Okay, again, it's all about the money.
You can't be a supporter who doesn't donate. You can't be a donor who doesn't support. So this is...
It's all about the money. It's not about you support. It's not about your humanity. It's not about what you're dealing with. It's about you giving Umar money. This guy, he has not worked consistently since 2010, 2011. He got evicted from his residence in 2019. He started living with his mama in 2020. He's been living with his mama unemployed since that time. We're in 2025. Yeah, he looking rough like Eddie Kane. Yeah, he do. Yeah, he really does. But this is what happens. Did in the alleyway in the 5 heartbeats. He out of money again. Yeah, he's out of money again. He has to go to Africa, so he has to get up here and beg to get money, so he have money to take over to Africa, right? He's been living off of black people now. It's been what, 2000. It's been over 20. Wait a minute, 2000. No, it's been over 14 years. Yeah, he's been living off of black people. So he got to get some money together so that he can go over to Africa and have some money while he's over there. And then when he comes back, he's going to be begging for money too. I guarantee it. It happens every single time. Yeah, good point, Smitty boy. Thank you for the super chat as well. Also, Lewis Lux says he looks like a banana left in the sun too. Yeah, I don't know what he got on, Lewis. Like it's tight too. It's just medium. Umar, it looked like this is from the Umar Academy t-shirt. That's what it looked like. But I digress. Thank you, Lewis Lux. Why does he refer to you as a pastor? He's never referred to me as a pastor. He's called me other stuff though too. He's never called me a pastor. So yeah, I don't know about that, Bob. Thanks for super chat though. He may be talking about someone else though. He could be talking about someone else. He has a disdain for Christianity. I do know that. And I'm not Christian either. I don't go to church or anything like that. But when I pray, I guess you can say that I am. Okay, but I just don't go to church. Thanks, but he may be talking about someone else, Bob. Thanks for super chat. User 225 says Umar Ifatunde Oguntade Gungunta. Okay, I got you. All right, thank you, 225. And then Brian Chisel said the dustiness is astounding. Yeah, that's the thing about Umar. No decorum, no sense of professionalism. Even him standing out here in front of these abandoned buildings like this. It's not professional. Looking like this is not professional. The backdrop is dirty. The wall is dirty. No decorum, no professional. And again, Umar was not always like this. This video that I'm going to show again, this is from in and around 2005, so about 20 years ago. Umar was totally different back then. Totally different back then. He's fallen off big time. And he continues to fall off to this day. Look.
His real name was Frederick Bailey, but he changed it to Douglas when he escaped to slavery, which is my family's name. He's actually a blood cousin. But
yeah, there's no blood relationship between Umar Johnson and any of his family members and Frederick Douglass. No blood relationship, no genetic relationship whatsoever. His father took a DNA test and he came out and admitted it. But Umar still runs with this lie to this day. Okay, he's a pathological liar. He lies about not going to say everything, but a lot of stuff. He lies a lot. But again, Brian Tisdale, you see Umar here. He's not yelling and screaming. He's not looking all disheveled and all functified, real talk. But you look at him now, and you're right. Look at him. Now, thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Did I get that one? Pan that was one of my favorite Transformers back in the day was Bumblebee. Yeah, Bumblebee, Jazz, and of course Optimus Prime, but also the radio. I can't remember what I was going to say, Radio Raheem, but the radio, it was a brother that played that character. Thanks, Iceman Vamp. Mama's bathroom, not Mama closet, updated. It's the Umar Johnson lore. Is it a closet? Is it the bathroom? I think it's the closet. I really do. Thanks, user 225 for the super chat. Okay, we got to get going here because we got a lot to cover. Lenon called. Let's see, Lenon. He called you one before. Your Leon horror. Yeah, he's called me Lenon horror is what he called me in the past. He's called me different things. You know, that's just Umar. That's his way of taking shots, but it's actually quite juvenile. And it's one thing to joke, I get that, but when he goes on these rants, it's really all emotional. Emotionalism. He's upset, he's angry, and he does not know how to regulate his emotions. I guarantee you, in this video, he's going to start going off. I can already tell. We got 1,500 people in the building. If y'all can hit the like button if you're enjoying the show already, I'd appreciate it. Make sure you get your vote in as well. Thanks, Black Wolf, for the super chat. I appreciate it. And Lewis Suck also says the TSA agents at the gate told him, if you want to wear that alligator on the flight, you need to purchase another ticket, Mr. Most Requested. Yeah. That Umar at one time he had a live stream and he had this little baby alligator. It was one of the weirdest things I've seen. It was like a dead baby alligator head. It was huge too, and it was just dangling like this. So there was a song called "Sweet Little Baby Gator" because I felt bad for that baby gator that they chopped his head off. Umar turned him into a necklace. Okay, thanks, Lewis Luck. And then real quick, how's it going? CJ Jude or Judd says anyone who thinks someone like Umar will solve their problems deserves to be defeated by said problem. Yeah. He can't even solve his own problems. He's been homeless since 2019. Real talk. And then his followers, they make up all these excuses. Yeah, well, it's hard times. No, this guy's raised millions of dollars. Matter of fact, in 2023, he raised $200,000. What you talking about is hard times? Well, it's COVID. No excuses. This guy, he's raised at bare minimum $1.6 million based upon his IRS filings. We're not counting 2024. We're not counting 2025. We're not counting 2014, 15, 16, or 17. This guy has raised millions of dollars. My best estimate is 2.6, 2.7. So no, it's not because he's fallen on hard times. This is about power and control. And his mama's in Section 8 housing, so it provides him with a place to stay. And it's always going to be there for him. He's traveling, so why would he want to even hold his own? He don't even own his own vehicle. He rents cars with donors' money. He travels on donors' money. Well, that's the donation money that he's living off of. So no, it's not hard times. Umar, you see him, he always has new clothes on, or at least he used to consistently. You never really see Umar wearing the same clothes over and over again. He got a gang of clothes. That's donors' money. He ain't worked. He's been unemployed since 2011. What y'all talking about? That it's hard times. Then people said, well, he's trying to take care of his mama. He's about to go off to Africa again. He was gone for a whole month. Who's taking care of it? He take care of his mama? No, he's not. He's living off his mama. Y'all have to wake up. What y'all talking about? It's ridiculous. Use some common sense. I don't mean to demean none of you Umar Johnson, but just do some critical thinking. This guy don't even care about his mama. What you talking about? Anyway, thank you. He got many all kind of problems, and he ain't solving not one of them. And that's not manly either. Men, we solve problems. That's what we do. We don't complain and then blame everybody else, which I guarantee that's what Umar gonna do in this video. Thank you for being a member. And then Sal said, that's right. Stay on Umar like a pair of tight drawers. Okay. Yeah. He really did. He messed with the wrong one. He thought he could intimidate me. It's just bad decision, Umar. And over the years, he's done all kinds of stuff, but it just don't work because I'm just not built like that. So he needs to stop lying. He needs to stop sexually exploiting these black women. He needs to stop taking money from the black community for his lifestyle. It ain't for no school. These funky schools. There are no schools. They're abandoned built. Anyway, y'all know the routine. Thanks, Sal. All right, did I get to everyone? Okay. SA Play says bad body language speaks louder than words. Yeah. You can tell Umar right now he's in crisis mode again. He's all bundled up. He's up against the wall, like his back is up against the wall. He looks disheveled because whenever this happens, whenever women in particular come out to speak about Umar, he gets this way. Because that's his greatest fear, his greatest nightmare is for more women to continue to come out and expose him for being sexually exploitive of black women. Never been married, never been talked about being in a long-standing relationship. His nephew yesterday said he never saw Umar with a woman. Oh, that's very telling. See? These days, it's about the sexual exploitation. It's not about commitment. It's about you as a resource. Come out here and take care of my mama, as an example. See, so all of this, whenever Umar gets like this, when women come out to speak out against him, he gets into this mode, and his body language tells on him too. He can't help himself. Thanks, SS Playful Super Chat. 1,400 live viewers. We're up to 1,600 now. Okay, this is like we're about to break a record. Okay, so we're at 1,667 viewers. Everyone go like y'all hit that like button. I appreciate it, including Umar Johnson. Come on, y'all gonna do it. You know, it's not that I don't like y'all. Y'all may not like me, but you know you enjoy these shows. Cut it out. You enjoy coming and tuning in. You be mad too sometimes. I get it, but you know this. Come on. That's why you here. Go on ahead, hit that like button. All right. Seriously, come on. All right. Thanks, user 225. Okay, I got to everyone. Quick question chat. OG Lenon, the nephew was calling you Leon last night, brother. So now yeah, people be calling me all kind of names. It don't matter to me. I'm not like that. Like, oh, my name is Lenon. You need to go. No, it's not that big of a deal. If you want to call me Leon, that's fine. Lenor, that's fine. I don't take offense. It's all good. Okay. Thanks, Black Wolf. He was calling me Leon or something like that. That's fine. I appreciate it. And respect him for coming on too. He had positive things to say about Umar. That's fine. But for him to come on, I think that was very courageous on his part. So shout out to Umar Johnson's nephew. If any other of you family members want to come on to the platform, you're welcome to do so too. If you want to come on, okay, you're welcome to come on too. All right, just let me know. All right. Thank you so much, Black Wolf, for that comment. I appreciate it. All right, let's keep going here. Here we go.
Loyal FDMG Academy donors, Dr. Umar supporters, hit your PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. Hit your PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. Hit your PayPal. PayPal.me/
Why does he start this off asking for money? Y'all see this? He hasn't even said anything. This is in the midst of everything that's going on. Plus, there were these rumors swirling about that his daughter allegedly had unalived herself. But what he starts with is begging for money. It goes to show you what his focus is on. It's about getting money out of y'all, not me, and not the Cook Crush chat, but the rest of y'all. Here we go.
FDMG Academy. Brothers and sisters, we need to choose the campus name for FDMG Delaware. We need to choose.
You mean to tell me that you're going to choose the campus name 6 years after you acquired these trap bandos, 20 years since you conceptualized this FDMG school scam? Boy, I can already, this gonna be wild. He already done begged for money, and he talking about we need to choose a school. I think he's doing that to make you Umar followers, feel like you're involved in this school scam project that ain't going nowhere. And he already begged for money, so now he's like, yeah, we got to choose a school name. Get on your PayPal, because that's how we gonna choose a school name. He already named the school anyway. By the way, FDMG. It's like FDMG is like the umbrella, but then there's the different campuses that he called it a campus, but different buildings have different names. He actually already named it. I can't remember what it was anyway. Let me just look right now and see if I have it in my notes. It would be from 2019, February of 2019. Let me see. Anybody remember what the name was? Because it was a long name. It was like an African name. Yeah, I'm not. It's in the February 2019 announcement video, but I don't think I haven't gone through that one. No, I have, but I haven't gone. I don't think I actually documented what that was. 2019 February. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that don't even make no sense. Let's keep going. Here we go.
The campus name for FDMG Delaware. I'm thinking about naming it after one of the grandmothers of black nationalism. That's me in the middle, brother. That's the Honorable Jean-Jacques Dessalines, first emperor of Haiti.
See, he's giving the names right here. Don't you see this guy?
Haiti. Next to him is the Prophet Nat Turner. Next to him is the...
Oh, no, he's talking about the Captain Crunch mural over there.
Great and Honorable Frederick Douglass. And next to him is the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. Now, let me give you a quick history. The Haitian Revolution began...
This guy, here we go. He just street hustling. That's all he is. He just street hustling. Kiara said, Leonard live busting beaver. What in the world? What in the world? Thank you, Kiara. That's wild. Well, this chat room is crazy. Thanks, Kiara. I don't know how to take that. I don't know if you're supportive or if you're... I don't mean to be like that, Queen, but I don't know. Are you being supportive or... I just playing. Boy, y'all, wow. I love y'all. Thank you, Kiara. I'm serious, y'all. I don't know how to take that one. I don't know how to take that one. Y'all be take that. I'll just play it. All right, I go too far. All right, thanks, Kiara. Well, that's wild. Marcus says, hit your PayPal. Doesn't have the same. You right. Hit the PayPal don't have the same ring to it compared to hit the cash app. Why you even think of that, Marcus? But it's so true. You remember he used to say hit the cash app all the time? It don't hit like it used to because he said hit the cash app. You're like, yeah, it's his followers. They be just sitting there like this. I'm just playing. I'm just messing with y'all. But they be sitting there and looking at Umar, watching him rant and shit. Then he go, hit the cash app. They're like, yeah. Now they be sitting there, like, hit the PayPal. They be like, it don't hit the same way. All right, thanks, Marcus. It's true. I just amazing you even thought about that, but it's true. All right, we goofing off. Let's get back on to it. Rodney sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. Holly B says, I'm here with a migraine, so I can't. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Just take it easy. Okay, just relax. Okay, if you need to go lay down or something, come back. This will be archived. You probably don't want to miss it live though. But make sure you got yourself in a position where you're feeling better. Okay. Shout out to Holly B. I appreciate you. Black Wolf, and thanks for the super chat, Rodney and Holly B. Marcus. Black Wolf says Trap House on the. I used to love that show back in the day. It's called Little House on the Prairie because my grandma, she used to like watching that show. And then the girls, they would like that show, but it used to come on at the same time that G.I. Joe came on and Transformers back to back, Memphis. Back then you had them big back TVs like the one Umar still have. No, he does. He had it inside it too. Somebody cooking something, smelled good. He had it back in 2019. Then when he got evicted, he took it and he put it in the large gym. It's still in there to this day. The same big back TV, from like the 80s. And then it was only like back then it was like five channels. So we would have to sit there and watch the Prairie, Little House on the Prairie. I used to be so mad as a kid. Okay, thanks, Black Wolf. For the super chat. User 225 says FDMG campus name, the Umar Johnson, Sean Combs, Bill Cosby Schools of No, I don't. That's too far. That's way too far. Something smells so good. Well, somebody cooking something. Bob says Cookie Crush Campus. Yeah. He actually named it. He has another name because he talked about how because it was near the water, and he said Ephod and Orishas and all this stuff. And then he said this was in February of 2019. I could pull it up, but I we would have to scroll through to find it. That video is long. But he said that the name, I can't remember if he said that the name was given to him during a reading or something like that. I could be wrong, okay, because it's been a while. But something to that effect. I don't want to misrepresent the facts. But he had a name, and when he said it, it was like a long name, like a long African name. It sounded like from like Ifa. Not that that's a language, but y'all get my point. I don't know what the language is. So for him to be doing this now, it's a thing with Umar. He kind of regurgitates things over and over again. It's a paint day. It's another paint day. It's another paint day. It's another paint day. We got to get the floors done. We got the floors done. We got the floors done. We got to get some doors and floors. We're dancing around the finish line. We're dancing around the finish line. He just regurgitates the same thing, right? But Cookie Crush Campus sounds about right. Thanks, Bob. James said Umar was up there getting the front doors painted RBG flag in Ghana. Really? Okay, I haven't seen that. Yet. He said that those doors were new. If you're talking about the front doors. But based upon our research and looking at it forensically, as it were, the video evidence forensics, those weren't new doors. They had scratches on them and everything. But Umar, they were either donated to him or he just bought some used doors. But then he passes it off as if they're brand new, and that's his way of trying to let his followers know that he's spending all this money. No, he's such a con man. He's such a con man. Thank you, James. Most of the money that Umar has collected has gone towards Umar over the last. Since the St. Paul school scam. He's collecting money before that, but and also for other school related, quote unquote, FDMG related projects. But from 2014 to present, the vast majority of the money that he's collected, my best estimate is $2.7 million has gone towards Umar. Very little of that. I shouldn't even say very little. That's misrepresentation. In fact, I would say roughly 40% of it has actually gone, less than that. I would say 35%. 35% of that money. No, it's less than that. Probably 30% of that money has actually gone towards what he calls FDMG. He's abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. All right, thanks, James, for super chat. And Malik says homeless hoboism Inc. Yeah. And Umar, he's an international hobo, and I'm not saying that to demean him, but hobos, what they would do, they didn't have their own home. Umar doesn't have his own home, and they would go. Back in the day, would get on trains and stuff, just ride trains to another city or what have you, and then they'll sleep there, and then get on another train and sleep there, and go to another city and sleep there, and then they would go on and on and on. But that's what Umar does. It's just that he's international with it. Instead of catching the train, he catches airplanes. Right now, he's about to be hoboing over there to Africa. Okay, no, he doesn't have his own residence. Okay, he stays with his mama, and his mama when he can. And that Section 8 housing, he's not supposed to be staying there. Okay, he's not even on the paperwork for the Section 8 information. He's not on the paperwork for that. It's just his mother. Thanks, Malik, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Luke Cage Power Man says Dr. Umar didn't buy schools, he bought haunted houses. Yeah. These are abandoned buildings, and I said years ago that he could have turned these into like haunted houses for Halloween and just charge people, and he could have made some money. They serve no purpose. Okay, $400,000. Umar said a little more than that, so I'll say $425,000. Just $425,000 for what? Not one black child has been educated. 6 years and 5 months later, almost 6.5 years later, not one black child has been educated. And people still think he's serious about opening up a school. No. See, $2.6 million, you can't get something popping off after you spend $425,000 for these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. There's millions of dollars worth of work that needs to go into these trap bandos. Y'all best believe that at a certain point, he's going to come up with the excuse that they wouldn't let him pass the inspections for so that he can have, we just broke a record, 1,800 people today. See, this is what happens with Umar when you react the way that you do, and you don't have proper intellectual process, and you don't know how to manage your emotions. See, you rant and you rage, and then people, they're asking, because that's all that people are asking, well, who's this guy, Lenon? They say all kind of names, Lenon, Linux. Who's this guy? And then someone will reply and say, oh, that's LenonHonor. Go check out his YouTube page. And then people come over. And again, some of you're here in defense of Umar. I get it. I don't hold no animosity towards you. I'm not going to demean or disrespect you or call you names, because Umar does that to y'all. If you don't send him, get on that track and send him that money hole. That's how he look at y'all. I don't look at y'all like that. I ain't gonna do y'all like that. He's more disrespectful to y'all than anybody else. See, so I'm not gonna do that. Some of y'all, you're here because for the first time you heard Umar. He ain't gonna say my name directly. He ain't gonna do that because he's a coward. Because he knows that people are gonna come over here and they're gonna see how I present receipts after receipts. Everything that I say about Umar, I can back it up with a receipt. When I say he was evicted in 2010, I can pull up the receipt. Well, he wasn't evicted. He got an eviction notice. It's a complaint. He was able to resolve that. But in 2019, he got another one. He was unable to resolve it. He became homeless. He was living out of hotels and motels. This is in 2019. I would propose that he was also at times when it was warm enough living inside these abandoned buildings. Okay? And then he starts living with his mama. And I can show you the first video where you see he's standing inside his mama closet. See, I can back everything up that I say when I talk about Umar with the receipt. The IRS filings, when I say bare minimum, it was 1,632,000 something to that effect, and some change. We can go into I can pull it up right there. We can go to the IRS website right now and go look at his tax filings for the year of 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. It's over $1 million. Because in 2020, in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, we haven't seen 2024 yet, and obviously we're in 2025. But on the 2020 filing, he said that he had over $500,000 in cash sitting in a non-interest bearing account. Well, if you take that amount of money, $500,000, and you add all the other money that he collects, that he says that he collected in the actual filings for the income donations, it's over $1 million. So why is it that in 2025, Umar is saying that he hasn't raised $1 million? It's over $1.6 million. Why is he telling people? See, I can give you guys a more accurate representation of how much money Umar has collected from you all as donors than Umar can. He don't respect you enough to give you the figure. He don't even know. He don't even know at this point because most of that money has gone towards himself. So I'm not here to disrespect you, Umar Johnson. Fathers, welcome. Welcome. Maybe today you'll see the light and y'all come on up. Y'all come on up to the front. Maybe today is the day. And if you do, I'll sing a song for you. We'll get the organ out. We'll get the thing playing. Huh? Amazing grace. Come on down. Come on down. How sweet. Come on down. Would you come on down? The sound. Okay, maybe today's the day. We're going to see. Thanks, Luke Cage, for the super chat. Show me love. Tippity, tappity, tippity, tappity. Yeah, that's Umar's rendition of Tupac. Okay, thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks, Luke Cage, for the super chat. Malik. And then Nurse Alexa says the school would never open. They are sitting on a brownfield site. That's a whole other issue that needs to be considered. Also, Alexa, the issue of operation costs. How is he going to pay for that? See, the yearly expenses are going to be way more than what Umar has collected thus far if he hasn't collected $1 million based upon what he say. Think about it. He don't even like people bringing that up. You, Umar Johnson, you should be asking, you donors, you should be asking Umar, well, listen, you already done got us out of all this money and you still ain't done with renovations, even though I have the video in 2023 where Umar said the renovations were done. Well, why is it that he's still doing renovations in 2025? He lied to y'all back then. He lied to y'all so y'all send him some more money. Just like he's going to be lying in this video, so y'all send him some more money. See? So, Alexa, today, this is a question that people should be asking. The EPA, they did a report back in 2019, and they classified these abandoned buildings as brownfield catalyst sites. And they put together an area-wide plan. And what they told the city, EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, that's a government agency, and they did other sites too over there. The brownfields is like when there's toxic substance on the soil, in the water, in the buildings. Well, they classified these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, Umar purchased in February of 2019, allegedly for $425,000 as brownfield catalyst sites. And you know what they suggested to the city? They suggested that the city of Wilmington, Delaware, demolish these buildings. So what y'all donating to? It's trash. Do you think that Umar at this point has remediated these issues that the EPA recognized with these abandoned buildings to call them brownfield catalyst sites? There's black mold and everything up on over there. You think he's resolved that? No, he hasn't resolved that. Matter of fact, in 2019, when he started giving tours in the dark, there were signs posted anywhere where there was like a faucet or a toilet that told people don't drink the water and don't even touch the water because it was contaminated. You think he's resolved those issues? So what y'all donating to? Yeah, he really did y'all dirty. You, Umar Johnson, he really did. He did you dirty. Now, real quick, you guys may enjoy his rhetoric when he talks about different things. Okay, I get it. But when it comes to the school scam, which is what my premise is that he's conned you all, that he scammed you all for their schools, what I call the FDMG school scam. When it comes to that, at this point, you guys, he conceptualized this in 2004. In 2005, he says that that's when he started building FDMG. I can pull up the video today. And that coincides with when he put in his letter of resignation with the UNIA, because there was this whole controversy that took place where they were going to kick him out anyway because of what? Money associated that was associated with what? A building fund that was supposed to be used for what? Renovations. And he was supposed to be the one in charge of that. Uh-oh. I can pull it up and show it to you guys right now. Never lied on this guy, not one time. See? So again, did Umar tell you guys, Umar Johnson files about that EPA report? You guys go look it up for yourself. You can type in Wilmington, Delaware EPA report. I don't forgot what it's called. It's what the area is called, that surrounding area. I can't remember it. It's right there too. I'll find it and while I play this video, I'll find it and then I'll tell you guys what it is. Okay. We want to chat. Remember what it was. It's an area pan, the Brandywine. Type in Brandywine District. Okay. EPA Brownfield report, Brandywine District, Wilmington, Delaware, and it should come up and there'll be a PDF. There's a couple of them, but you want to get the one from 2019. It's a PDF document and go read through it. Okay? Yeah, a lot of his followers don't even know about that. Yeah. Thanks, Nurse Alexa. By the way, what the EPA, what the plan was, the area-wide plan was to demolish those buildings and then turn the land that these buildings sit on, that Umar's been sitting on now for almost 6.5 years, turn that into a sports complex, like a baseball field, something to that effect. And then that would be part of the Boys and Girls Club. So that would have expanded the Boys and Girls Club, and the children up there would have had extra services being provided for them. Umar takes that away in February of 2019, and he's held it away from them, this community, for now 6.5 years. See? Y'all didn't know that, did you? All right. And so, well, Cook for chat knows. I'm just talking about you, Umar Johnson followers, and welcome. Okay, maybe today is the day for y'all. I hope so. Mario says that Umar supporters should have known they were cooked when he was on IG gambling donations away at the casino. Yeah. And see, it's interesting because I've already told people that Umar has a gambling problem, but it's a family issue. Hit the one. Yeah. See, because Umar, he's been online at least twice gambling away y'all's donation and then asking for you guys to donate after he gambles your money. Well, I can pull it up and show it to you guys right now. Y'all want me to do it, hit the one. But see, his nephew comes on yesterday and talks about how the grandmama likes to gamble and how he likes to gamble. I mean, the nephew, and if that's what y'all want to do, that's fine. It's y'all money. But see, Umar doesn't have his own money. That's y'all donors' money. Hit the one. Why would you be gambling? I have screenshots of Umar posted on his Instagram page where he's telling people that he's going to gamble on different sporting events, including when the Boston Celtics played the Milwaukee Bucks in the Eastern Conference semifinals. No, I'm sorry. No, that's right. I think that's because he did it twice. It was the one I was thinking about was where the Philadelphia, I was going to say Eagles, Philadelphia 76ers, they were in the conference finals, Eastern Conference finals that year. And I have the screenshots of it, right? So it's a family issue. Now, again, if his nephew got money and he wants, that's his money. Okay, he got a job, he doing anything. If the grandmama got the money coming in for, okay, that's her money. But Umar doesn't have a job, and he's also taken. There's been times he talked about I'm going to Atlantic City, and then his nephew said that he used to take the mama there too, and she likes to gamble. I get it, but see the difference is Umar don't have no money. He don't have his own money. That's you donors' money. Did we see some ones up in here? Yeah, there's plenty of ones. So I'll pull it up. Yeah. There's so many other and Mario, it's not just that either. There's so many other examples of just been a waste. Umar, he's wasted. I would as an estimation here, okay, I would estimate that Umar has wasted roughly $1.6 million at this point of your donors' money. Now, some people say that's a lot of money. Yeah, but understand that that's over the course of 11 years. Okay, if we take, let's just say $1,500,000, and we're going to divide that by 11. Okay, that's $136,000 a year. Okay, now you see what I'm saying? If you throw out the figure of $1.5 million, that's just wasted. We can't even find out where it went. It's like, oh, that's a lot of money. There's no way. Yeah, but you understand this scam has been going on for so long. We're talking 11 years. You divide it by 11. It's only not to say it that way, but it's only $136,363. And with Umar's lifestyle, you run through that very quickly. See, traveling all over the world. He likes to eat a lot. He's gluttonous. He likes to buy knives. Okay, he likes to. He rents cars. He doesn't own his own vehicle. See, he buys a lot of clothes, shoes. He likes to gamble. He has a substance abuse issue. There's so many different issues that you can throw in here. Running through $136,000. That's chump change per year. All right. Let me pull up at least one of the gambling videos. Hold on 1 second. One of the videos was. Let me see if both of them come up. Yeah, I got both of them. Let's go to the first one. This is from May 17th of 2021. Here y'all go.
I could do it now. Avenue, 2100 Fifth Avenue. Black Parent Advocate book release, 550 pages of liberation information for the babies. Crush special ed.
Yeah, we got 1,800 people in here. I believe that's a record. I think our record before was 1,600. Okay, we're at 1,800 here. Thank you all so much for tuning on. I appreciate it. Hope you all enjoying the show. If you are, hit that like button. Make sure you vote on the poll. Poll question is, has Umar Johnson hit rock bottom? We got 1,227 votes. 62% say yes. 38% said no. All right, here we go.
Crush ADHD, crush conduct disorder, crush ODD, crush expulsion, crush misdiagnosis, crush medication.
You're going to crush all this inside the casino. Spending donors' money.
Oaktown, the prince is back. West Coast Ifatunde. West Coast Ifatunde. West Coast Ifatunde. I'm feeling good today. I don't gamble.
Okay, he's manic.
But we need about $1.5 million for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy renovation. We need about $1.5 million for the Garvey building.
Yeah, this is crazy. He's given so many different figures. He doesn't know how much renovations are going to cost. I have him one time. He said it was going to cost $1 million for the whole campus. Now he's saying I think he said 1.5 just for one building here, right?
About $1.5 million.
Yeah. He's such a con man.
For the Garvey building. We need $1.5 million for the Garvey building. We need $2 million overall. So we're going to play and we're going to hit today. We're going to play.
See, he knows the terminology. Okay? And again, he's taking his mama to Atlantic City to gamble.
And we're going to hit today, family. Let me show you what we're about to do. Let me show you what we're about to do, family. We're about to get us some money for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy.
This is so ridiculous.
We're about to get some money. I need that 1.2 right there. Y'all see that? That's what we need. That's what we need, that 1.2 mil. Y'all see that? That will get the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, the whole campus. This will take care of the whole campus, family. This will take care of the whole campus, family. That 1.2, that will take care of the whole campus. So we're going to do Wheel of Fortune, Ifatunde style. We're going to do Wheel of Fortune, Ifatunde style. Now, y'all got to help me out because I don't know how to gamble. And I see all kind of shit. I see a wheel. I see the bar. How do I play this? We need this money for FDMG, family. We need this money. So what do I do? Okay. Cash out, service. We got to play, family. Y'all think I'm playing. How do we play this? How do we, one line of credit? We need this right here. We need this 1.2 to Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. We need this 1.2. Do I want one line of credit? Repeat the bet. So what is this? I got to put my credit card in here? What I got to do, family? We need this money. I'm about to straight roll because I'm going to hit the service. I just hit the service. I'm going to ask her to show me how this works. $1? Can I do a $1 bet? Excuse me, ma'am. How do you play? I'm not a gambler, but I'm going to gamble today. How do you
put
play?
The money here.
Cash.
Cash.
How do you know how much to put, or you just choose a random amount?
1, 5, 10, whatever you want to put.
Anything you want.
Anything you want.
Once you put the money in,
we're going to see the credit here.
I'm going to see the credit there.
And then you can play from $1 to $5 bet.
So these are all $1 bets.
Yeah.
Once I hit one, I'm pulling this.
Yeah.
And I need 3 of any one of them to come up. 3.
Line up.
If it lines up, what happens?
Line up. You could have the spin.
Again, this is Umar playing for the camera. Okay. He's taking his mama to gamble. So he's listen, it's just part of the family culture. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Hit the one.
And when from $25, what's the minimum on this? From $35 to $2,000.
In order to win anything.
Yeah.
So if I do anything under 35, I'm just playing to play. You ain't gonna win nothing.
No, you need 3 bars or 3 spin.
Let me skip through.
DMG money, this is my money. On it.
Okay, Umar doesn't have his own money. Like, Umar hasn't worked a job since 2011. This is donors' money. You're paying for his flights, his hotels. You're paying for his food. You're paying for, his rental cars. You're all of this. This is your donors. That's why there's no progress with these FDMG trap bandos. Like I said, Umar's raised a bare minimum $1,600,000 if we're just counting from 2019 to 2023. IRS filings prove that to be the case. All the rest of the years, you add all this up, $2.7 million. Has any of you guys, have you seen $2.7 million worth of investment into these abandoned buildings? Okay, a purchase price $425,000. So let's knock the 2.6 down. Let's just knock it down to $2 million. Have you seen $2 million worth of renovation work? No, they still look like trash to this day. Y'all show me where you see $2 million worth of renovation work that has gone into these abandoned buildings. I'll wait. He's a con man, so he don't have his own money. By the way, that's why Umar couldn't start renovations after February of 2019. See, I want y'all to think about this. February of 2019, Umar claims that it's over 400,000. So I'm saying 420 because he said a little more than that, $425,000. Follow me on this. This is in 2019. If Umar pays $425,000 in 2019 to acquire these abandoned buildings, and then in 2020, he tells the IRS that he has $500,000, over $500,000 sitting in a non-interest bearing account, then that should mean that Umar had bare minimum in 2020, and really that's carryover from 2019. He should have had bare minimum $500,000 left over. So why didn't he start renovations right away? It took him a whole year to do it. If he had $500,000 sitting in a non-interest bearing account, and that would be from 2019, carryover. A lot of Umar Johnson followers, you don't know the timeline. I have the timeline. I have all the receipts. I have videos where he told people that he had collected $500,000 in a year and a half back in 2015. I have it where he said in the end of 2016 that he needs another $1 million, which implies that he had already had $1 million, which is consistent with what he said before. Because if you raise $500,000 in a year and a half, then by the time you get into the end of 2016, you should be around $1 million, right? Where all this money go? If these abandoned buildings cost $40,000 and $25,000, Umar should have been sitting on listen, just based on the IRS filing, he should have the cash that was still sitting in the non-interest bearing account. We're talking $500,000. Why didn't he start renovations right away? And why was he saying we don't have money to do renovations? So it takes him a whole other year to where he actually starts to give the illusion that he starts renovations. And then by the time we get to 2023, he tells people that the point is that he's raised crazy money. By the time we get to 2023, he tells people that renovations are completed. And here we are in 2025. He's still doing renovations. He's a con man. Up here gambling you donors' money. No respect for you guys whatsoever.
This is not FDMG money. This is my money.
So you have an organization?
A school that we're building in Wilmington, Delaware. I'm a school psychologist. And we're raising money. We have 2 schools. We're almost done the small one, but we need $1 million for the big. Yes. So.
Good luck. I have to chill.
We're so glad you stopped by.
All right.
Let's have some fun.
In order for you to win the $1 million,
yes,
you need to play 5. Now, if you don't
gotta
win
play
the $1 million, it's okay. So this one has to be here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now it's spun automatically.
Yeah.
So I don't. Okay,
that.
I could do it now. I could do it now.
Nothing.
Okay. And how do I know how much money I have left? Credits.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? Let me do another one. We doing another one. Do I still get the
last one?
Last one, y'all. $20 go that fast.
Yeah, because you're playing the $5. Okay, try this one. You want to play more?
Try another one. Okay. Okay, mama. Thank you.
Yeah, she mama, huh? What's up with what about all this black conscious talk?
I'm not doing too good. I lost $20 in 1 minute, y'all.
Damn. See, a lot of that money that y'all sent them, you donors, that's what it's going to. There's other things too. I'm not saying this is the preeminent. I mean, it could be. I think it's turned the heat down, to be honest with you. But the point is that he's tricked off a lot of y'all's money gambling. Look at it.
I can't do this. I just spent $20. We did 3 spins. We didn't hit for
See how he knows the terminology? He said he don't gamble, but he knows the terminology.
FDMG. Okay, the ancestors don't want me to get the money this way. The ancestors don't want me to get the money this way, family. We got to get the money with the donations. Hit the Cash App.
See what he's done? He's trying to get you guys to send him money. So what he's saying is, because the ancestors now don't want him to gamble to get the money, you guys have to donate to him to get the money. But he's spending the money that you've already donated to gamble in the first place. Keep in mind timeline. This is May 17, 2021. May 17, 2021.
Y'all want me to go broke? Hit the Cash App. $.
What do you mean? We want you to go broke. See?
Sign FDMG school.
See, this is supposed to be money for the school. It shouldn't have anything to do with you, Umar. Well, that's because it's school money. You guys see what I'm saying? You're not going to say you don't want me to go broke unless you don't have any money. You don't have, let me say it this way. You hit the one, you don't have no personal money. I'm not talking about business money that people donated you for a school. So he don't have the money. That's why he's saying you don't want him to go broke. Yeah, okay. But so if you ain't got money like that, where the money coming from to gamble in the first place? Well, it's coming from school donation money.
Hit the PayPal. PayPal.me/F. Play the dollar machine. Where the dollar machine at? Somebody said play the dollar machine.
See how excited he is?
We got to get these schools done, family. Hit the Cash App. $ FDMG school. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy, family. We got to get this money. I might spend $20 more.
See that? He can't stop himself.
I don't gamble.
No, he says, I don't gamble. You just gamble. What are you talking about? He just gambled.
But we got to get the money up. This is for the...
Yeah, but I thought your ancestors said that you're not supposed to get the money that way? Hit the one. I thought you just said Frederick Douglass. Let me stop. Thought you said Frederick Douglass and Scooby-Doo and you know, they said not to get the money that way, Umar.
School, liberation. Y'all said don't gamble no more. Should I do another $20?
See, he got a problem. He can't stop himself. The answers has already told you not to.
And cut.
Allegedly.
Should I do another $20 or just penny slots? How much I'm going to win at a penny slot? We need a mill.
See that he knows that penny slots, you don't make a lot of money because he's done it before. His nephew said that the grandmama like doing penny slots. I think it's a culture in the family. Scratch offs and that kind of stuff. You know, you go in the liquor store, get a scratch. I think Umar probably does that too.
Family.
Now, I don't know that for a fact, so I'm saying I think. Okay, that's why I'm very careful when I say if I'm speculating, I'll say I'm speculating, or I'll say I think. If I'm unsure about a date, I'll say to the best of my knowledge or the best of my memory, because my memory is not quite what it used to be. But other than that, if I don't preface, I can back anything up with a receipt.
We need a mill, family.
See? I thought the ancestors said stop messing with it, right? That was May 17, 2020. If the ancestors said to not do that, Umar, then why is it that in February 18th of 2022, you're gambling again?
In Vegas tonight. Might hit a few slots, winning some dollars to renovate the Frederick Douglass building at FDMG.
Did this, but I thought you said the ancestors told you that this is not the way to get the donation money or get the money to renovate the schools. You see this?
Fresh and Fit mentioned me in the show. What they had to say? Black queens forever, snow bunnies never.
He can barely keep his eyes open. Look at him.
Black queens forever, snow bunnies never. Black queens forever, snow bunnies never. My skin glowing because I'm the Bruce Leroy of this shit.
See this guy? Yeah, he has some serious colorism issues.
My skin glowing because I'm the Bruce Leroy of this shit.
Yeah, that's and part of the reason is because his mom used to call him Blackie. That the jacket he's wearing, sweater, whatever jacket, that was donated to him.
Las Vegas, free games. What we got?
See, he started to say free games. Ain't no free games. Cut it out.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. We need $1 million for the Frederick Douglass High School. Come on.
He's such a liar. Free game.
The credit is $16. Let's see what we got. Total bet. Let's go, family. Give it to me now. Give it to me.
See? This guy.
Give it to Big Papa. What we got? I don't even know what I'm doing because I don't know how to gamble. This is crazy.
What do you mean you don't know how to gamble? When you were gambling in May 17th of 2021, this is February 18th of 2022. What are you talking about? June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, 9 months later. But you don't know how to gamble. You know the terminology too. Let me just play a little more of this. We gotta get back on track. Here we go.
Let's go. I am a tiger. Tiger year just ended. I am a tiger. I need some money to the Grand Buddha. I need some money. Come on, let's make it pop.
You funny though.
All right. What we got? We got some credits. Hit the Cash App. We got to get money by any means necessary.
See that? Hit the Cash App. That's donation money for what? FDMG. Even though 9 months prior, he said the ancestors told him that that's not the way to get the money. He's a con man. He got a gambling problem. So like I said, that this money situation is real funny. And that's why he got to get up here and beg like he's been begging since 2014. Okay, still no school, right? All right, real quick, let me do these. And thanks, Nurse Alexa. Let me do these super chats real quick. And this Mario is the one that brought something. Thank you, Mario, for the super chat. Tori says, Lenon, you think those buildings should be demolished? You're just trying to bring a black mold down. Yeah, that's one of the common things that the Umar Johnson follows. You guys, I'm not being disrespectful, but you guys, you say you're trying to tear a black man down. That's probably number one on the list. But I put together many years ago the top 10 excuses that Umar Johnson followers make for Umar's behavior. At some point that has to be let go because you got to deal with the reality of the situation. He's a con man. It's really that simple. Okay, it's not complex. It's not deep either. If you do enough research, you do due diligence, you put together a timeline, which I've done, and you'll see very clearly that this guy, he's scamming, and he has been for a very long time. And he was prior to FDMG. This even what we would call the St. Paul school scam, because he's had different school scams. St. Paul school scam, Detroit school scam, Bloomington school scam, the Atlanta school scam, the Saint something. I can't remember what it was in somewhere in New York. I can't remember what it was called. He's had many school scams over the years, but he's a con man, all right? Thanks, Tori, for the super chat. I appreciate it. And yeah, there is black mold. There's a video where, well, there's black mold on the outside, the exterior too. But there's black mold. I remember we were watching this video many years ago inside of the gym, and they had a cleanup day, I guess, inside the gym, and they were pouring bleach and fabuloso on the ground, no ventilation or whatsoever. It's crazy. But one of it was a brother, it was a man, he was walking in this corner. He was like, there's black mold over here. And Umar looks over, you can see it too. And Umar says, oh, we're going to wipe that off or wipe it down, something to that effect. It just goes to show you, Umar doesn't know what he's doing. It's not about safety. It's not about security or any of that stuff. It's just a con job at the end of the day, you know. Thank you, Tori, for the super chat. I got to do these other real quick because we got to get going. Kara says, you think he'll be back on the Breakfast Club? Yeah, I think so. I think they'll have him on because he brings in numbers. They're not going to ask him critical questions like how much money you've raised, how much money have you spent, when is the grand opening? You've changed the grand opening date. I have on record at least 27 times he's changed the grand opening date. Okay, and I can back this up with receipts. It's in the documentary. It's more than 27. I think I only put 27 times where he's changed the grand opening days. And y'all may say, okay, critical thinking. Yeah, well, how could it be 27 when he acquired the and he stated in 2010 that the school was going to open September 11, 2013. How could it be 27? Okay, because 2010, that's only 15 years. How could it be 20? Well, because there are years where he actually gives multiple grand opening dates. January for Martin Luther King's birthday, February for Black History Month, of course, August 21st, because that's his birthday. Kwanzaa, there's been times he's given four different dates in a year. So that's how you get, it's way over 27 at this point, but I document 27. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be back on there because at the end of the day, it's about views and ratings. It's not about integrity. Same thing with these other platforms that have him on, you know, including Art of Dialogue. I like Art of Dialogue, but at the end of the day, what Umar is doing, what Art is doing is that he's exposing his audience to a con man. And they're going to be people who are going to donate to Umar. And as a consequence, they're getting scammed. You know, and if he had Umar on and questioned him and gave him critical questions like they should, everyone should at this point. This has been going on now. He conceptualized this in 2004. It's been over 2 decades. See, they should question him, and they should critical questions. Even if it makes Umar uncomfortable, do what you got to do, okay, to protect other people. And you know, people don't have to expose Umar per se, but just deal with the receipts and then let the viewing audience, you guys make the final determination at the end of the day. Thanks, KR, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Lanae sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I emailed you too, so check your email. SH Play says, please look at the comments from Tommy Knockers in the chat when you have time. Gave Umar 1,000 pounds. I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised by that at all. Okay? You guys would be amazed the amount of money that Umar has collected. You know, again, just on the IRS filings alone, $1.6 million. I can pull it up and show you. We can go step by step. IRS filings for 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. Okay, and then the carryover from 2019, where Umar stated that he had $500,000 in a non-interest bearing account. People really need to think about that. See, because that's outside of that $500,000. That's outside of the purchase price of $400,000. And yet in 2020, he's still telling people that he hasn't collected $1 million. He's a con man. See, and it's possible that Umar's collected way more than 2.6, 2.7. That's my best estimate. 2.6, 2.7. It's possible that he's collected way more than that. There was a time, and I can pull it up, SH Play, where Umar was saying that he was bringing in $100,000 a month. That was back in 2014. I want y'all to think about that. Just let that sit in for a moment. We're going to get back to the video. Let that sit in for a moment. Umar was claiming that he was bringing in $100,000 a month in 2014. And in 2025, 11 years later, he's telling people he hasn't raised $1 million. All right. Yeah, I'm not surprised by this. There's people that sent Umar crazy money. And there's still no school, not a school in sight. He doesn't even have his own home. Listen, at this point, now, real quick, you donors, I understand back in 2014, Umar's heyday, he's coming off of the success of Hidden Colors with Tariq Nasheed. I understand him making these promises. In 2010, he said the school was going to open September 11, 2013. So 2014, I understand. 2015, I get it. 2016, I get it. 2017, I get it. By the time we get to 2018, you got to start asking some questions. And then 2019 hits, he acquires his abandoned buildings, and then you guys got excited again. But that's what he does. He'll go put some doors in. You guys get excited again. Minute things. And then here we are 6 years later from 2019. And not one black boy has been educated. Not one black child has been educated. 6.5 years later. 6 years to be more precise. I'm only be fair with the timeline. 6 years and 5 months later. At this point, I don't get it. Keep your money in your pocketbook. You know, find a cause that's worthy of your money, because your money is your time, and that's the one thing we don't get back. We can get money back, but you ain't gonna get your time back. Go find someone out there who's doing something that's constructive, that's benefiting black people, besides running a mouth this month. Okay, that I get, but at this point with this FDMG thing, come on, all right? I'm not surprised by this at all. A's play. There's people that's giving Umar way more money than that, 1,000 pounds. I don't know what the conversion rate is, but I'm sure of it. Okay. Thank you, SS Play, for the super chat. Marcus says, Lenon, how much of the donors' money went to the purchase of the of the shea butter? I would think probably about maybe 40,000. Let me stop. But they said, hold on, Queen, we need to check these bags. You ain't got no baby oil in there now, do you? Let me stop. Make sure y'all check out the series starring Lanae, Surviving Umar Johnson. Okay, I actually put together a playlist. It's towards the top of my page. Get into that, and we're going to continue that series next week. Okay, thanks, Marcus, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Jay's Upper Teeth says he bought someone a bookstore with the money also. This is an allegation that was made. Some people said it was a bookstore. Some people said that it was an art gallery. Some people said it was an art gallery / a bookstore. I have not seen any evidence to prove that to be the case. And I go based upon receipts. And I pride myself on that. People can say whatever they want to say about anything, but I have to have some receipts to back it up. Sometimes the receipts can allude to a certain thing, but it doesn't prove it to be true, because anyone can say anything. Lanae could say anything, but she sent me so many receipts that will blow you guys' mind. She's also sent me audio where Umar left 2 voice messages. In the contrast, in the first voice message, he's not talking all sexual talk and all this kind of stuff, but in the second one he is, because that one is later on down the line. See? So the point that I'm making, Jay's Upper Teeth, is based upon my research. I was unable to determine. I was unable to verify that Umar bought someone a bookstore or bought someone an art gallery. And I go with what the receipts show. Now, if the receipts at some point I see receipts or someone send me, I can verify those receipts that he did do that, then I'll report on that. But I'm not going to do that unless I know for sure. Same thing when people were reporting on Umar that he had a criminal record based upon someone in Atlanta who had his name that got hemmed up for I think it was cocaine possession and some other stuff. And I had that information before anyone reported on it online, but I did my due diligence. Okay. And based upon my research, that wasn't Umar. Okay? And I put it out there. Yeah, I could have, and people probably would have believed it, but I don't operate like that. Okay? I'm not going to get up here lying on people. Umar's done that to me, but I'm not going to do that to him. See, it's called integrity. So at the end of the day, I have to have proof. Now, Jay's up teeth, if you have proof of it, send it to me, LenonHonor@yahoo.com, and then I'll correct my research. Okay. Now, I've always been like that. Okay? It's not about painting a false narrative about Umar or lying on him. That shows a lack of integrity. It's about getting to the truth. And I can tell you guys that bare minimum $1,600,000. I can pull up the receipts right now. We go step by step that Umar has collected 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. We're not counting 2024. We're not counting 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And yet, like I said, Umar in 2020 is telling people that he hasn't even raised $1 million. He's a con man. Okay. Thank you, Jay's Petit. The bra says, does he realize that they tax that prize money? I'm not sure. I don't think Umar cares about that because it's not his money anyway. What I mean by that, the money that he's spending and the money that he's quote unquote winning, he doesn't care. He doesn't care win or lose. It's about the emotions of it because he has no skin in the game. Can you guys imagine that people send you millions of dollars over the years and you just do whatever you want to with it? At a certain point, you're not going to appreciate that money. You're going to spend it on whatever you want to. And that's what Umar does. He's been doing this for a very long time. He doesn't care. See, like Lanae was saying, he'll buy a whole bunch of things because he's not organized. I showed a video where he went shopping. He doesn't even know what he's getting. He just, anything he sees, he picks it up and he'll pick up 3, 4, 5, 6 of them and throw it inside the basket. Well, part of the reason why is because it's not his money. He has no skin in the game. So he doesn't know what it feels like at this point to where, and you have to put in work in order to get money, right? 9 to 5, in my case, full-time and a part-time job. I consider YouTube to be a part-time job. And so you value it as opposed to people just giving you money and you living off the money since at least 2014. Okay, thanks. Let me do these other real quick because we really got to get going here. We're behind schedule now. Deacon Weezo, the comedian, says to the dope man. Yeah, some of the money has gone. He has substance abuse issues. I have videos where he's talking about the drug paraphernalia inside of the school with Brother Manny, rest in peace. Yeah, there's other videos too. Okay, we've covered all of that. They say he smelled like milk. I don't know about that. Okay. All right, thank you for the super chat. Ancestors be lying. Don't do that. Thanks, Brian Tisdale. You crazy. Okay, what's up, KKC? He says Umar is now asking for a defense fund. The scam continues. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised. He's always asking for money. That's what he does. Any way that he can get money out of you donors, he'll do it. The Loyal Donors Club. That's another scam. Okay, you receive no benefit for being part of that Lawyers Donors Club, but he expects you to send a monthly donation for what? When he asks you to send money, does he say, I need money specifically for this, or specific for today we're going to be doing this, or next week we're going to be doing this to renovate, or the month from now we're going to be doing? No, he doesn't do any of that. He just needs the money in the moment. He's a con man, right? Thanks, KKC. Marlon says that maybe the ancestors would would change their minds. Okay. Thanks for that. Smitty Boy says, damn, Umar was high off that ancestor back. Okay. Thanks, Smitty Boy. J.S. Mills became a member. Thank you so much. Okay, I got hundreds of videos for members dealing with Umar that's been archived. That's not accessible to anyone else. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate it. And what's up, Captain Edward says FDMGM. Yeah, that's in Las Vegas. Thank you, Edward, for super chat. Deacon Weezer says Umar doing Snow Bunny. Well, yeah, okay. Thank you for super chat. How's it going, Andrea? Andrea says he's playing in the face of his donors. It's like he's calling his donors stupid to their face. He thinks it's funny. People still giving him money. Yeah, he doesn't care. Again, it's free money in his mind. And because there's no board of directors, there's no accountant, there's no accountability whatsoever. He does whatever he wants to. And yeah, it's like a spit in the face to you donors. See? And then he finds ways to get you guys excited to give him more money. You know, he'll install some doors or he'll take some plywood off of a window. Simple stuff like that. And people get excited all over again. They start sending money. But see, it's blatant at this point. It's blatant. He'll beg for the money, but he doesn't. You guys have not been acknowledged like you should. Okay. You haven't been respected like you should. Right. You haven't benefited like you should from sending money. And guess what? Black children haven't benefited from you sending all this money over these many, many years. It's been over a decade. See? None of the money has gone towards helping Black people. I want y'all to think about that. None of the money that Umar has collected has gone directly towards helping Black people. It's helped Umar, though. See? Thank you, Andrea, for the super chat. The informant media says the 2020 tax forms are out. Governing body equals number 1. Yeah, I looked it up today. I couldn't find it. Informant, if you have been able to find it for 2024, if you can email me, because I looked on different websites today. I couldn't find it. My email is LenonHonor@yahoo.com. And if you email me, I'll go and I'll pull it up and we can look at it live. Okay, see what he actually reported to the IRS. Yeah, there's no board of directors. Umar lists himself as the governing body. He's the one person. So there's no account. He can do whatever he wants to with the money. Okay, there's no oversight whatsoever. HUD says his final act will be to sell these buildings and run off with the money to Africa. No personal money is no personal money in, so it's all profit. That's possible. There's people who have speculated that too. It is possible that he would do that. At some point, he may just sell the buildings and he may say, listen, we're going to go build this someplace else. And he'll have all these different excuses lined up as to why he couldn't do it there in Wilmington, even though he's been there for 6 years and 4 months, collected millions of dollars. It's possible, you know, so we'll have to wait and see how this plays itself out. He may sell it and start the scam over with someplace else. He may go to Africa and start the scam over there. It's possible. Okay. Mr. Umar Johnson, Saga, welcome. Thanks at HUD for super chat. Real quick, Mona says the black platforms sign off on Umar for ratings. Yeah, that's it. They don't support. I highly doubt, as an example, that DJ Envy or Charlemagne the God is sending Umar Johnson's donations up for FDMG. I highly doubt it. Okay, but they'll have him on because he gets ratings. He gets views. It's unfortunate because it exposes more black people to this con man, and then he just comes up. He gets cash infusion. Cycle starts all over again. Still, again, 6 years in. 6 years and 5 months, 4 months, 6 years, no, 6 years and 5 months, and there's still no school. Not one black child has been educated. Right. Thank you for the super chat. Smitty Boy says, Uncle Lenon, the likes are booming. Oh, we already have 778. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're breaking records today. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. I appreciate it. All right, we haven't even gotten deep into the video. Thank you, Smitty Boy. User 225 says, will you ever share the Lanae voicemails? Actually, I shared it. It's in the intro and outro of a video that I released 2 days ago, I believe. Okay, I'll release another one tomorrow. I'll release another one on Saturday, another one on Sunday if time permits. Okay, and I'll have those voicemails in the intro. Okay, and the intro and the outro because there's two of them. It just shows the difference in terms of Umar's orientation. In the beginning, it was more about business because he had a speaking engagement, and then later on, it's about the sexual exploitation. Thank you for the Arrogant Pupil podcast says she is dirty after you let her service you. Yeah, this is one of the things that Umar does whenever he's exposed by these different women is he'll downgrade them, he'll disparage them, he'll disrespect them, he'll talk about them in all kinds of horrible ways. But that's a way to kind of make his followers, look at them, and he paints a false narrative. He's a propagandist, like Lanae said. He's a master manipulator. But if you guys think about it critically, Umar, and it's not just with Lanae, even with the conscious stripper, he called her COINTELPRO, he called her a maggot. Yeah, he called her a maggot. Okay, well, if you thought about her like that, why were you dealing with her in the first place? No, he didn't think about her like that, just like he didn't think about Lanae at the time when they were dealing with each other. It's just after he gets exposed, then he goes there. Okay? That's Umar. That's perfectly predictable behavior. I told people that's exactly what he's going to do. Okay, and that's what he did, right? All right, thanks, Arrogant People, for super. Thank everyone again for tuning on in. We got to get going here. Thanks for all the super chat. Shout out to the Cook Press chat. There is a poll question. Make sure you get your vote in. We got to make some headway here. We have 1,663 votes. Has Umar Johnson hit rock bottom? 62% say yes, 38% said no. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we got to get moving here. All right, here we go.
August the 21st, 1791. The Nat Turner Revolution began 40 years later on the same day, August the 21st, 1831. I heard about that. I was born August the 21st.
See, he has to make it about him. That's a narcissism.
Right? Mm-hmm. Frederick Douglass, who I'm related to by blood. Okay?
Okay, no, he's not. But let's keep going.
We are both descendants of Isaac and Betsy Bailey by blood. Frederick Douglass escaped from slavery out of Baltimore through Wilmington, Delaware.
It's good to see you, brother.
It's good to see you, my beautiful African queens. How y'all doing?
That's right. You know I fucks with you.
I appreciate that. Stay with me. Keep me in your prayers because you know they hating. Oh, man. Where's that at?
Right here, around the corner.
He don't even know.
Okay.
Damn.
Put my number in your phone. You got your phone? Put my number in there. Text me so I can lock you, queen.
He don't even know the social services
I ain't going to take too much of your time. In case you might got to tell it to somebody if I'm not here. Oh yeah. Let me know when you're ready, queen. 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. Shoot me a text. All right, ladies. Appreciate y'all. I'm going to see you at the grand opening. Sister Sharice. All right, ladies. One love. So, Marcus Garvey, right? And I'm a Garveyite, former Minister of Education for the UNIA. Marcus Garvey's Black Star Line Steamship Company was incorporated from Wilmington, Delaware. Wow. You feel me? Wow. So that's the connection.
So what?
So on my right side is the August 21st connection. On my left side is the Wilmington, Delaware connection.
Yeah, this is delusional thinking right here. This is Delulu land. But let me go back real quick. This guys don't mind.
Put my number in your phone. You got your one. The Nat Turner Revolution began 40 years later on the same day, August the 21st, 1831. I heard about that. I was born August the 21st, right? Mm-hmm. Frederick Douglass, who I'm related to by blood.
Okay. I just want to play something for you all because this is a blatant lie, but Umar's still running with the lie to this day. I want to play you guys a segment from the documentary I've been working on. Here you go.
Uploaded on March 5th, 2016, Umar Johnson talks about an important experience that he had with his father.
In the 6th grade, my father took me to my first family reunion, Baltimore, Maryland. And we were walking through this church, I believe it was. And in the backyard, there was a whole bunch of Frederick Douglass memorabilia, pictures, clothing, Bibles of Frederick Douglass. And I asked my father, why is all this Frederick Douglass memorabilia here? And he said, because you're related to him.
Two things to consider here. First, if Jamal Johnson was consistently present in Umar Johnson's life, then wouldn't Umar Johnson have known that he was related to Frederick Douglass prior to the 6th grade? In other words, wouldn't Umar Johnson's relationship to Frederick Douglass been imparted upon him by the Johnson family prior to Umar Johnson turning 10 or 11 years old? Second, Frederick Douglass's given name was Frederick Augustus Washington Bailey. On April 18, 2016, the Bailey family issued a public statement on their official website, Frederick Douglass Family Initiative, www.fdfi.org. The Bailey family wrote, "We can tell you with 100% certainty that he, Umar Johnson, is not a descendant of Frederick Douglass." In 2018, Jamal Johnson took a DNA test, and the results proved that Jamal Johnson, and therefore Umar Johnson, had no blood relationship to the Bailey family. On June 25, 2018, Jamal Johnson posted on his Facebook page, and I quote, "Recently, I obtained and posted my DNA results here, and I do encourage others to take the test. Just don't think you'll know what the results will be. Just based on the test alone, it appears that I am not related to the late, great Frederick Douglass, as I have been led to believe all my life and have taught to my children." He later admits that I and my children are not related to the Frederick Douglass lineage. Therefore, it must be stated that Jamal Johnson was either in error when he told Umar Johnson that he was related to Frederick Douglass in 1985, or he lied to Umar Johnson in 1985. More on this later. As stated before, Jamal Johnson's military career.
All right. So just to be clear, Umar took a DNA test, and the DNA test comes back that they're not related. And he admitted this in this post. He also did a video where he had as a video admission that he took down. I don't have a copy of it, but he took it down. And then he still runs with the lie to this day, meaning Jamal. Umar still runs with the lie to this day. See, what happened was the true descendants of Frederick Douglass, they were out very vocal and they spoke out against Umar. And one of those individuals was in contact with Jamal, and he got Jamal to take a DNA test. And when they took the DNA test, it came back conclusively that there's no blood relationship, no genetic relationship whatsoever. But Umar still runs with a lie. Jamal still runs with a lie, even though Jamal admitted it. They still run with the lie to this day. It shows a lack of integrity on both of their parts. They're liars. Okay. All right, let's get back to it. Here we go.
Okay, we are both descendants of Isaac and Betsy Bailey by blood.
No, there's no blood relationship. Let's keep going. Let me skip through.
Incorporated from Wilmington, Delaware. Wow. You feel me? Wow. So that's the connection. I didn't know we had that much history. So on my right side is the August 21st connection. On my left side is the Wilmington, Delaware connection. Now I'm going to give you one more. And I was tempted to put her on here, but I said, let me just do the fellas. Oh, God. I was going to put these two queens who almost went up there. One of them is Queen Mother Harriet Tubman,
and another one is Queen Mother Mary Ann Shadd. Have you ever heard of Mary Ann Shadd?
I don't believe
She's from Wilmington, Delaware. Okay. Check this out. She's the first female newspaper publisher on the North American continent.
Okay.
Feel me?
I believe that's
first.
Goosebumps,
you feel me? She was
so how does that relate to Umar scamming? We're gonna find out.
born here. Her mother and father were Underground Railroad station masters. Yes, she opened up a school in Wilmington, another one in Chester, and then another one somewhere in PA. She's one of the grandmothers of black nationalism. Her newspaper, which was called the Provincial Freeman, she published it out of Canada because her parents moved to Canada because during the Underground Railroad, as you know, the fugitive slave law allowed you to track a runaway slave anywhere. So you wasn't safe unless you moved to Canada. So she moved to Canada and started a newspaper, and the motto on her newspaper was self-determination is the road to independence.
Looks like the audio went out on this video. He probably was talking about
Pan Africanism.
Oh, there we go.
From Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. That's where I went to high school, Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. So
there's a connection. He always has to make it about him. It's the narcissism. Everything correlates back to him, right?
Mary Ann Shadd almost went up here because I'm building the school. She built the school. You feel me?
Okay, Umar's not building a school. Okay, these abandoned buildings were there before he got there. All right, they're there now. They were called the Moyer Academy and then the new J. Moyer Academy, and then they end up closing down. They closed down twice. He hasn't built anything. When he says I'm building an institution, no, basically it's a renovation project, and he said renovations were done back in 2023, but he's still out here in front of these abandoned buildings talking about we need money to renovate. By the way, the Moyer Academy, it opened initially in 2006. Okay, it closed down in 2009. Then it reopened in 2012, and then it closed down in 2015, and then it sat from 2015 to 2019, and then now they've been sitting from 2019 to 2025. They've been vacant now for a decade. Abandoned buildings.
Harriet Tubman was the other one. Even though Harriet Tubman was from Bucktown, Maryland, she spent a lot of time in Wilmington. Why? Because her main financial supporter was a man named Thomas Garrett, white guy.
Yes, a white guy. And Umar went to his gravesite one time, was giving him all this praise. I've never seen Umar sitting out here on this bench like that. He probably has it inside. And he takes it out like, like someone who ain't got a job and just be sitting out here. Anyway.
Thomas Garrett. He's the one who gave Harriet Tubman the horse and carriage she used to free her mother and father. Wow. Guess what day Thomas Garrett was born on? August the 21st.
So because this white man was born on your birthday, you're special? Is that what you telling us, Umar? That's narcissism. And there is a psychological term for parallelia, something like, someone sent it to me, and it's true, where people, they connect different dates to other dates to make them seem like it's reaching. That's basically what it's called. But all this comes from narcissism and Umar wanting to make himself appear to be important, because this white man, his birthday was on August 21st, that somehow it makes Umar special. That's wild.
You feel me? So I'm going to do another mural. I'm going to do another mural with the queens. I'm going to put Anna Douglas, wife of Frederick Douglass, because, they keep talking about the white lady he married when he was an old man. Nobody gives respect to the black woman he was married to for 50 years and gave him all 5 of his children. You feel me? So I got to do.
See, he doesn't want to address. This is what you call deflecting. Umar does not want to deal with the fact that Frederick Douglass, based upon Umar's own terminology and definition, was a bunny hopper. And that's what he goes to. He says, well, what about, so it's a deflection. Well, what about this is his words, the blue black sister that he was married to for such and decades, blah, blah, blah. So it's a deflection. No. Bottom line, no disrespect, Frederick Douglass was a bunny hopper, based upon Umar's terminology. So Umar, why would you name the school after a bunny hopper when you're so against bunny hopping? Well, part of it is because Umar, he's running with the lie that he's related to Frederick Douglass, who's a bunny hopper. Umar, you're a descendant real talk, of a bunny hopper then. But you know what? You're not a descendant. You're not related. There's no blood relationship. And your daddy took a DNA test, and there's no genetic relationship whatsoever.
Okay? Douglas, I'm going to do Amy Jakes Garvey, Marcus Garvey's widow, right? Oh, yeah. I'm going to do Harriet Tubman and Mary Ann Shadd.
Yeah, it's like he out here like a wino.
And of course, you know, Bob Marley used to spend time in Wilmington.
So what? Some of y'all in the chat room used to spend time in Wilmington. Some of y'all live in Wilmington. Who gives a shit? Some of y'all done drove through Wilmington. Some of y'all stopped by the McDonald's to get you a Big Mac, a quarter fried French fries, and a fish fillet. So what? Some of y'all watching this right now, and you're at McDonald's in the drive-thru. Cut it out. Some of y'all at the Burger King right now in the drive-thru. Stop. Anyway, let's go.
A few blocks away. So Garvey got a Wilmington connection, and then Bob Marley got a Wilmington connection.
So what? James Brown probably performed in Wilmington. James Brown probably performed in Wilmington a couple of times last month. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And let me go education. You familiar with the Brown versus Board of Education Supreme Court decision 1954, right? Mm-hmm. When they overturned school desegregation. Well, that case was a composite of lower, smaller cases. Did you know that one of the cases in the Brown versus Board of Education Supreme Court case that overturned segregation in 54 was Newcastle County, Delaware?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Newcastle County, Delaware was one of the main cases in the Brown versus Board of Education decision. So I'm saying all that to say this, brother.
What?
We've been through hell and high water to get this school up. You feel me? And we ain't.
It's not up, Umar. Stop. And you ain't done nothing but take black people's money. You ain't no skin in the game.
Now, declare. But I'm giving you this history because what I just told you is what keeps me believing in making this school come true. You feel me? There's too much history.
What? Including this white man? All right. We're going to keep going because we got to get going.
Many connections to me personally. You feel me? Yeah. So I just feel like it's not a coincidence that God brought me to this school. It's not a coincidence that God brought me to Wilmington, Delaware.
It's not a school. They're abandoned buildings.
You feel me?
And you still live in your mama closet. So you ain't been brought to Wilmington. Even though in 2019, you said that you in the process of moving. Y'all remember that?
Strong alpha male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com is what we're looking for. My thing is y'all need to. What happened? I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware, so the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
See that? This was his apartment in 2019 that he got evicted from, and then he started living in and out of motel rooms. But then I will speculate that he was also living in the abandoned buildings when it was warm enough, and then ultimately he started living with his mama in 2020. And he still lives with his mama to this day. In fact, this is now right here, this video right here. This is when he live streaming inside his mama closet, and he accidentally flipped the phone. Well, look.
Good people.
Appreciate you, my brother. I appreciate you. All right, now be blessed.
I mean, this is filth stacked all the way up the wall.
Who we got next tapping in?
And I'm telling you, it's either a bag of pickles or it's a bag of potatoes down there. Watch. You see down there? It look like potatoes. That's what it is. Umar, why you got a bag of potatoes and it looked like a bag of tea, but there's a bag of potatoes in front of the y'all see that hit the one? What in the world? I thought it was some pickles. I'm sorry. I thought it was a bag of pickles at first. When I first saw this, I said, he got a bag of pickles. What kind of man got a bag of pickles in front of his cell phone tripod? But upon further review, family, it is more likely that it's a bag of potatoes. I like to get y'all's opinion on this. Is it a bag of potatoes or is it a bag of pickles? Cookie Crush Chat, let me know. Either way, it's filthy in here. Living in Mama closet and filthy. All right. Okay. What are we doing? I'm sorry. I have a poor internet connection for some reason, so I think the video quality is not what it should be. But hopefully, you guys can see this mess. Y'all can see it pretty clear. It's not as clear as I would like. Anyway. Okay. East B said B&G pickles. Yeah, Agnabu B says potatoes for sure. What kind of potatoes? Is it russet potatoes? It looks like russet potatoes. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Magneto. What's up, Fairchild? Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. Okay. Let's move on. Anyway, that's the point. Is that I done lost my point. No, that he stayed with his mama. This is mama closet upstairs. You look at the walls, filthy up there. You can see it needs to be clean. And this is where Umar, he's been live streaming in here for years now. He still live streams in here.
You're saying, Dr. Umar, you definitely got a lot of good followers out here. Good people.
Appreciate you, my brother. I appreciate you. All right, now be blessed.
Yeah, it's really filthy. Yeah, you see that back there with the stars. Okay, so anytime you guys, let me pull up one more video just for you people who are new, even you Umar Johnson followers, you can research this for yourself, but I like to give evidence to prove my case. But he's been live streaming in here since 2020. So I'm gonna go pull up a video from 2025. And I'll just pull this one up right here. This is from April 21st of 2025. And look behind Umar's shoulder. You see those stars? It's like that teal color. There's purple back there too. He's covered it up with this Marcus Garvey fabric, but that backdrop is the same that most of you guys are familiar seeing Umar where he's live streaming like this.
Women in our throat. Or is that a regular working?
You see that? So anytime in history that you see Umar live streaming inside of this space, this is his mama's closet. All right. And you see the stars with the teal and the blue, and you see the red curtains back there. Well, if we go back and look, you'll see it right here.
Who we got next tapping in?
See the red curtains back there? All right. So just anytime again moving forward, including Umar Johnson followers, just to kind of put things in perspective, when you see Umar live streaming with that backdrop, that's in his mama's closet, and it's like a hoarder situation. It's filthy in there.
All right, now be blessed.
See that? Yeah.
Who we got next?
And for some reason, some people still believe he's going to open up a school. He can't even keep his mama closet clean. All right. Let's keep going. Here we go.
Bro. That's what it is. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's definitely what's up.
That's what's up.
I'm glad I stopped in eggs. I'm really glad I stopped in eggs.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I definitely, like I said, I'm gonna have to look more into this.
No doubt.
I didn't know Wilmington had this much.
Oh man. Oh man.
Yeah, that grass need to be cut too, boy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How do I?
Jermaine, get out here and cut this grass.
Well, take my number.
Yeah, the walls are all dirty. You see that? I can't. And I don't mean that. I'm not going to. Well, I am going to do it. I can't. It's not. I'm not trying to make Umar look bad or compare myself to Umar. That's not what I'm not doing. But I just can't do that. I took a shower before we did this live stream. I'm going to take another one after I get done. That'd be 3 showers for the day. I can't live in filth. I can't have stuff all sitting all around, clothes all over the place. I'm a minimalist. I got very few. My wife made me buy some. She made me buy some more clothes yesterday because another sale going on at Old Navy. I had to get the extra large. These ones are the large, but I could lose a few pounds definitely. But I got some extra large ones. But my closet, in terms of clothes, is about this much clothes up in there. And most of it I don't even, well, no, it's probably about this much clothes. I only really wear about this much of it. The rest of it is like for when it get cold wintertime. I can't live like that. I can't have stuff all over the place and trash and filth. You know, walls are dirty. You know, I can't stand a dirty bathroom. I just can't stand it. Look, and see, I just want to go back just to illustrate. People, you follow Umar Johnson, you need to really think about this. You're sending money to a person who's a hoarder. And there's been people say, well, his mom was a hoarder too. I thought that too, but that doesn't mean, that's no excuse for Umar to be the primary caretaker and he's living inside his mama's closet. And listen, this is Umar stuff. Look.
And who we got next time?
See, Umar, he took over the whole upstairs. Lanae already explained that. And again, the mama can't go upstairs because she's wheelchair bound. Look, I want to watch what we see inside of the hoarder filth. What is it that we see, including a sack of potatoes? You see, there's an Egyptian book. That's not his mama's book. Those clothes back there, that's Umar's clothes. He has clothes inside of the large gym that got vandalized. Those are his clothes up in there. All these grooming products. This is Umar's stuff. Now let's go back to 2019. Look,
relocating to Wilmington.
Watch this.
Strong alpha male. Send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.
See that? This is his apartment in 2019 before he gets evicted. So he's used to living in filth.
Gmail.com.
You see that big back TV back there? He's a hoarder.
FDMG resumes at G.
Look at that, man. There's no way. I mean, it's stacked up to the wall. Trash on top of trash. Trash all spilt out. Boxes leaning. Just, look at that. And then just a little aisle down the middle. That's his apartment. That's not his mama was staying there. That's his apartment where he got evicted in 2019. So the point is that there's a pattern of behavior that we see with Umar. And we could also go to 2025 where Umar was talking about the vandalism. Let me see if I can find this. It's a side-by-side. Yeah, let me show you all this. So I did a side-by-side comparison between the vandalism that Umar showed and the state of the gym, of the large gym back in 2019. Let's check this out.
Peace and love, black family. This is the Prince of Pan Africanism, King Kong Consciousness. We live inside the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, Fred Douglass building. I'm gonna let you know some of the scholars at Ifa Tunde University.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Black power. Black power. Black power.
You know what I mean?
Black power. Black power.
Up in there.
Yeah, baby.
What's up? What's up?
You got Brother Ron, no doubt, looking out for us. You know what I mean? So tell me what's your thing? Give me some words, Gail. What do you think so far to walk through the tour?
It's
How
nice.
you liking the school?
It's nice.
You feeling it? Samantha, what you think?
The potential, I see the before and the potential of the after is going to be phenomenal, tremendous.
All right, what you think, Sister Sabrina?
I see the after and the after and the awesome after. And what can I say? Destiny.
From a brother's perspective, how we gonna be all right with the kids in here, you think? The boys gonna love it here?
Yes, indeed, brother. Y'all gonna be well, and you got an excellent teacher and a scholar.
Man. That's love. Frenchie, what you think?
Oh my goodness, the school is huge, it's spacious, it's beautiful. I can't wait to see the end results.
What are the type of events you can see us doing on the campus?
Oh my goodness, sports events, community events. If attend at university.
All right. What you think, Sharon?
Excited.
Y'all see that right there? 2025. Look.
Wow, just to kind of watch, from the ceiling to now. But I think
There's that big back TV right there. The same one that's in this video right here.
Is what we looking for. Email mates at G.
See it right there? That's the same TV. This is from 2019. He's still holding on to that TV in 2025. He just moved all of his stuff after he got evicted. He moved it into, at least the most of it, into the gym. And then he took over the second story of his mama's place, which is Section 8 housing.
Gmail.com. FD.
See that TV right there? That's the same TV right here. In fact, here's another view of it. Watch this.
Alpha male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes.
Yeah, that's all Umar stuff. See the shoes, the black RBG shoes? This is where he said his book collection got vandalized. Why are you putting your belongings in here? That's because he's been homeless since 2019. Furthermore, look at the hats back there. That's all Umar. This is all Umar stuff.
FDMG resumes at gmail.com.
Here come that music. See it right there? That big back TV? You sit on both sides.
MG resumes at gmail.com is what
I'm gonna let this play. And I'm gonna take me a sip.
We looking for. My thing is y'all need to. What happened? I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware, so the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington.
Man, did you guys see that? It's an African doll on the floor right there. I'm going to speculate that is something that one of the artifacts that Umar has behind him when he's doing the video in his apartment where he flipped the phone and showed the film. That's speculation on my part because I haven't seen any video evidence to prove that to be the case. But since you can see there's paintings in here, books. He has bookshelves behind him. You actually see the bookshelves behind Umar. You see them in the video footage of the gym in 2025 because he just took his stuff and just moved it over to there. Again, this guy's collected $2.7 million, my best estimate, which is a lowball figure. Bare minimum $1.6 million since 2000, from 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. And he ends up turning these abandoned buildings into his own personal storage facility.
I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot more now for some reason. Part of it, and just full disclosure here, I lightened up the video on both of these videos so that you can see better because it's kind of dark in the originals, and then also I expanded it just a little bit on so that you can see more of what's taking place in the account in the frame, if that makes sense. Okay, so you got a left one and the right one.
To Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah, see, that looks like I don't know what they call those, but if you look right there, because Lanae was talking about how Umar has swords, that right there kind of looks to me, and I could be wrong, like a sword. What do they call those? A sheath, something like that. I think that's what it's called. That right there. Okay, I could be wrong. I mean, look, actually now it looks like a snorkel. They remind me of this cartoon I used to watch back in the day with the snorkels going with something. Come along with the snork, something like that. By the way, I improvised this piano solo, and it's called The Sad Prince. are all Umar's books, or at least some of them. See the luggage? That's his luggage. See, now we start to see the pictures too, picture frames. That's all from his other space, but you also see that that's a bookshelf right there. So if we go back to this video right here, you'll see it behind him.
Strong alpha male. Send those.
See the bookshelves, the books, African artifacts, pictures, and all that stuff. Well, some of that stuff is inside of this gym. See bookshelves right there. Yeah. Well. Yeah, look way back in the back, y'all. None of this was there before. Remember, I showed you the video where his followers are in there with him. Look all the way in the background. There's all kind of stuff in the foreground too. But if you look all the way in the background, and this damage is old. If you guys look, you see how there's dust and stuff on top of where the paint is. Umar tried to play this off like this took place in 2025. This damage is really old. Years. See, there's dust on top of the books. Hit the one. For some reason, I'm seeing things so much more clear. Maybe because I got my glasses on. Shit. Y'all see this? Look at how the books, they have dust on top of the books. Hit the one. Cookie Crush Chat's undefeated. We broke records today. We got up to 800 people, 1,800 people. I think the record was 1,600 from COVID days. So thanks everyone for tuning on in. I appreciate it. One of these days, we're going to get 2,000. But if you look at the books, you'll see they're covered in dirt. And then you see a thick film of dirt and dust. Really what it is dust on the ground. You guys see this? And it covers the areas too where there is paint. If you look at the paint, look at that. There's all kinds of dust on top of this paint. The point is, Umar, he's trying to act like this took place in 2025, like what, about a month ago or whatever it was. No, this is old. He's just showing it now. And there's all kind of stuff up in here. Okay, there are some desks, okay, and these are desks that he's probably pulled from the different classrooms. Okay, no organization skills. Even as a man, real quick, I don't mean to belabor this because we got a whole lot to get into, but even as a man, why would you show this? You should clean this up. So, and really, he showed it because he wants to get more donations, and he's always trying to finagle situations in order to manipulate you donors to sending him more money. Look way back in the background. That's trash and filth. And I don't even, it's just crazy. Stacked all the way up the wall, halfway up the yellow part of that wall. None of that was there before. Yeah, this is wild. Computer speakers, old computer speakers. See pictures? That picture right there was probably in his apartment. It's highly likely, right? Baseball caps, that's all Umar stuff. Look, there's the shoes. Okay, RBG, red, black, and green shoe. Yeah, it's all kind of stuff. Personal stuff. Luggage. This is Umar's clothes right here. This is all his clothes. He tried to say these are for the kids. No, this is Umar clothes in trash bags. Lanae talked about that a lot of stuff inside of his mama's house, Umar's mama's house, it's just inside of trash bags. In fact, if we go back to the other video where Umar flipped the phone when he was in his mama's house, I believe there was trash bags in there too. Let's take a look real quick, shall we?
The 78-year-old lady living inside there at the time when they were burning it down, and she said, Dr. Umar, but you keep doing your thing, Dr. Umar. You definitely got a lot of good followers out here, good people.
Appreciate you, my brother. I appreciate you. All right, now be blessed.
See the trash bags? There's a teal one. There's also a black one over there. It looks like two of them over in the corner. And people think he's gonna open up a school. He's not in the right mind to open up anything. Not to mention he doesn't have the temperament to be dealing with children, and he's unhinged. He has no self-control, no emotional discipline whatsoever. I should really turn that into song. Living in your mama's closet. Why you living in your mama's closet? What you gonna do tomorrow? 50 years old, living in your mama's closet. Why you living in your mama's closet? Cookie Crush chat, help me. What we gonna do with FDMG? Living in your mom's closet. All right.
Who we got next tapping in? Who we got?
Yeah, that might be Hair Dog, because Lanae was saying that the bathroom is all spattered with hair dye. Well, we do know this though. There's some potatoes in there. Umar, why you got a bag of potato? That's how my wife's her grandmama, rest in peace, she used to say potatoes. She said potatoes. Umar, why you got a bag of potatoes inside of your mama closet, bro? Come on. Next to an Egyptian book. Come on, man. We got to do better, family. We have to we must do better. It's just not right. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that. Get these potatoes, the potatoes. Potato Tunde, okay? We need the potatoes. Anyway, when we have Lanae on, I'm gonna ask her, did she see some potatoes inside there? But you know, all right. Potatoes in mama closet. Why you got potatoes in mama closet? Come on now. It's just not right. All right. You probably have pajama mamas in there too with the freak off, because your mama said that you be dealing with these women. Your nephew verified it because she said you been having these women up in there in your mama closet with the potatoes. It's the pajama mamas. Listen, Umar is the only person I ever known in my life that be having women up in there with the pajama mama inside her mama closet with the potatoes. Oh boy, that's wild. Man, we have to do better, family. We all have to do better. We all do, all of us. He had the pajama mama in there making them potato. He had that pajama mama making them potato in the closet because he bought a Bunsen burner. All right, that's enough. He used that oil. He used that oil right there to put on the potato. The other bottle next to it is that white sauce. That's what that is. They put on top of the potato when they be. All right. That's wild. Anyway, let's do this. We're gonna get back to it. Anyway, okay. That's gonna be on the FDMG. He's gonna be on the FDMG menu. When Umar open up his black vegan sports bar, he gonna have closet potatoes. You can either get the closet potatoes or you can get the translated potato tots. The translated potato tots, family. All right. Well, that was wild. That live stream. That was a classic. Cook Crush was on fire. That was years ago. We were doing the menu for the Black Vegan Sports Bar. Somebody said, I remember it to this day. They said transatlantic tater tots. I said, what? All right, we ain't been the same since. All right. The Tubman tater skins. Everything gonna be made by potatoes. And Umar's Black Vegan Sports Bar. And even potato salad. Okay? Everything potatoes. They're gonna make the moonshine with the potatoes. All right. Yeah, Fixer. That was it. After that, we've never been the same because we were serious. You all remember. We were so serious back then. Yeah, we had a whole menu. Nothing but green beans and closet potatoes. All right, we done got blown up. Nothing but green beans and closet potatoes. Boy, the Cookie Crush chat is undefeated. Boy, that's wild. What's up, Creole? The Creole's in the building. Swag old Nito is a fake. Kim and Domo, the homie from back in the day. What's up, Joshua? Whew, boy. Yeah, that was MLK Burgers and Marcus Garvey GMO sandwiches. All right, let's get back on course here because a lot of these Umar falls, they mad, right? Don't be mad. We can goof off sometime. We have a good time. Sydney Poitier, potatoes. Yeah, TD man, this is crazy. There's a hog balls. It gotta have potato though. Oh, James, you gotta have potatoes. So the Nat Turner flapjack potato. It'd be made out of potato because you can make flapjacks out of potatoes too. All right, let's get back to it. You get some Colin Powell potato. Okay, here we go. Let's get back on track. Here we go. See the picture frames? Yeah, my editing, I know what I'm doing here. You see all the dust? This is old. All of this is old. Yeah, man.
Yes, indeed, y'all. We inside the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. I'm doing a tour with E5 FDMG, get them donations in, you know what I'm saying? That's what we doing. Donate. Yes, sir, we need them donations, black family. Let's get it poppin'.
Yeah, man. And it's self-exposed.
Family.
I mean, Umar gets mad, but see, I can back everything up with receipts. And I'm fair with Umar. I don't even know what that is right there. It looked like a jellyfish in a bag or something. What in the world? Y'all see that bag on top of that box? Umar got old bills and shit. He got bills in here sitting in it. You see that right there? What is that? I'm intrigued.
Get them donations in. You know what I'm saying?
I don't mean to do this, but I'm just really intrigued because I can see it a lot clearer for some reason with my glasses on. That's what it is. Donate. What is that? Anyone got any idea? It looks like it's in a baggie. It's a white bag, and it's some. I don't know. It looks like a Swisher pack. I don't know. I don't know what that is. But I'm intrigued. I really am. One of these days I'm gonna watch frame by frame and see what I can see. Somebody Kim said he got floppy disks. You probably do know Umar. All right, let's get back on track here. We're at 2 hours in. We covered about a minute of the video, but that's how we do the cook. We're gonna take our time. Let me get to these super chats real quick, and we may even break the record for super chats at this pace. Thank you guys so much. Okay, this is from Andre. This is from earlier when Umar was gambling. Thank you so much. I got that one. Again, if anyone has that, I couldn't find it. I look forward to today. If you have the 2024 tax forms with the IRS with its nonprofit status, if you can email it to me at LenonHonor at yahoo.com. Or if you see this video in the future and you have seen that document, email it to me. I'll keep looking. I just couldn't find it today. Okay. Yeah, I got that one too. Thank you so much, Marlon. The black platform. Yeah, we did that one as well. Let me just see some. Okay. Yeah, we got this one too. We're probably closer to 1,000 likes now. That will be close to a record too. Let me see here. Let me see. Yeah. How is he still claiming Frederick Douglass debunked years ago by his family and the Douglass family and the DNA test? Right, the DNA test proves it too. You can't. There's no way that you can get around that. That's official. court cases are won and lost with DNA. I mean, criminals are exonerated, or people are exonerated or they're convicted because of DNA evidence. I'm into that kind of stuff. I watch those shows. So yeah, Umar Johnson, he knows that too, because he knows what his daddy posted. I don't know if he saw the video that his daddy posted. He took it down though. Wish I had that video. That's one of my regrets over the years, that I didn't capture that video at that time. He took it down shortly after he posted it, but I do have the screenshot of his Facebook page, Jamal Johnson's Facebook page. And Jamal Johnson has taken everything down, all the social media, after his granddaughter, Umar Johnson's daughter, came out and exposed Umar as a deadbeat, which I told people a long time ago. So the point being is that it's been debunked on many different levels, and Umar still continues with the lie to this day. And Jamal does too. And so it shows a lack of character. Okay, Jay Civic also, and thanks SH Play for super chat. Jay Civic says, I see Umar outside the school more than inside the school. Yeah, this is customary. This is something that we've all gotten used to. Hit the one. So you would think that after 6 years and 4 months, that Umar, 5 months, 6 years and 5 months, that Umar would at least have an office set up there. There's no excuse for that. I mean, if you're about the business, okay, and you young men understand this, that it's about the business. You handle business. The earlier in your life, the better. See, I didn't handle business early in life. Okay. See, that's why I'm in a situation now where, you know, I mean, I make good money. Okay, don't get it twisted. I'm very thankful. But basically, I'm doing a part-time and a full-time job. But I do what I got to do for my family. Right. But if you handle business early on, you won't have to be in that type of situation. I'm not complaining. I'm blessed. Family's blessed. Okay. I'm grateful. I'm thankful for the Cookie Crash chat too. Y'all like family too. We've been on this for a long time. I appreciate each and every one. I kid you not. And you Umar Johnson followers who were in here. I don't hate y'all. Y'all can hate me if you want to. See? But I'm not going to go low. I go high. And I don't have to turn the heat down to do it either. Amen. So it's customary for Umar, after all these years, to be outside. Why? Why would he be outside after 6 years and 5 months? He always out. Rarely do we see him inside these trap bandos. In fact, we didn't even see that gym that he shows here. I'm just going to pull it up. I'll let it play, but I'll talk over it. And I'll mute it too while I have it up here. Y'all understand, Umar hadn't even shown this gym with all this filth and stuff in here. He hadn't shown this for over a half a decade. He didn't show the inside of this gym. I want y'all to think about that. See, it's possible that all this damage was done 4 or 5 years ago. It's possible. But see, Umar doesn't show the inside. He doesn't show anything on that side of the street for over a half a decade. He hasn't done anything over there in half a decade. Actually, 6 years and 5 months. 6 years. Yeah, 6 years and 5 months. But the point is, you would think that after 6 years and 5 months, he would have set up an office. Jay Civic, you've raised from 2019 to 2023, $1.6 million based upon IRS filings. We're not counting 2024, 2025, 2014, 15, 16, 17, or 18. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 2024, 6 years, 6.5 years, basically. It's actually 6 years and 5 months. We're not, no, it's 6 years. Let's say it's 6 years, because it's going to be about 6 years, because he didn't start raising money for St. Paul's College until the spring of 2014. So it's actually 6 years and three months. Okay. Jay Civic, you raised all that money. We're not counting those 6 years. We're just eliminating those 6 years. We're just talking about 2019, 2020. After you purchase these trap bandos, just follow me here, okay? You purchased trap bandos for $425,000 allegedly in 2019, but you have over $500,000 left over. So that means that at that time you had already raised over $900,000. And then you add up 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. And it comes out to about $1,623,023, something to that effect. 23, let's say $1.6 million. Umar's still telling people he ain't raised $1 million. We're not even counting those other 6 years. But you have all that money that you raised, Jay Civic, my best estimate, $2.6 million. And you've been sitting on these abandoned buildings and you always outside. Wouldn't y'all think Umar Johnson followers. I love y'all. This ain't nothing wrong. Hey, listen, I ain't got no problem with not one of y'all. I don't. I really don't. Okay. If you all had that scenario play out and you don't raise $2.7 million, that my lowball estimate, but just based upon IRS filings, $1.6 million, not counting 6 years of collecting donations over the last, we're just counting 5 out of the 6 years. Wouldn't you at least at this point have an office set up? I'll wait. Is there anyone in the Cookie Crush chat that can justify why it is that a grown-ass man who's now 50 does not have an office set up in one of these abandoned buildings? There's 3 of them. He says 4. That he doesn't have an office set up where he has a bookshelf, where he has his degrees on the wall, where he has proper lighting and ventilation, where he has an office desk and a nice office chair, okay, where he has a couch in there if people want to come through, where he has pictures on the wall of Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey and Mahalia Jackson and Tito Jackson and Michael and Kunta Kinte and S.H. Play and Lanae and Pierre Land, of course. Sequoia too. All right. Can anyone justify that? He's not handling the business. He over in Africa, though. He traveling all around the world off of donors' money. He's gambling y'all money. He's betting on this and betting on that. Speaking at chicken shacks. Reciting Tupac, titty tat tat. My thing is this. Trying to be a Mac. Eating fat back. I'm just playing. Anyway, there's no justification for that. That rhymed too. No justification for that. So Jay Civic, you would have had that done as a man handling business. I would have had that done with millions of dollars just as a man handling, because the optics of it. And get your RBG flag if that's what you want, Umar. You know what I'm saying? Get you a nice little refrigerator back over there that you can put your cheesecake in and your Seagrams, right? And get your get up there every single day and show and prove that you're serious about opening up a school. No, you want to sit out here like a bum, like a hobo, and beg for money. Yeah, he outside the school more than he inside the school. And there's a reason for that, okay? Because the inside looks horrible, and he knows it. And he knows we're going to clown him. Because he used to be, back in the day, he used to be in them, he'd be in there often. Y'all remember Cookie Crush Chat? But we used to clown the shit out of him. Now he don't even want to show it. Or when he do, he'd be running through real quick. Because the proof is in the pudding. He don't handle business. Thanks to the JCSU. Boy, this chat room is wild. Smitty Boy said, filth, bed bug, Tunde Maestro. Yeah, there's no way. I want to say one other thing on this filth situation. I don't mean to say it that way. I really don't, because I don't like it. I really don't. Why is this battery going out? I just changed this battery this month. This battery's okay. Let me change this battery right quick. I want to make a point based on what Smitty Boy is bringing up here. And so that I don't forget, I want to bring up, if you guys remember when Umar was selling baby clothes, hit the one. So Umar, he was always trying to sell something. Try to get money out of you people, out of black people. And he was selling baby clothes. It was like onesies. Y'all remember the onesies? Okay, I done raised some kids. My wife and I, we have 5 babies. Well, they're not babies anymore, but we have 5 children. Thank the Lord. But Umar was trying to sell onesies. Ifa Tunde onesies. I don't even remember what it said on there. Probably some Africa, something like that. Kunta Kinte, I don't know. But he was trying to sell them. And it occurred to me in my mind that these clothes that he was selling, they were wrapped up in these little plastic baggy types things. And it occurred to me that Umar, who was a hoarder and who's living in filth, it occurred to me that it's not sanitary. Umar doesn't live a sanitary life. He's filthy. And in my mind, it infuriated me because babies, their skin is very sensitive. If you guys know what I'm talking about, hit the one. Very sensitive. And as a man, I said this yesterday to Umar Johnson's nephew. We had him on as interview guest, that it's about the preservation of life. That's part of our job as a man. You keep your children safe. You keep the baby safe. And I don't care if it's my kids or somebody else's kids. I'm going to help if I can. That's just how I am. If it's a woman, if I can help, I'm going to do my best to help. Now, if it's a man, I can think about it. Okay. Why would Umar, he's all talk and alpha male this and alpha male that, why are you trying to sell onesies and you living in filth? Listen, is it possible that some of that stuff was stored in places that it shouldn't have been? Because again, baby skins are very sensitive. And who knows what's the fabric's been exposed to, smells, insects, bugs, ain't no telling. Again, this is how Umar was living.
Dr. Umar, but you keep doing Umar, you definitely got a lot of good followers out here. Good people.
Appreciate you, my brother. I appreciate you. All right, now be blessed.
Look at this. For all we know, he could have had onesies up in here trying to hustle. No. Nope. That infuriated me back in the day. I was infuriated by that. Thanks, Smitty Boy, for let me do these on the real quick. What's up, Black Anonymous? Says at least he could have done is clean up the place, to clean the place up. Yeah. But it doesn't register to Umar because he's used to living in filth. He's a hoarder. So the idea, see, for instance, a normal human being, if you walk into a place and it's filthy, you're going to say this place is filthy, right? That's how I am. I'll say, okay. There's times, if the children got done eating and there's stuff like on the counter and stuff, we got this big counter thing and the island thing. Some of y'all seen it in the past videos. It's real nice too. I live stream in here because I want everybody else to be able to be free and have the rest of the house. That's the thing. I don't really have my own space. Everyone else, that's their space. I'll come and live stream in here, but I don't have mine. One day, okay. What I mean by that is I don't have a space that I say, okay, this is my space. So everything belongs to my wife and my kids. Okay, I just come live stream in here when I can. So if I go down there and there's stuff like on the counters that shouldn't be there, I'll just go and I'll just start right away putting stuff away because I don't even like to see it. I don't even like to see it. If the seasoning is sitting over here, there's another seasoning sitting on the island, and if they're using it, I'll just go like this and scoot them all together so they're all right together. That's just me, okay? But it's because I recognize things. I recognize that things are in disorder. Okay, and people could say, yeah, well, maybe you're one of those people that. It's a compulsive thing where you want to have things, organized. Yeah, I think so to a degree. But I'm a minimalist too. I like to see things. I don't like to see stuff all scattered all over the place. But see, there's a different state of mind associated with that. Like I said, I'll take a shower before this live stream. I'm gonna take one after. Take one this morning. That'd be 3 showers a day. Okay, is it unreasonable? Probably, but that's just how I am. But part of it too is that I recognize when I see things that shouldn't be there. If stuff needs to be thrown away, stuff needs to be organized, I'll just go right to it. Not much complaining about it either. But see, the difference is it doesn't register in Umar's mind that things are all over the place and things are filthy because in his mind, he's a hoarder. It just doesn't register in the first place. He's used to it. See, Black Anonymous, you remember back in 2019 when he was showing these abandoned buildings, no lights, nothing. They're walking through, they're stepping on stuff. There's trash all over the place, the stuff hanging out the ceiling. Had the women up in there and they had their cell phones with lights on them walking through. Why would he do that? Well, it doesn't even register to Umar that it's filthy and that it's unhealthy and it's unsafe. Okay, it doesn't even register to Umar. That's a problem in and of itself. So why would people think that somehow they're going to extend and have their children in the care of Umar? He can't even keep his mama closet clean. He don't care. It don't even register. That's a problem in and of itself. Thanks, Black Anonymous. Shout out to Black Anonymous too. OG right here. Okay, OG 3 times. Okay, according to Umar. All right. Andrea says, did y'all hear the store clerk ask Umar about gin after he ordered water and orange juice? The clerk said no gin today. Umar responded, maybe later. No, I haven't seen that. Maybe you said it's towards the end. Clerk said store clerk Umar got gin and he ordered the clerk. Yeah, no, you didn't say it's towards the end. But it's Okay, we'll see, because I haven't watched the video yet. We'll get to it today. I wouldn't be surprised. Not at all. And in fact, I think James mentioned that in the email that he sent me yesterday. It might have been today, but we'll get to it today. We're gonna get to the video today. I know we got blowed off, but it's all good. Thanks, Andrea. Fairchild says, Lenon, can you play the dirge at at my funeral? No. Okay, we ain't gonna be talking about no funeral or nothing like that. Okay, you're gonna be here a long time. Don't worry about it. Okay, we ain't gonna be talking about that right now. Thanks, Fairchild. That's the homie too, right there. I appreciate you, bro. Ike says, Connect 4 on the floor, in the gym. Yeah, that was Connect 4 in there. That probably was Umar. He probably had that in Mama closet. He been there playing Connect 4 with a potato. Umar be playing Connect 4 eating potato. Raw. Okay, thanks, Ike. Brian says, Mama Claus's song going platinum. I really could turn it into a song. I could. I just don't be having time. That's why I look forward to the day when I have some time where I can actually work on music and stuff. I have the equipment to do it, but my sons, they the ones that be using it more than I do. Thanks, Brian Tisdale, for the super chat. I appreciate you, bro. James, shout out to James, says, Lenon, good. God is good. I just completed my PhD. All that is left is the publishing of my manuscript. I am truly blessed and would like to talk to Dr. Umar. He needs prayer and guidance. Congratulations to James. Let's congratulate James, because he was talking about he was pursuing his PhD, and we always celebrate success here in the Cookie Crush chat. So shout out to James. That's a life accomplishment. Not very few people get to that point. Some of us will get a bachelor, some of us will get a master's, but very few people get to the PhD level. So congratulations to you and your family, for that matter. So we want everyone, if you guys can congratulate James. And I know that's a whole lot of hard work, but the hard work pays off. You handle business. All right. Congratulations. And you're right, Umar, he needs a prayer, and he does need guidance. The thing is that on a spiritual level, he's on some other stuff. He has a lot of darkness in him. And it's going to be evident, I'm sure, as we get to this, really get into this video for today. The other thing, though, is that guidance is difficult for Umar. And that's one of the reasons why he's tricked off his, I apologize for saying tricked off, but that's just how we used to talk back in the day. That's the reason why he's thrown away his career as a school psychologist, because he would not concede to anyone. He would not take proper guidance. He would not take direction from people who would have been considered to be far more progressed, far more intelligent, far more up the ladder, as it were. That makes sense to people. And they were trying to give Umar guidance. He actually tells stories about this. Okay, and I've talked about this in the past. Umar be self-snitching all the time. But he does not take guidance. And part of it is because Umar, he has a God complex. He believes that he's the Messiah and that no one can tell him anything. Lanae talked about that too. No one can tell him anything, including dealing with FDMG. No one can tell him anything. See, so it's difficult, because, and there have been times where I've prayed for Umar. There have been times I've prayed for his daughter more recently. I've been praying for her. But he's just darkness, a lot of darkness in him. And then even if you were able to talk to Umar, or I would be able, if I was able to talk to Umar and give him guidance, he wouldn't take it because of the narcissism. His ego is so huge. He can't take guidance. He can't take instruction. You know, he can't take constructive criticism. I've given constructive criticism. I know I clown him too, but I've given him a lot of constructive criticism that any other man in Umar's situation, if they were receptive to proper guidance, they would have taken it and it improved their lives, but not Umar. See, and then here you are, James, you've improved your life. This is part of the process for you. Congratulations, PhD, right? Some of you guys in the chat room over the years, you've made progress. I know I have, thank the Lord, but we've all made progressions in life. Sometimes we fail, I get it. You know, I probably failed more than, I ain't gonna say I failed more than Umar, but I failed a lot in life, probably more than your average person. I can admit that, right? But I've taken guidance, I've taken inspiration, I've taken constructive criticism too. Umar doesn't do that. See, and that's the other thing, James. It's amazing to me because you have people who've had PhDs who tried to help Umar. You guys know that? You've had people in the Black conscious community who were considered to be like the elders in the Black conscious community who tried to help Umar. Dr. Valentine, what's the other brother? Because we covered him recently. I can't think of his name right now because we covered him recently. He's out there in New York. tried to help Umar too, but Umar won't take guidance. And that's a big problem because he doesn't know what he's doing. He's lost. He can't even shop properly. Remember, I showed the video recently. Well, y'all wait till what I drop tomorrow. Okay, I have a video that's already exported, and I'll have that for everyone to check out tomorrow. I won't be live streaming, but I'll have that uploaded tomorrow. Okay, he doesn't take guidance. He doesn't, and he never has, because he believes that he's the Messiah, and no one can tell him anything. Let me see if anyone. There's an elder. Yeah, James. Thank you, Atomic Reflection. His name is Dr. James Smalls. Tried to help Umar get him on track with this school. But see, James Small hadn't done, no disrespect, but a lot of these individuals, they haven't researched Umar far enough because they got all the stuff that they got going on in their life. They ain't got time to deal with Umar. They didn't know that Umar is a scam artist and that this FDMG thing is just nothing more than a money grab, and it has been. It's also a money pit, and it has been. It continues to be to this day. I don't mean to belabor this, but the point is, congratulations, James. This is another example that we can improve our situation. Then we can take James as an example and then look at Umar and just compare. We can't say, no one can say, including you Umar Johnson followers, you can't say that Umar has improved his life. He got women coming out speaking, and that for years now, but more and more people coming out, including his nephew, his own nephew coming out to speak out against him. That's because he's been living foul. He hasn't taken the time to take the guidance, right? To take the constructive criticism, including constructive criticism that I've offered him, including elders in the Black conscious space that have all, but his narcissism and his ego is so great, he won't take it. And so as a consequence, his life continues to just more and more chaos, more and more chaos, more and more mess. He's messy, just like his mama's closet, right? Yeah, congratulations to James. All right, that's an awesome accomplishment. All right, thanks for super chat as well, sir. Gotta say sir now. Doctor, I'll say doctor. How about that? All right, doctor. All right. Thank you again and congratulations. Carl says Harriet Tubman hotcakes. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, I still have the graphics. Someone sent me a whole graphic of the menu. Thank you, Kiara, for the super chat. Ike says those potatoes are tied up like some. No. It do look like that too. Okay. But it looks like it's potato. That's what it looked like to me. Here's one more time. I'll just put it on the screen. Okay, it looks like potato. All right, and then that there's a little bag, like a bag. It's like a plastic bag with a red tie on the top. That actually looks like tea, like a bag full of tea. All right. Okay. Thanks, Ike. Thanks, Kiara. Thanks, Dr. James Kelly. Daxter said, "Keep doing what you're doing. Peace." Thank you so much, Daxter. I appreciate that. The informant says, I emailed to 2024. Take a look whenever. Okay, I'll go check that out as we play this video. Thank you so much, the informant media. Perry says, Jean Jack Dessalines, John Jock Dessalines, all great. All right. You guys get creative with it. Thank you, Perry, with the old picture of Shaq. Okay, one of my favorite basketball players back in the day, especially when he was on Orlando Magic. Actually, I followed him when he was in college too, because he was at LSU. He used to dominate even back then. But once he became a Laker, it was on. Okay, I'm a Laker fan to this day. Thanks, Perry. I appreciate it. Brian says, if cleanliness is next to godliness, and Umar is a no, I shouldn't laugh at that. I should laugh at that, but it's funny. Yeah, he's not clean. He's not. It's just not in him. I think it's a psychological issue, and also think that part of Umar's problem is that the amount of money that his followers have sent him, in his own mind, it's just like a stream of income. It's not even income, because it's ill-gotten gains. It's under false pretense. But if you guys can imagine all that money coming in, millions of dollars at this point over the last 11 years, and you don't really have to do anything. You know, it's not like he's working every day for 15 hours, 16 hours that justifies this amount of money coming in. At a certain point, it's not going to matter to Umar. And I think that's been a long time ago, that it doesn't matter, how much money is coming in. But if you have that money, you're going to be spending, and you're going to buy things, and you're going to buy things, frivolous stuff, this here, this there, knickknacks here. Lanae talked about this with Umar. He'll buy knives and this type of thing. You guys remember he did that meme. He took it down because he took a lot of that stuff down, but I have screenshots of all of it. Where he put the potato head and it was holding a knife. Okay, I think it has something to do with how Umar perceives knives. And Lanae talked about how he's a knife collector and how he was stabbing balloons when he got mad at Lanae. Okay. So the point that I'm getting at with Umar is, as he's collected all these things, he's buying things. She talks about he'll buy something in a whole, what did she say? Something like there were 16 or 12 sink stoppers. Like, why do you have 12 sink stoppers when there's just one sink? And it could have been less than that, could be more than that. So that's what comes in my 12. But again, that's because the money's coming in and he just spends it. He spends it, and he spends it, right? So the point being is that if you have that type of mentality with other people's money, he has no skin in the game, so he's not losing anything. He's going to continue to accumulate more and more things, and it just compacts itself, compiles itself, compacts itself over time, and then stuff becomes unclean. And that's what we see with Umar. Okay, he's a hoarder. Thanks, Brian, for the super chat. Lori says, do you guys think all that support text he's posting are real or AI? Umar's writing that. And I can tell, I've studied Umar for years now. I can tell Umar's, I'm not saying all of it, but most of the stuff that Umar has been posting in terms of text messages allegedly that he's received, in my opinion, since Lanae spilled, basically exposed Umar like no one has exposed Umar before. Okay, Conscious Stripper did too, but what Lanae shared, I mean, that, a matter of fact, I'm going to repost her interview, her second interview, but edit out all the stuff on the front end where I'm talking before she comes on, and I'm going to repost that. Right. And then I'll tell people you have any follow-up questions, go and ask below, and that'll prepare us for next week. Right. The point is that Umar, he's in desperation mode. He's in crisis mode. So he's fabricating text messages that he's posting, and he's replying to those same text messages. And Umar, he has a history of that. And I can tell because of how it's being written. I've studied Umar. The terminology that he's using, how, because he's not the best writer. He hasn't been. I've noticed this with Umar. That's Umar writing. I'm not saying all of it, but when he's doing that, that's just damage control on his part. So yeah, I don't think that those texts, all of the texts that he's receiving, are actual texts from other people who's providing him with support. I believe, in my opinion, that some of that is him doing that because he wants to paint a narrative that he's receiving all the support in this time of crisis. See? Yeah. I think he stays in Fantasyland, peace and show me love. Yeah, he does. He really does. He's delusional. He paints a narrative. He's a master manipulator, and he'll create text this way in order to manipulate his followings to think one way about a situation when that's not exactly what the situation is. That's Umar. Excuse me, I gotta give me something to drink. Thanks, Lori, for the super chat. I appreciate you. And then user 225 says, can we continue? Yeah, let's go. Okay, I apologize. We got blown off. We may break the record for super chats too. We've already broken the record for numbers of people in the live stream, at least earlier on. A lot of those were Umar followers. They don't left by now, but that's okay. Thank you all again for tuning on in. The poll question real quick is there's 2,160 votes. That's a record right there. Has Umar Johnson hit rock bottom? 61% said yes, 39% said no. Make sure you get your vote in. And then let me just check to see where we're at with the likes. We're over 1,000 likes. Yeah, and it doesn't show exactly how many. It just says 1,000. Okay, we'll probably break that record too, because I think it was 1,000 before, or close to 1,000. So we're breaking records today. We got some time too. We're gonna be here for a little while. Okay, thank you all again. Cooker Chats Undefeated. Okay, hope y'all enjoying the show. I appreciate all y'all. Okay, let's continue here with Umar's most recent rant. Here we go.
You have it. Don't worry. I'm always here. Okay. But once we open up.
No. You're not always there, Umar. You were gone for a month. You're rarely up here these days, and you're about to go to Africa. Matter of fact, someone said that he's already left for Africa. Okay, what you should do is be up here and get this grass cut, get these shrubberies trimmed down, the trees trimmed down. It's filthy. I don't get it. I mean, what kind of man? I don't mean to be like that, but you men up in here, you know doggone well, we're not gonna let stuff get like that. People are giving this guy millions of dollars. I don't get that, potato. Hashtag potato. I don't get that. A real man would be up there every day, not traveling to Africa for what? To crunch cookies? You real man know doggone well. And some of you women, if you into getting out to do a manual labor, I ain't gonna hold you. You know doggone well you would be out there getting stuff would be looking nice. I told Umar a long time ago, constructed crib, what you should have done, quote unquote, big papa, with your big papa ass. What you should have done is buy yourself one of them sit-in lawnmowers painted red, black, and green. And at once a week, just roll through there, live stream that. People be like, yeah, Umar Johnson, but yeah, all he doing is yeah, but that's all. and keep it nice. And then get out there with a weed whacker, get the edges, get out there with the things I used to have, I can't remember what they call it, and cut the little branches off and all that. I used to love doing that stuff. I don't do it now. I had a garden and all that stuff with my wife. Show and prove. But not Umar. He's sitting out here on the bench right before he goes to Africa. He on perpetual vacation, talking about I'm always up here. You ain't always up there. Cut it out. You just got back from a trip for a month. You was gone for a month, right? Hit the one. You ain't always up there. You rarely up there. The only reason why you're up there is because you're in crisis. You need your supporters to support you, and then you're gonna beg for money. So you can go to Africa. And you have money when you go to Africa. He be lying.
And we do the grand opening, which I'm hoping will be before this year ends.
This motherfucker. Boy, I tell you, I'm tired of it. So tired of this. Here we go. If I was downstairs, I got up and walked around. Here we go. I'm hoping we can do it this year. What are you talking about? You already said it's going to do. Did you change the date to 2026? You said it was supposed to happen September of 2025. You said it was going to happen January of 2025, February of 2025. You said that back in 2024. In 2010, you said it was going to open in September September 11, 2000. What did he say? 2013? Was it 2013? Well, this guy, he getting on my nerves. Listen, I'm sorry. That's all I can say. He getting on my nerves now. Yeah, y'all, Umar would get on your nerves with this. I'm so tired of this. He'd be changed. It's like another date change. Here you go. This is from January 6th of 2010. Umar Abdullah Johnson said, he says Abdullah. He says, like Paula Abdul, I used to have a crush on her back in the day. He said, January 6, 2010, Umar said promises in 2010 began laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black Boys, specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. This will be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. Grand opening September 11, 2013. Now, he even though a couple of months ago he changed it to 2026, 2026. Now he's telling this person that sometime by the end of this year. It's supposed to be opening. He said January of 2025, February of 2025. Then he said September of 2025. Now he's saying sometime this year. He's a con man. There's no way to open up. There's no way. He still has to pass and spec. He got to get children enrolled. He got to get faculty and staff and teachers. I mean, this guy, I'm saying, he out there. He someone said it earlier. He's delusional. But it's part of the con. It's part of the scam. By the way, if you all don't know, Umar stated that the children are going to have to pay $500 a month. That's an impoverished community out there. $500 a month for one child. That's low income up over. This hood up over there. Low income. Why would they do that? Why would a parent pay $500 a month to go to a school? There's no school, but why would they do that when there's schools in that area? Literally, based on my memory and just visualizing the Google Maps, about 5 blocks away, maybe 6 blocks away, where they can go to for free. Their schools look nice too. In fact, this year they built a brand new school. Was it this year or last year? It might have been last year. They built a brand new school from the ground up. It's like a STEM type of thing, like science and stuff. That's what they specialize in, and they go for free. These kids go for free. It's not too far from FDMG. It's you can walk there if you really want. I wouldn't do it because it's hooded up over there. They called it Murder Capital USA back in the day. I don't know if they still do it. Wasn't that what they called it, Black Anonymous? Murder Capital USA? When the year prior to Umar purchased these trap bandos, it was ranked 6th in the nation for violent crime per capita. Wilmington, Delaware. I think they called it Murder Capital USA, something like that. You ain't gonna catch me. I don't play that. I got some street smarts. But why would parents pay $500? Yeah, that's right. There's a prison down the street. It's a what do they call that? A supermax prison. And Umar ain't got no security up there. Ain't got no fence or nothing like that. You gonna send your kids and pay $500? Matter of fact, there's a video where Umar's outside. I kid you not. There's some bullshit. He outside, and you hear this siren going off. Hit the one. And Umar pauses and he's like, oh, such and such. And what it was it was a siren going off at the Supermax prison, which is less than a mile away, if memory serves me correctly. And it was an escape siren. Someone had escaped, so they had the siren on. Y'all remember that? Now, it'd be different if he had security. He had a fence with some barbed wire at the top. I don't know. I'm just, I don't know. Erect something to keep the kids safe if they at the school. But he ain't got none of that going on to this day. If he had a moat with alligators and shit, I don't like alligators. Crocodiles too. Because they've been around a long time. There's a reason why. Because they savage. Put some electric eels in that motherfucker. I don't build a moat. Like he said, FDMG River, when he said before, have some hippos. Hippos don't play. Y'all know that about hippos? Even the alligators, they don't be fucking with it because the hippos, boy, they super savage. Y'all think alligators, but put some of them, some electric eels, put some piranha. I don't know. And that way you can keep kids safe. Anyway, there's all right, let's keep going. It was a piranha in there, you know what I'm saying? And then on the other side of the moat, you have some lions and tigers and a couple of bears. Yeah, they big too, but they fast. They fast on the ground. People don't be messing with them hippos. And in the water, they be they quick. They be real quick. All right. Let's get going. Let's get back on track, shall we? User 225 says, "Can we could?" Yeah, I got. Yeah, we're gonna do that right now. FDMG Mermaid. No. Let's not do that. FDMG Mermaid boys. Put some of the black rambles on the roof, Umar. Okay, sniper style. All right. Thanks, user 225. What a good Chris chat is. Wow. All right, let's get back to it, everyone. we done watched like 9 minutes of the video, 3 hours in. All right, here we go.
You feel me? The only thing left for us to do. Oh man, yes sir, yes sir.
How do I?
Let me clear my.
Take my number so you have it. Number one. Don't worry. I'm always here. Okay. But once we open up and we do the grand opening, which I'm hoping will be before this year ends. Okay. You feel me? Yeah. The only thing left for us to do is to get the tiles put on the floor. And we got to get our classroom doors re-keyed. You feel me? New keys, because we ain't got the old keys. To the class.
What? Real talk. You men up in here who handle business, what he's talking about that needs to get done, you can get that done in a week with millions of dollars. So I'm saying, because he was on the Breakfast Club years ago talking about all we got to do is floors and doors. So why hasn't Umar done it? You can get that done in a week. He's a con man. And then once he gets the tile done in 2050, he's going to come up with something else. Okay, we need to get this. Watch.
Classrooms, right? So once we get the classroom doors rekeyed and the tile...
Yeah. Buck, you right. He looked like one of my cousins, bro. I said, this is my cousin right here. Yeah, you're right. It could be done in a day if he just and if he organized it properly, But yeah, you right about that. Yeah, you absolutely right about that. It could be done in a day. I'm just trying to give Umar some grace.
On the floor, we apply for a certificate of occupancy, and now it's in the city of Wilmington hands. You feel me? So this has been 6.5 years, brother. We got to school February 7th, 2019. So it's been 6.5 years. It's been hell, brother. It's been hell and high.
All right, it's been 6 years and 5 months. Again, I'm just big on timeline. Okay, that's crazy. 6 years and 5 months.
High water. It's been hell and high water, brother. Hell and high water.
Yeah, I guess, Vix, I don't know. I think that's what he's saying, is that somehow rekeyed, it means to change the locks or get new keys. I don't even get that. I really don't. It just makes no sense to me. He says he doesn't have the keys to the classrooms after 6 years. What does that mean? After 6 years and 5 months, you don't have keys to the classroom, and that's a holdup? I mean, you can just get a locksmith and they can just do all that, but you can just go and just buy some new whatchamacallit. Damn, that ain't nothing hard. You can go down, you can order that off of Home Depot. I'm so tired of this. What's the hang up, Umar? Listen, I would be embarrassed. Real talk. I'll be embarrassed as a man if I got online talking about I'm old enough school, collect millions of dollars. I'm talking about, we still got to get these locks changed. What are you talking about? You could do that. You should be able to do that yourself. How many of you men up? And I don't mean to be sexist, because you women can do it too. But in my household, when things need to get fixed, I fix. I teach my sons how to do stuff too. And I like that. I like to feel useful. That's the thing. You women, make sure your man feel useful, because if he don't, then he's gonna be. No, I like to feel useful. My wife said, can you get this up off of there? Okay, let me get up there. You don't have to do it. You can move this for me. Yeah, let me move, because it makes me feel good. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be sitting around and something need to get fixed. I'm going to fix it. So what's the holdup, Umar? You can't say that it's money. And a real man wouldn't even just get it done, and that's it. Listen, real talk. By now, Umar, you should be able to do the floors yourself. 6 years and 5 months. Just look at some YouTube tutorials. But see, Umar wasn't taught to use his hands. He's admitted that. He's admitted that. Why would you purchase these abandoned buildings? Need all kind of crazy millions of dollars in renovation work, because he only focused on 2 of those buildings so far. Still look like shit. These buildings trap bandos. But after 6 years and 5 months, listen, you could have just been on YouTube, because there's people that be what is it called? Do-it-yourself videos. I've looked at so many of that stuff learning how to change out an alternator many years ago, probably a couple of decades ago. Change out an alternator, the tire sensor. I used to hate that the tire sensors went out on one of my older cars. Hey, just look at the thing and figure out this computer stuff, tech stuff that I said, okay, there's a problem with my computer. Let me go and see if there's a solution. That's all. You can find solutions online and just follow the instructions and fix certain things, right? But not Umar. All this with millions of dollars, you should do yourself, real talk. But Umar, he has to have a hang up so he can keep collecting money. And definitely that's why he conceptualized this back in 2004. We're 20 years in. He's had these abandoned buildings for 6 years and 5. That's a long time. 6 years and 5 months. And he's talking about how we need to get the rekeyed. It doesn't make no sense. Change out the locks. If you change out the locks, you're going to get the keys to the locks. So what you need to rekey for? Anyway. Thank you, Vixen, for that question, because it just makes it. Anyway, here we go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Everything's working out. Everything's working out, brother. It's 6.5, but we.
What are you talking? Where my African hippos at, family? Umar, just train the hippos on how to get the door. Let me stop. Thanks, Bob, for being a member for 3 months. All right, let's go. I'm gonna let this play now, okay? Because we've been going crazy. Here we go.
Is to get the tiles put on the floor. And we got to get our classroom doors rekeyed. You feel me? New keys, because we ain't got the old keys to the classrooms, right? So once we get the classroom doors rekeyed and the tile on the floor, we apply for a certificate of occupancy, and now it's in the city of Wilmington hands. You feel me? So this has been 6.5.
And then at a certain point, he's going to say that they didn't get the certificate of occupancy. If he gets to that point, he'll blame, because he already said this. He's going to have to. He said this in advance. He's a con man. He already has an out. That the city's going to reject him, and then he's going to have to file a lawsuit against the city for discrimination. Okay, pay attention. He already has, and if that doesn't work as an excuse for Umar Johnson falls, he'll come up with another one. I guarantee it. He'll blame me. He'll blame the Cookie Crush chat. You said it's, Sequoia, she was in the Cookie Crush chat and she said this about me. And Edwards was in there. He said this about me. And Vic's always talking shit about me. And SH play. That's why we can't get this. That's why we couldn't get the certificate of occupancy. Watch. Pay attention. And of course, humble ones, it's your fault. Anyone today, Silver Fox, is your fault. All right. Hey, Deborah, how you doing? Thanks for tuning on in. All right. Listen, I try to stay out the chat room. We'll talk. I got to stay up out. I stay out of there most of the time. I done got blowed off today. What's up, Sharif? I got blowed off. One of my old homeboys from junior high school and high school, his name was Sharif. And people used to think we were brothers. He had a sister. She was fine. I had a crush on her so bad. I used to be like, what's up with me and you? She was older. What's up with me and you? She was like, man, then stop. That's all right. But we was like, it was more like she was a sister because he was the homie back in the day. But I used to always shoot my shot. I was probably the 9th, 10th grade, 11th grade. Yeah. Okay, baby. Are you gonna order stuff? You gonna order some food? Yeah, because I think we need some stuff for them to eat. Because I was looking, there's a whole bunch of stuff in the pantry, but I'm just talking about food. Okay, baby. Yeah, our pantry, we got a whole bunch of, but it's more like snack stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's just all, it's a gang of it, but I feel like the kids need some. Anyway, where are we at? Let's get back to it. Here we go.
Half years, brother. We got to school February 7th, 2019. So it's been 6.5 years. It's been hell, brother. It's been hell and high water. It's been.
Yeah. Godzilla Princess. I remember her name too. I ain't gonna say her name right now, but yeah, boy, she was so pretty.
Hell and high water, brother. Hell and high water. It's coming together. Yes, sir.
Yeah, she ended up going into the military too. So I saw her in the military attire, like later on in life, and I was like, I said, man, I was yes, ma'am. You know. Anyway, she was more like a sister, but I used to shoot my shot.
Yes, sir. Everything's working out. Everything's working out, brother. It's 6.5, but we didn't have to get this far. It could have took us 12.5. You feel me?
Okay, and this is like a common Umar Johnson supporter. Where he'd rather talk about this dude than eat with his family. My family's not eating right now. What are you talking about? That's the thing with Umar Johnson follows. If you're gonna say something, at least make it make sense. You know what I mean? See, but that's it's an autonomic response, meaning that there's no critical thinking, and I don't no disrespect, but that's not critical thinking skills. My children aren't eating right now. What I was saying is that our pantry is full, and I'd ask my wife to go order some more food so that the children have food, and they have food. But I'm just saying, today I just felt like they needed. I don't know, because there's a lot of snacks in there, and then there's stuff they would have to cook, but maybe something where they don't have to spend time cooking. That's all I'm saying. But you want to turn it into this because you support Umar, but it's not intelligent. Okay, dear. Okay, no disrespect. But this is what Umar Johnson, you follow. You're unwilling to deal with the facts and the receipts. So what you do is you make up false, fake narratives, just like Umar. Did I say that my children were eating right now? Did I say that? I'll wait. Did I say that? No, but you want to paint a false narrative, just like Umar paints false narratives, and you do it in defense of Umar, right? But see, that's when you get into the cult dynamic. You're not seeing reality for what it is. You're hearing things that are not there. I never said that. Something to think about, right? I know one thing, I have a family. I know one thing, I've been here from the beginning. I know one thing, that I'm an active participant in my children's life every single day from the beginning. Have I failed in different areas? Absolutely. I own it. Because that's what happens in life. We fail as men. Have I corrected things? Absolutely. Are there still things to correct? Absolutely. I know one thing, I'm not out here sexually exploiting these black women. And I'm going to assume that you're a woman. Why would you defend a man like Umar, who's out here sexually exploiting black women? Why would you defend someone like and make up fake false narratives? Why would you do that? I'm trying to help you, sis. I'm trying to help you to be safe from predators like Umar. So why would you defend him? Okay? I'm assuming, of course, that you're a woman. You see? I have a wife. Does Umar have a wife? Am I out here sexually exploiting these black women? No. You women, you safe with me. I'm not up here to try to crush your. No, it doesn't even make no sense. Why would I even be thinking like that at my age? That's crazy. But Umar's out here at the age of 50. Living foul like a male hoe, and y'all want to defend him, making up fake narratives just like Umar does. He makes up fake narratives. Okay. Now, I just want to say one last thing on this. You notice I'm not disrespecting this person. Okay, their comment is disrespectful towards me, but you go low, I go high, and I break it down step by step by step. I don't get ultra emotional. I don't start yelling and screaming and cursing you out and calling you out your name like Umar does. I'm not going to paint a false narrative about you. Again, I am assuming that you are a woman. I could be wrong about that. But even if you're a man, that's problematic too. Okay. But the point is that Umar does not engage his own audience with that same level of respect. And yet you're defending him. All right, something to think about. All right, let's get back to it. Here we go.
Yeah. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful to the Almighty for where we at, bro. And we just gonna keep on pushing.
I'm definitely telling my daughter because every time I walk her past it,
yes, sir.
Always asking questions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So now I can finally get
yes, sir. Yes, sir. For sure. For sure. No doubt, brother.
He ain't listening to that guy. He's saying, yes, sir. That's like what Umar be saying. What is he be saying? Powerful, powerful.
I appreciate you. Appreciate you, man.
All right, brother. You enjoy.
You too now. You too. No doubt. You good. You good. You good. You good.
I wish my internet connection was better.
So let me get back to this. All
right, here we go. We get into it.
The first week of March, my travels took me to Sweden. I was in Sweden, Stockholm, Sweden. And as y'all know, while I was in Stockholm, Sweden, my daughter, baby Smurf.
Oh, no, don't do this, Umar. Don't do this. Oh, man. He gonna disparage his daughter like his daddy disparaging him. I got a video that's gonna drop tomorrow. You guys will see it. You'll see what I mean. Okay? Don't do this, Umar. And he's gonna call her baby Smurf, and she's dealing with the mental health crisis, talking about she wants to unalive herself. Umar, don't do this. What kind of father? And you got followers up here painting false narratives to defend Umar. That's wild to me. That's so wild. Meanwhile, I'm here in my children's life every single day. When things come up, I do my best to figure out ways to find solutions for whatever my children may be dealing with. Umar's not doing that. He's actually, did you guys know, because she was interviewed, and I can't remember what the YouTube page is. She was interviewed, and they've been releasing segments of it over the last couple of days. And one of the things that his daughter was talking, she was saying, it's so sad that she had never been admitted to a mental facility until after Umar went on those rants. Remember, we covered those rants. There was an initial video where he was issuing threats. He was disparaging his daughter. And then there were two other videos where he's sitting inside of his mama's closet with the belt, with the WWE, WWF belt on. And it just goes to show you that Umar, he's careless. He doesn't care, and he's so vindictive that he would attack his own daughter online, and what, as a result, as she explains, she actually started to have certain types of thoughts. You guys catch my drift? And then she was institutionalized as a result. That's Umar. And then here we are, right here. He's going to do it again. Yeah, I don't get that at all. I really don't.
She decided to quote unquote expose me while I was in Stockholm, Sweden. While I was in Stockholm, Sweden, the woman who I contracted with to care for my mother turned out to be a demon in disguise and is now one of my top haters and detractors.
Okay, he's talking about Lanae. Just to be clear, he's talking about Lanae here.
So I just think it's very fortuitous that Stockholm, Sweden, and shout out to all my Stockholm, Sweden Africans. Thanks to all my Stockholm, Sweden Africans.
Yeah. This is part of the manipulation. He's a master manipulator. He's using the term contracted. Okay, but if memory serves me correctly, she wasn't contracted. I don't know if Lanae's here, but did she ever say she signed a contract? Maybe she did. I don't remember her saying that. This is something, if someone reminds me, because we're going to have her on next week to do another follow-up interview. If someone reminds me in the chat room to ask Lanae, did she sign any contract to be, to take care of Umar's mother? I don't remember her saying that. Yeah, he is. He's even the terminology, Chief Peanut, the terminology that he's using. And shout out to New Orleans. The terminology that he's using, that's his way of painting a narrative. So he's probably setting up something else that he's going to say later on. That's probably what he's doing right here. Okay. Yeah, he do. He lies so much. He's a master manipulator.
I just find it interesting that my daughter and this Kansas City hood rat.
Okay, so she's a hood rat, but why would you bring this so-called hood rat to Philadelphia and then have these sexual experiences that she talked about? And then after about, let me see, Because see, we're gonna get with the timeline here, because I already know Umar, he's gonna be lying about this woman and dealing with this timeline. Lanae first texted Umar March 21st of 2023. She organized an event for Umar on December 3rd of 2023. He comes out to that event. He was trying to get her to come to the hotel room then. She just wasn't down with that. But what happens is that they continue to communicate. And so that by the time we get to March 6th of 2024, she starts an intimate relationship with Umar. So March 6th of 2024, she goes out to Philadelphia. They engage in an intimate relationship. That's over a year, almost a year, actually, because I'd like to be clear on this. It's let's see, 2 weeks and 1 day shy of a year later from actually texting Umar, and they have been communicating for about that time, back and forth, text messages, long phone calls, so forth and so on. She doesn't come out and become and start an intimate relationship with Umar until March 6th of 2024. At that time, she had no interaction with Umar's mother. But then Umar asked her to start taking care of her mother, and that so by the time that she started taking care of Umar's mother in 2025. So the point is that we're talking a year, almost close to 2 years after first texting Umar, close to 2 years later. That's when she decides to come out to take care of Umar. So Umar, he's painting this narrative already. Okay, but I want to set that timeline now as we listen to Umar, because I already know what he's going to do. He's going to paint the narrative, and he's going to lie about Lanae, and he's going to try to make the timeline seem like it was something else. So the point being is that Umar, you had been dealing with her for almost a year prior to her starting an intimate relationship with you. So if she's a hood rat, why would you do that? If she's a hood rat, why would you ultimately have her come out to take care of your mother? See, but that's what he did with the conscious stripper, right? See, they become hood rats when they expose them, but as long as they stay quiet and he can sexually manipulate them and sexually exploit them and then get them to do things like come out and take care of his mama, because I'm sure there's other women out there. Y'all ready to come forward? Y'all let me know. LenonHonor@yahoo.com. I'm here for you. Cook Chris Chat's here for you. Why would you do that then, Umar, if she's a hood rat? And you guys don't know, mostly because we've been going back. We've been emailing each other over and over again. I can't tell. Lanae, no, she's not no hood rat. Okay, she's successful. She's more successful, way more successful than Umar is. What you talking about? See, Umar, you the hood rat based upon your terminology. I don't mean to be like that, but real talk, you a male hoe out here. See, so he ain't got no problem knocking the boots, as we used to say, as long as the woman be quiet about it. And he's been doing this. There's probably hundreds, if not thousands of them out there at this point. But as soon as they come forward to tell the truth about Umar, all of a sudden they're a hood rat, or they're a COINTELPRO, or they're a maggot. That's what he called the conscious stripper. Y'all see the pattern here? And he doesn't want to hold himself accountable, right? But he's painting the narrative already that she's a hood rat. Here we go.
That both of them were in the works against me at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, so now he's trying to paint the narrative that it's his daughter and Lanae. And shout out to Lanae, okay? Because she bust. I don't mean to use that term, but she done broke the dam. I mean, it's all over the place. Everyone's talking about this situation, including the situation with his daughter. All right. So everyone, shout out to Lanae. Let's give the flowers. Here we go.
I do care for my mother, who I love more than anything in this world.
No, you don't care for your mother, Umar, because if you did, you would be taking care of her and she wouldn't be living in filth, and you wouldn't have her living in filth, and you would let the family members see her. You don't even let the family members see her. You don't love your mama. It's a possession. Your mama's a possession. Y'all wait for the video tomorrow to drop. She's your possession. That's how you see it. And you're in control of everything. You don't let her go outside. The pathway for her to get, and she can't even get into her wheelchair by herself anyway, but she can't go out when she wants to. And the pathway to get to the lift, that little side door that's carved off the side of the building that she can go through to get outside, to get onto the lift till it's lower down. She can't even do that because it's all blocked up with all the filth that you done accumulated upon in there. And you can blame your mama too about that too. But if you're a man, you're the primary caretaker, then you make sure you maintain egress. Hit the one. That's what I tell my kids. I said, get all this up off the floor. I said, you don't never know what happens. You got to get up out of here. They be like, well, what you talking about? Well, if something happened, you got to get out your room and it's late. and you got all this, then you trip over this, you can't get up out your room. That's in my daddy. What you talking about? Listen, that's the time. I said, click, get to all the, because I don't want you jumping and something happens, you jump out the bed, you got to get out your room, you trip, you fall, bump your head. No. Hit the one. You don't care about your mama. She your possession. You're controlling like that. You won't even say, listen, your own nephew came out yesterday and told the business. Real talk. You don't even let family members see her. You don't love her. She's a possession. It's about control for you. And you're in control of her finances. Yeah. Huh? You living inside her place. You done taken over the whole second floor to yourself. What kind of son? According to Lanae, inside your bedroom, you got a gorilla, plush gorilla sitting on top of a pile of clothes. What kind of man? That's wild. Gun sitting on top of the dresser to intimidate her. Lanae. Listen, your own nephew came out yesterday. Make sure y'all check it out in the archive, and said that when one of your brothers came through because they want to see your mama, you won't let none of the family members see your mama, who's your possession. You're in control of her finances. You're in control of that so-called it's Section 8 housing, but you're in control of all of that. And you was gonna shoot him. You're gonna shoot your own brother to keep your possession away from your own brother. And your brother, that's his mama too, Umar. Nephews and nieces can't see their grandmama. He told the story too that that you wouldn't even allow the great grandmama to see your mama. And she was knocking on the door trying to get in to see her child, your mama. And she passes away without being able to see her own child. What kind of man, Umar? You don't love your mama. That's some sad shit right there. And then you go and speak at her funeral? The great grandmama? Nah. That would be your grandmama's funeral. The great grandmama to your nephew. That's some sad-ish. So no, Umar, you don't love your mama. Got her living in filth. Look.
See to destroy Dr. King.
Yeah, they're trying to erase the history, Dr. Umar. But you keep doing your thing, Dr. Umar. You definitely got a lot of good followers out here. Good people.
Appreciate you, my brother. I appreciate you. All right, now be blessed.
Okay. This mama closet right here. Can you imagine? And Lanae already told what the rest of the house looked like. Filthy. You see them curtains? That's his mama house. Look at this guy.
Who we got next? Tap it.
Damn. Let's keep going. Real quick, SH places sociopaths have no natural feelings for others. Yeah, Umar doesn't. He don't know what love is. He don't even love his, he don't take care of his kids. He don't take care of his mama. He in Africa now. He's going on his way to Africa right now. He was gone for a whole month. And he's had, his mama has told Lanae that he be having women come through to have sex with him. And that he pay. His nephew said that his mama told him the same thing. I mean, it will be his grandmama told him the same thing, that he be having sex with women up in there. You 50, bro. What's wrong with you? That's your mama's residence. You ain't on the paperwork for the Section 8. You in 2023, the paperwork you said you raised over $200,000. How is it possible, therefore? Shout out to Fairchild Republic, Fairchild Republic. How is it possible that you collected over $200,000 in 2023 and you living inside your mama closet and she on Section 8 housing? You don't love your mama. She's a resource. She's a possession. And you know what you were doing a long time. And you're a sociopath. You don't care. Listen, if you cared about your mama, you would be taking care of her every single day. See, real quick, Umar, he's crafty. He's a con man. Because with the IRS, he's reporting that he's spending 60 hours a week working on FDMG, up there to working at these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. Y'all do the math, 60 hours a week. And then when the social worker came and knocked on the door, Umar was live streaming, and he goes and answers the door. They're having this conversation, and he says that they've extended her hours to 70 hours a week, something to that effect. We were speculating maybe it's impossible though, right? If he's traveling around the world and he's putting in, it's also impossible for him to be traveling around the world like he does and then be putting in 60 hours a week at FDMG. But we were trying to give Umar grace. Does he mean a week? Or does he mean every 2 weeks? Or maybe he means a month. But even if it's a month, there's no way that he's going to be able to have enough time in the day to be traveling around the world, putting 60 hours a week at FDMG and taking care of his mama. He's a sociopath. He don't care about his mama. That's why and I'm sure that there's other women out there that he's used and manipulated to get them to come to take care of his mama. Listen, y'all wait for Monday. Y'all wait for Monday. Cookie Crush Chat. Y'all be here on Monday. All right? Be here on Monday. Because y'all gonna see how deep this is. It is some deep shizzle. Thank you, SS Play. Michael says, what bothers Umar more, his daughter crashing out or Lanae exposing him? I feel he cares more about his rep than his daughter. I agree. I think that Lanae exposing Umar the way that she has is Umar's biggest fear. And then also the dominoes that have fallen since, because you have other people coming out, including his own nephew. Got another person coming out on Monday. Be here. Good Rich, be here. Hey. I think, Michael, I think that is because he doesn't care about his daughter one way or the other. And if he did, he would be, as a so-called psychologist, he would be front and center to make sure. But listen, Umar batshit crazy himself. See, in addition to Umar, in terms of his mind, he don't care. He's a sociopath, in my opinion. He don't care about other people. He doesn't feel concern or love for anybody. You know, someone could tell that, because just real claim to mind, Michael, there's a video, and we don't have time to get into it today, but there's a video where there's a woman that Umar standing outside of these abandoned buildings, running his mouth outside, and he has like on this blue corduroy jacket. Y'all remember this? Hit the one. And then it's like it looks like cotton or something, fluff, you know, on the interior. So it's probably in the fall or winter, because it get cold out there in Wilmington. It get real cold over there. And the woman starts to talk, and I don't remember if she starts, it might be another one, but there's a woman that comes up that was crying too. It might be the same woman, but I think it was the same woman. And she starts talking about how she has a son who's special needs, and I think she said autism, and how she had moved to Wilmington because she wanted her son to attend FDMG. Remember, Umar was telling people, make sure you move out here, because it's going to be the Taj Mahal of Black consciousness, and the people who bought into that bullshit. So she is, because she wants her son to because Umar talked about initially. Umar was talking about how they're going to specialize, right? Listen, look. It's specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. So this lady, she wants services, you know, to help her son. And you guys, it's probably the most tragic video I've seen dealing with Umar, because it shows his lack of care. She's telling him all this, and you can tell he don't give a shit. It's like he don't even respond like with compassion, like, you know, oh, I'm so sorry you came out. He was like, yeah, well, we're almost ready to open, you know, blah blah blah. He starts saying dates that it's going to open and all this type of stuff, but no compassion, no connection to this woman. It's just sad. He don't care. He don't care. So the point that I'm getting at is that what Umar fears the most is being exposed in terms of his character and his reputation. That video alone was more enough. The SETI rant, that's why he was so upset about the SETI rant, was because General SETI, he was talking about how Umar was sexually exploiting these Black women. That's the real issue that Umar had. Okay, well, that impacts his what, Michael? His reputation. He wants people to see him as someone who loves black women, and you know, black women need to marry black women, and we know shouldn't date, quote unquote, date outside the race, all this stuff. Meanwhile, he's sexually exploiting black women and ain't committed to not one black woman. I mean, I've yet to hear Umar tell one story of being in a long-standing relationship with a woman. See? So in my opinion, Michael, I think what matters to Umar the most is his reputation. He don't care about his daughter. He's going at his daughter because he's associating his daughter as if it's in tandem. He's probably going to put me in there too. It's in tandem with Lanae, and they're trying to sabotage him and try to tear a black man down. See, but he holds no accountability for where his daughter is at in life. He's not trying to help her. There's no type of empathy or sympathy. Narcissist. Just like with the woman who was talking about how she moved out there because she wanted her, no empathy, no sympathy for her or for her son who was special needs. So in my opinion, I think what's really causing Umar to crash out, because he already crashed out on his daughter before. Okay. I think Lanae exposing him on this level. I think that is really what Umar's root issue is, but he wants to connect this other thing to make it into some sort of a conspiracy. He's probably going to throw me in there too as part of this. No, this is a result of Umar and his actions. Y'all wait for Monday. Okay. Yeah, he don't care about his daughters at all. He don't care about none of his kids. Okay. Thanks, Michael, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Social paths have no natural. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Yep. Sa says a peeling paint background. Yeah, I know. It's horrible. Umar did paint one side of the street, not the whole building. He had elderly people out there in the cold painting. I can't remember what I think it was 30-something degrees, you know, and it was elderly women out there, literally. And I said, what kind of man? See, that was years ago. He's still doing paint days in 2025. Yeah, I think he did a paint day in 2025 too. It's ridiculous. How old is Umar's mom? I don't want to put that out there. I just want people to understand that, and I know all of this, at the time. That's why I was asking Umar's nephew how old Umar's older sister is, because it really gets complex. If you guys look at the documentary where I cover part of this, I don't want to say it here, and you start crunching the numbers, it's actually quite disconcerting. Okay, but I don't want to say too much, Victor, but I understand why you're asking that, so forth and so on. Okay, thank you for the super chat. Dr. James Kelly says, Lenon, you are a musician, and I'm also about making music. Let's collaborate and make music with the message, because music touched the whole world, not about Umar, but about the psychological mindset that exists. It is real. Yeah, we could do that. The thing is, I don't really have time to work on music like I have in the past. And the way that my life has gone, really, my music equipment, I just got my son some electric drums. There's a music, because I even remember when I was growing up, I never had like a brand new flute. That's my main instrument. I never had a brand new flute, but with my kids, I've always made sure that they've had musical instruments that they've asked for. Sometimes I get it, they don't even play it. I'll be sitting back like, man, if you have no idea. When I was a kid, I used to be like really wanting musical instruments. Yeah, it's really it's a time issue for me at this point. But if you do have some music you want to send to me and I can take a look, you can email me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com, and maybe in the future we can collaborate on something. Yeah. Thanks, Dr. James, and congratulations again. By the way, if you guys are tuning in a little bit later, Dr. James Kelly got his PhD recently, and we always celebrate success, inspiration, and thank you so much for sharing. And we want to encourage anyone, if you're pursuing degrees or doing anything to improve upon the quality of your life and be a better service to your family, whether you're a man or a woman, better service to your wife, your husband, your kids. We encourage that here. Okay. Thanks, James, for the super chat. Dr. James Kelly. You might need to change your screen name. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. All right, let's get going here. Everyone inside the cookie. What's up, Ad Avis? Ad Avis is in the building. Umar, yeah. Umar don't like you. Okay, let's go.
And for those of you who care for your parents, you understand where I'm coming from. This is information that I didn't want to share, but I think it is appropriate to the conversation. And if I don't finish this conversation now, I'll...
By the way, we broke the record for likes. We've also broke the record for people in the chat or watching this live stream at the, all at the same time. We broke that record, and we're getting close to breaking the record for super chats as well. So I want to thank everyone so much. This has been a monumental episode already. Here we go.
Finish it later because we do have some things getting done today. So I do not know if my firstborn is still with us in the flesh or not.
Man, that's wild. Okay, there was some rumors, she's alive, but there was rumors that she had unalived herself, and there was a post on her, from what I understand, her I don't know if it's Instagram or TikTok or something to that effect, and people have been talking about it because a lot of people have been talking about it. I've stayed off the topic simply because it's a dire situation, and she's relatively young, and I have children. Right. So it's just different for me. That's why I never wanted to put her social media out there. I didn't want to say her name. And people were complaining about that back in the day, but I could see where things were going. Even interviewing her, I probably could have made that happen too, but that's beyond the scope for me. Okay. But for Umar to even be up here in front of these abandoned buildings, live streaming instead of trying to figure out a way to help his daughter, that's diabolical. And then for him to get up here and say, I don't know if it's true. Would that be something, if you cared about your child, wouldn't that be something that you would want to know? Okay, this gets back to what S.H. Play says, sociopaths have no natural feelings for others. Anyone that could correct that, including Umar Johnson fathers who are still around. If that was your child, wouldn't you want to know that? Why doesn't Umar know that? Does it even matter to him? No, it doesn't matter to him. He doesn't care. That's diabolical.
That I didn't want to share, but I think it is appropriate to the conversation. And if I don't finish this conversation now, I'll finish it later because we do have some things getting done today. So, I do not know if my firstborn is still with us in the flesh or not.
Man,
people have been texting me that she may have unalived herself. God forbid. I'm going to hope for the best that no such thing has happened. And I'm going to speak to Baby Smurf's situation in a minute.
Why are you calling her Baby Smurfs? It's just, man, that's crazy. And you don't know whether or not she's alive. I mean, man, that is I can't believe this. And I don't see Umar. I mean, this is out there. This is his own daughter, and he's been absent in her life. See, Umar tells a story that he was consistent in her life up until the age of 6, which I don't believe. Okay, because consistency to him isn't the same compared to fathers who end their children's lives every single day, even if it don't work out with the mama, and you have visitation or you have split custody. On the days that you're not with your child, you would be in communication with your child. And there's no excuse in 2025, 2020, 2010, because we have the internet, we got smartphones, and you can communicate that way. There are men in prison who spend more time and communicate with their children than Umar does. You guys understand what I'm saying? So it's diabolical, that he's online and he's about to rant and rage, and he doesn't even know whether or not his child is alive. And instead of finding out and helping her, he's trying to create this conspiracy, like, his child and Lanae, and he probably won't throw me, and he may even throw the Cookie Crush Chat in there too, that we're all conspiring against him. It just goes to show you what kind of, I don't know, that's crazy. He's heartless. There's another term that we've used in the past. I can't remember what the term is. Yeah, he's heartless. He's diabolical. There's another term too. It's not coming to mind. It's not, but it's crazy. Yeah, and he's even calling her a Baby Smurf, it's an insult. All right, let's keep going. That's crazy.
That she may have unalived herself. God forbid. I'm going to hope for the best that no such thing has happened. And I'm going to speak to Baby Smurf's situation in a minute. I'm going to speak to that. But I just want to lay the groundwork by saying that all of this began while I was in Stockholm, Sweden. All of this began while I was in Stockholm, Sweden. All of this began while I was in Stockholm, Sweden. So I've been taking care of my mother for the past 7.5 years.
That's not what Umar's nephew said yesterday. Hit the one. He lying. And you see the body language too? You see this? He lying. Hit the one. See, Umar, and if there's any other Umar Johnson followers, or excuse me, family members who want to come onto my platform and talk, you're welcome to do so. LenonHonor@yahoo.com, including Jamal. But see, Jamal, when you get up here, the first question I'm going to ask you is if you're a descendant of Frederick Douglass, if there is a blood relationship, if there's a genetic relationship, and if you say yes, or you try to start, deflecting and talking about other shit, then I just wouldn't have you on, because it shows that you're a liar, and I'm not going to be having liars up on my platform. Okay, who start off lying. Okay, if you want to come on and tell the truth that you lie, okay, that's different. But if you start off lying, okay. See, Umar Johnson's nephew is a primary source in all of this, because he knows. Lanae is too, real talk. But in terms of historically speaking, with the history, the family history, Umar Johnson's nephew is a primary source. And how he tells the story about how the transition that took place of Umar taking care of his mother. No, Umar wasn't taking care of his mother for that long period of time. That's not true at all. That's a more recent phenomenon. And in fact, and I can find, matter of fact, let me do that real quick. Hold on one second. Based upon my research, the first time that Umar said that he was the primary caretaker for his mother was July 5th of 2018. That's when he first said that he was the primary caretaker. But his nephew says something totally different. See? Yeah, let's go back and then look at Umar's body language.
All of this began while I was in Stockholm, Sweden. All of this began while I was in Stockholm, Sweden. So I've been taking care of my mother for the past 7.5 years.
Okay, again, his nephew says something different. Okay, well, let's keep going and look at his body language.
Spring of 2018. Many of y'all know that in January of 2018, after returning from my second trip to Japan and China, in January of 2018, after returning from my second trip to Japan and China, I had to stand trial with charges that were put upon me by the Pennsylvania State Board of Psychology.
Yeah, he's trying to connect all this together to try to make it seem as if he's being persecuted and he's a perpetual victim. Okay, his daughter, Lanae, he's probably going to talk about me too, but then also the Pennsylvania Board of Psychology, etc.
That were motivated by YouTubian struggle streamers and Dr. Umar detractors.
See, so there you go, trying to tie his critics. That would include me. I ain't got nothing to do with all that, Umar. Yeah, Ms. Duvall. Yeah, he's gotten a lot of money for there's still no school.
Y'all remember that? Well, shortly thereafter.
Yeah, he moved into his mama's spot in 2020. Right?
My mother was hospitalized. My mother has multiple sclerosis.
See, he's sharing all of this now because Lanae has talked about this and she's exposed him. That's why he's doing this.
Multiple sclerosis. Okay, she's diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. We've always known that, but it didn't begin to affect her until more recently. So anyway, when my mother was hospitalized, I knew that I would be the child of 7 who would take it upon myself to step up and take care of my mother.
Okay, meanwhile, he's traveling all over the world, okay, and putting in 60 hours a week at FDMG.
And after 60 days away from home, my mother finally came home the day before Baby Smurf's birthday, 2018. And
what does he mean finally came home? It makes no sense. She was at that residence long before Umar, because there was other people who were taking care of her. He's such a liar. Okay, we had his nephew on talking about this. There were other people, Umar Johnson's niece who was taking care of her mother, and there were people who were living there, including one of Umar Johnson's brothers, prior to Umar moving in. This guy, exactly. This map is not mapping. This guy, he's something else.
I've been caring for my mother for 7.5 years.
Okay, he has to reiterate this over and over again because he's a liar.
Ever since. I have done a great job caring for my mother.
No, he hasn't. That's another lie. Okay, and in fact, not only did Lanae say that, but it was also verified by his nephew yesterday. And his nephew also talked about how there were family members who were trying to gain access to the mother to she could be part of, including one of the grandmothers, Umar, what would be Umar's grandmother, who tried to come to see Umar's mother, but Umar would not let her in, and she ends up passing away. She couldn't even see her child. So no, you're not taking care. She's your possession, Umar. You weren't taking care of her, and you traveling all over the world. See, that's why he's doing this, because he's been thoroughly exposed by Lanae, right? And then his nephew, his nephew, what he talked about, it just shows you how much of a possession Umar sees his mother as, a possession, not as something that needs to be taken care of, but something that needs to be controlled. He doesn't even let the mama go outside. Okay, he doesn't let family members see his mama. See, no, you're not taking care of her. You're not. She's your possession. See, and again, Umar never talked about all of this until he gets exposed, like he's never been exposed by Lanae.
When my mother came home, she was on all these meds. The doctor got her off of all the meds.
Okay, maybe he means to say that when she comes home from the hospital. Okay, so I always want to be fair. I'm going to assume that that's what he's saying here. Okay.
When she came home, mom had different situations going on. She got off of all that. Medications no longer necessary.
No. I'm sure it was necessary. But see, Umar, he's always anti-medication. He's always anti-prescription drugs. Although I've seen him popping pills. Y'all remember that hit the one? Over and over and over again. But he doesn't want his mama. See, I would, well, listen. I'm going to speculate here. I would propose that by her being in Umar's quote unquote care has actually been a detriment to her health. He don't want her taking no medication. I think that's something that, I don't know if Lanae said that, because really she's just dealing in 2025. And I don't remember her nephew saying that either. But if she's dealing with these serious health issues and she's wheelchair bound, she can't even walk. I'm sure that there were prescription medications that she was, as a care plan that she was supposed to be taking. But Umar, he shuts all that down, and that could have, okay, I don't know that for sure, but it could have had a negative impact on her health. He's not taking care of his mama. And he's always been anti that, prescription drugs for quote unquote ADHD or et cetera. Okay. It's fascinating how all this kind of ties back in. Here we go.
I'm not perfect, but in my 7.5 years, I have done a great job with my mother.
Okay. He has to keep repeating the lie. Okay. It's not true.
And I can say that most of the time when my mother had a situation, it was because of the aides and the caregivers.
Okay, so he always wants to blame other people. Okay, I told people in the beginning that that's what he's going to do in this video. He never holds himself accountable. But as a primary caretaker, he's the one that should be making sure that she's receiving proper care, right? Power of attorney? Who's responsible? Umar. Well, see, he does the same thing with FDMG. He blames the black contractors, right? He blames me sometimes. I ain't done nothing, right? Okay, he'll blame the Cookie Crush chat. Right? He's blamed the electricians. He's blamed Brother Jose. You see, it's the same thing over and over again. This guy, he can't hold himself accountable. Who's responsible for the state of FDMG? Umar is. These abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. Who's responsible for whatever took place with his mother that was harmful to her or that compromised her health even further? Well, he's the primary caretaker. Who's responsible for that? Umar is. While he's raising millions of dollars and living inside of her Section 8 housing, and he's taken over the second floor. See, but he does not want to hold himself accountable. That's Umar.
It was because of the aides and the caregivers. And so normally,
See the body language?
For those of y'all who care for your parent, you know how tough it is to find decent, professional.
Okay, what is professional? You lying. Okay, what is professional?
Reliable, confidential help, right?
Okay, he's setting this all up for Lanae. Okay, confidential, right?
Decent, professional, reliable, comprehensive help, right?
Yeah, he has. Umar, he's docked me and my family multiple times. He sure has. Right? And he's done it on his as posts on his Instagram page, but he's done it in video format too, where he shared my my home address. So he's doxed me several times and in different ways too. And then he told his followers to come to my house and confront me. I have all the videos too. I have all that. I actually have a folder for all of it, just specifically that. The physical threats of violence, doxing my personal information, encouraging his followers to come, and I guess in his mind, attack me, whatever. Okay, so that's what cult leaders do. They try to get their followers to do their dirty work. See, Umar's not going to step to a real man, period. Real talk. None of you real men up in here, Umar's not going to step to you. He's a coward. That's why he won't even say my name. I doubt he even says my name, LenonHonor, inside this video. Because he knows that people are going to come up over here like what's been happening. The numbers go up and then they're going to see the truth one way or the other. Okay. Some of them, they still won't be in denial. I get it. It is what it is. But there's going to be a conversion rate. I'm really big on that. It's conversion rate every single time. Some of you guys up in here used to be Umar Johnson followers. Hit the one. Okay. He's done other stuff too. Okay. He's done other stuff. Okay. Calling me gay. And he even said on the Lord Jamar show that I'll be messing with little boys. Okay. Okay, none of that's true. Y'all remember that? That was in 2020, I believe. Yeah. Yep. And then one time he was talking real I don't get it how a heterosexual man could even talk like that, but then Tip the Griff was going in too, because he had his followers doing stuff too. Going online, making up all these lies about me and my wife. And one time they was saying that I was gay and my wife was a lesbian. Y'all really out there. You know, you out there with it. Meanwhile, me and my wife, we've been together now for almost 25 years. We had our marriage ceremony. What was that? That was 21 years ago. Yeah, about maybe a little over 21 years ago. We have 5 children. You know, but that's Umar and his followers. That's what they do. They paint false narratives about people to try to discredit them. But you guys notice that when I talk about Umar, if I speculate, I say I'm speculating. You know, if it's my opinion, I'll say in my opinion. But then when I say something conclusively, I can pull up a receipt to back it up, including me talking about how Umar was threatening me and posting my personal information and doxing my personal information and the videos that he did where he was issuing physical threats of violence, so forth and so on. He ain't gonna bust the grape. He ain't built like that. Just like his nephew said yesterday, he was a bookworm. And I said a long time ago that he was the kind of person that would get bullied and beat up. You know, that's why he ain't got no street smarts. That's why he said he never saw Umar with a woman. This guy, he's such a fraud. See, he ain't got no street smarts. No street smarts. And I told people a long time ago he marshmallow. Told people a long time ago. See, but he sure was running his mouth like that back then. He don't do it now. He don't even say my name anymore. He was big and bad. But see, I bully the bully. That's what I do. I punk the punk. Here we go.
And so, let me see something here. I'm going to turn off the comments, brothers and sisters.
See, the thing I've noticed too is that because of Lanae and because of what's happening with Umar's daughter and him not stepping up to the plate as a father to help, there are a lot of people who are recoiling from Umar, and you see it inside the comment section for his videos. See, if you guys remember, Cook Fresh said back in the day, there would be a lot of people defending Umar. You don't see it like that now. You don't see it these days. See, that's the one thing about Black people. When you're exposed as a hypocrite, there is some leeway where there's forgiveness. But if you're exposed as a hypocrite over and over again, there's no leeway. Furthermore, if people see that Umar doesn't even care about his own children and has contributed to the negative mental health state of his oldest daughter, there's no coming back from that. Unless you're the type of person who don't care about your own kids. See, but most Black people, we care about our kids. Okay, we're not perfect, but we care about our kids. And most Black people care about other people's kids too. That's part of our culture. Real talk. You all remember that? See, I remember, because I remember when we was growing up, everybody would come to our house, you know, in the neighborhood and cousins and stuff, and we'd just be hanging out. And Mom said, "You all want something to drink?" And we was poor, but she figured out a way. Y'all remember that? Oh, me and my brother, we used to go up to our uncles and we used to play a Nintendo. That's how they used to call me LenonHonor back in the day. And he would barbecue and bake cakes. He was in jail and all that stuff, like real talk. But when it came down to it, you know, when it came to that time period, you know, especially my father was gone, we would go up there for, you know, especially summertime, we'd be hanging out there for days on end. That's part of our culture. See? But Umar doesn't care about kids. He don't even care about his own kids. You guys wait for Monday, okay? Y'all wait for Monday. You all won't see.
This is the first live that I've ever turned off the comments, but I have to. There's just too much ignorance in my feed. This is the first live I've ever done where I had to turn off the comments. I just turned off the comments.
See, people are going in on them.
Because I'm talking seriously and we still got idiots. So this is going to be without any comments. You can text message me if you have a question or a comment. 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. You can text message me at 215-989-9858. So, whenever I don't have a dependable, responsible, reliable, confidential aide to care for my mom, I cancel events. Because
no, what happens is you try to get women to take care of your mother so that you can go and do your speaking events, even though you're supposed to be the primary caretaker. See, he's setting this up for Lanae like she was unreliable. Listen, she was taking care of your mama, Umar. You weren't doing that. Let's go.
My mother always comes first. My mother always.
No. If your mama came first, you would be taking care of your mama. But see, you have other people taking care of your mama. Y'all wait for Monday. You have other people taking care of your mama, including Lanae. And Lanae cared about, I could tell. That's one thing I pointed out in the interview. I could tell she cared about the mama after a certain point. She was trying to fix all of that. It was too much. It was way too much. She was taking on too much, trying to fix Umar, at least attempting to try to help him out, but also try to help out the situation with the mama, with Umar's mama. But see, Umar wants to spend a whole other narrative. Umar, you spend most of your time traveling. You're not taking care of your mama. And you're spending donation money to pay people to take care of your mama. But there's something else. Y'all wait for Monday. Wait for Monday. Here we go.
This comes first. I was supposed to keynote the Florida A&M University Black Psychology Conference a few months ago. I canceled it because I didn't have anyone that I would trust to care for mother available at that time. I had to cancel Congo last week, and y'all know how much I wanted to go to the Congo. I had been waiting for that. I had to cancel because mom comes first. When I went to Sweden.
Okay, critical question. Umar, if you've been taking care of your mama for 7.5 years or whatever he said, wouldn't you have already known who's reliable and who's not? Wouldn't you have known by now? Hit the one.
There was a young lady who I met because she invited me to Kansas City to speak at an event. So her.
No, that's not what it. I don't think that's what Lanae said. From what I understood, Umar was trying to get her to put together an event. Okay, hit the two if you guys remember Lanae saying that.
And her son drove me from Omaha, Nebraska to Kansas City.
Okay, he's saying this now because Lanae exposed him.
To speak. I believe the event was on December 3rd, 2023. I believe the event was on December 3rd, 2023. I believe the event was December 3rd, 2023. And we had the event. We stayed in contact through text message.
So you see the body language?
And ultimately,
He shook. Lanae done did, boy. Lanae done tore Umar down. Poor guy. Look at him. Look at this guy. Let's go.
At the top of this year, maybe late last year, but if I'm not mistaken, I saw her privately 3 times inside of the same Philadelphia hotel after hours for no more than 2 or 3 hours.
See how he's painting this narrative? He did the same thing with the conscious stripper. See the body language? He's lying this whole time. He's lying. You can tell. Look at him.
Maybe late last year, but if I'm not mistaken, I saw her privately 3 times inside of the same Philadelphia hotel after hours for no more.
By the way, we're going to have Lanae back to do a response video to this. It'll be an interview, but mainly her. We'll go point by point, and she can break this down too. Okay, we'll probably start where he actually starts talking about her. This will be next week. Okay.
Then 2 or 3 hours. I repeat, I saw her 3 times in a hotel after hours for only a few hours.
Okay, he's not mentioning at his mama's house. Remember how Lanae was saying he was trying to have sex with her in the bathroom, where he said, okay, let's go.
3 times. There's a small chance that it was 4 times. There's no chance that it was 5 times. I'm going
to... What? This guy. I thought you said it was 3. Well, Umar, he's something else. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Okay. I'm going to let it play. Here we go. I can't help
We
myself.
Stayed in contact through text message.
I'm going to let it play now. I promise.
And ultimately, at the top of this year, maybe late last year, but if I'm not mistaken, I saw her privately 3 times inside of the same Philadelphia hotel after hours.
Okay, 3 times.
For no more than 2 or 3 hours. I repeat, I saw her 3 times.
Okay, listen, I know this isn't true because Lanae sent me, I ain't going to tell you what she said. Never mind. Let's go.
In a hotel after hours for only a few hours. 3 times. There's a small chance that it was 4 times.
What?
There's no chance that it was 5 times. I'm going to repeat this. Did you need me, boss? Are you good? Okay. So I saw her 3.
That was probably the police.
Times inside of a Philadelphia hotel after hours for about 3 or 4 hours. That's it. The total private time she and I spent could not have exceeded 12, 15, 20 hours max.
Okay, why do you go from 12 to 20? Huh? Lanae, if you're in the chat, I know I saw you in the chat room. How many times did you see Umar? Because again, you saw him at his mama's residence too. I don't know if he's going to talk about that. Well, anyway, we'll cover this when we have you on. Here we go.
Total time across these 3 visits, maybe 4, but I'm almost certain it was 3. No more than 12 to 15, maximum of 20 hours.
What?
When it was time for me to go to Sweden, this young lady told me that she would not mind coming to care for my mother.
Again, Umar asked her. The thing is also, he's trying to downplay her by calling her a young lady too. Okay, he's very crafty with it.
I assured her that I would pay her.
In other words, she's not a woman, like a grown woman. She's a young lady, as if she don't know what she's doing. She's to watch.
And I did pay her. Mm-hmm. And this is going to be important when I bring up the attorney in a minute, because I consulted with an attorney in Kansas City who told me that if I can prove that I paid her to care for my mother, then she can be charged with HIPAA violations for discussing my mother's personal.
Okay, wait a minute, Umar. She's not a professional. What are you talking about? Boy, this guy, he's something else. He really is. Yeah, I don't know if he brings up his daughter again. I think he was just attempting to tie his quote unquote persecution by his daughter, again, delusion, and his so-called persecution by Lanae. That's what I think he was attempting to do. It didn't really work, but I think that's what he's attempting to do. All right.
Sensitive medical information without permission. So this attorney said, if I can prove that I paid her, which means this was business, this was a business transaction. You paid her to care for your mother. And although she included plenty of lies in her narrative, although she included plenty of exaggerations and fallacies and untruths in her narrative, the mere fact that she purported to discuss your mother's personal sensitive information makes her guilty of HIPAA. And if we can prove that she in fact violated HIPAA law by discussing my mother's business, she can be fined, and she can also be jailed, and she can also be prevented permanently from ever working in the human services field again. And
okay, Umar, she wasn't a, what are you talking about? This guy is, boy, he is nuts. He really is.
Attorney told me that, so I have to pay him.
Okay, so you're going to need more money. See, that's what this comes down. I mean, this guy, he's such a con man. He has to pay them. He needs more money. That's what this comes down to. All of this is about. He gonna flip you Umar Johnson followers. He running game on y'all. He gonna figure out a way to get y'all to send him some money because he got to pay this attorney to go at. Boy, Umar, he's something else.
Okay, the retainer fee, and he's going to pick it up from here. So she could go to jail for what she did.
Yeah, this is Umar trying to paint a narrative to intimidate Lanae. That's all this comes down to.
Against my mother, discussing her personal business. I thought parents were off limits. I thought parents were off limits. I thought parents were off limits. But I guess when you that trifling, when you that low down, when you're that deceptive.
Hey, listen, Umar, it's your responsibility as a primary caretaker. See, and here's the other thing. If this is business, and this is supposed to be some sort of a professional arrangement, why are you having sex with her? See, at that point, it's personal. What are you talking about? Hit the one. See, it makes no sense, even in the court of law, if you saying, listen, yeah, I was smashing the cookies. I can see Umar in court. I was smashing the cookies, and then I asked her to take care of my mama. She wasn't a professional, but she's up here telling my mama's business. Well, it's personal. You smashing the cookies, and then you online talking reckless, posting these memes about her and talking about her private parts. What are you talking? You gonna go to court? What are you talking about? That's not business. That's personal, because it is personal. Furthermore, I don't know if Lanae signed any contracts. I don't remember her saying that she signed any contracts. So listen, this is just personal. This is just somebody that you was crushing the cookies, and you lined her up and prepared her to manipulate her so that she comes out and take care of your mama. And I guarantee you've done this with other women out there. What you mean to tell me you're gonna be in court and then Lanae could just say, okay, well, let's listen to what his nephew said in terms of the situation that's taking place. You can go to the timestamp on this video right now. Go ahead and play it. And listen to what he said about Umar. Umar, you need to cut it out. You look at what the mama told the nephew. You're supposed to be the primary caretaker, but you having women coming through there having sex with them. And listen, Umar, you're not even supposed to be there. It's Section 8 housing. What you gonna be in the court talking about? Yeah, I'm her primary caretaker. It's Section 8 housing. I did raise in 20. Listen, look. I know you can't see it all that well, but in the prior year for what is this 2023, I raised $204,822 with the potatoes. And for the current year of 2024, I raised $84,000, $84,506. But I am living with my mama, and I've taken the second floor of Section 8 housing. Case closed, Umar. You can't go. What are you talking about? HIPAA violations. What about Section 8 violation, Umar? And I can prove, listen, I'm just saying in defense of Lanae, I can prove when you first started live streaming in your mama closet with the potato. See, that's the problem with you, Umar. You don't recognize that you actually set yourself up in advance for failure, and that I have all of the digital evidence. I got a degree in cybersecurity and computer technology that could be produced in court. Furthermore, if you start talking about money and how much you paying her, well, how are you paying her? Where's that money coming from, Umar? Because you don't have a job. Is it possible that this money is coming from FDMG funds? Last year, in 2023, where you raised $204,822, and in the current year of 2024, which was last year, you raised $84,506. Well, guess what, Umar? All that can be subpoenaed in discovery. Is that what you want? All of your bank records dealing with FDMG? The CashApp? Okay, just because it got shut down for fraud doesn't mean that the record still doesn't exist, because the digital trail is a digital trail. Trust me, I know. I've studied this. It's part of the coursework for a degree in cybersecurity and computer technology. They're going to subpoena your PayPal and the different PayPal accounts that you've used over the years. And they'll be able to figure out how much money and where money is going and how it's being spent and how things are being paid. Y'all wait for Monday. They're going to subpoena all of your bank records. They're also going to subpoena all the information in discovery, because you're talking about money, right? They're going to subpoena your GoFundMe account. You raised over $400,000 right there. Your Cash App, your PayPal, your Plum Fund, checks and money orders to your P.O. box, the one that you had in Philadelphia and the one that you have currently in Wilmington, Delaware. Part of discovery would be an investigation into the state of Pennsylvania sending you a cease and desist letter and told you that you can no longer collect donations in the state of Pennsylvania. Is that what you want, Umar? Because you're talking about money, right? Umar's two greatest fears is that more women will come and speak out about him. There's hundreds, if not thousands of them out there that he's sexually exploited. I am sure that there are other women that he's used to take care of his mama, even though he's supposed to be the primary caretaker, and that he's paying, or in some cases not even paying. Well, where are you paying these people from? How are you paying these people, Umar? The other thing is, his worst nightmare is that the financials of FDMG is revealed to the public. And see, because that would all be explored in discovery, it would become part of the public record. That's a win for me, because that's my premise of my criticism of Umar, is that he's taken money for a school project and he's used most of that money for himself. And the digital record will prove that to be the case. When you're getting these rental cars, how are you paying for these rental cars, Umar? When you're buying all these dashikis and clothes that are all over the place, including inside of the FDMG gym, the large gym, and your mama closet, all over the place with a potato, how are you paying for all this, Umar? Is that really what you want? This is two greatest fears right there. By the way, the document is out. See, if Umar raised $84,506, we can take our calculator, and I don't have the figure up here right now, but it was $1,635,000. I'm just going to say $30,000, something to that effect, if anyone remembers, because I have the paperwork downstairs. I had it downstairs, put it down there earlier this week. But we can take the 1,630,000, something to that effect, and we're going to add the $84,506 to that. And now we get to Umar. He's raised a bare minimum from 2019 through 2024, $1,714,506. Where the money at, Umar? I'll say it again. $1,714,506. He purchased these trap bandos for $400,000. He said a little more than that. So we're going to subtract $425,000 from that. There should have been $1,289,000 left over. He said he paid $50,000 for HVAC with no receipts to prove that to be the case. That gets us down to $1,239,000. He also said that he brought some blueprints. I think he said for $20,000. That's $1,219,506. He also paid some electricians. I think it was like $16,000, if memory serves me correctly. I could be wrong about that, but I thought it was like $16,000. That gets us down to $1,203,506. Where'd the rest of this money go, Umar? Is that what you want for all this to come out in discovery? We can throw other stuff in there. The block parties wouldn't count, but I'm talking about with dealing with renovations. That's what you were raising the money for, right? Renovations. Okay. Let's just take another 200,000 off of there just because. There's still about $1 million missing from 2019 to 2024. Listen, I'm gonna get to it. Okay, but this is how I run my shows. Okay, we take our time, and we're gonna get to the video today because I ain't gonna have time tomorrow. Okay, this is how I do my shows. All right. Again, we will revisit this next week with Lanae. We'll go through it where he's talking about Lanae, and she'll have an opportunity to respond to all of this. Okay, and if you just want to watch the whole video straight through, you can go on to. I think he has it on Instagram. It's still up there. Last time I checked, it's probably circulating. It is. It's circulating online too because there's in the chat in their comment section, people are going in on him for doing this video. Let me just check real quick. He need a caretaker contractor. Yeah. He need a contractor to get the proper caretakers. But again, if he did this professionally, these people would be certified, they would be vetted, and he wouldn't have to be worrying about all of what the narrative that he's spinning. But this just goes to show you Umar's not dealing with people who are licensed for this because he's probably trying to save money that he would have to be dishing out. He's not concerned about his mother's health or getting her a proper care. That's not what he's concerned about. See, it's about money. Even him being in control of his mother, it's about money. Him being able to get these SSI checks, it's about money. Okay, him having the second floor to himself, it's about money. It's not about caring for his mother. Okay. Thanks, Ike, for the super chat. 6 degrees, and he says professional. Yeah. Okay. He says a 6 degrees. That's Umar. Okay. You would think that if you have these 6 degrees, Umar, you have 5. But if you have, and that's fine. 5 is great. If you have 6, then you should at least be able to make proper decisions about who's taking care of your mama, right? Thanks, D. That is all. While he had that woman's daughter taping and recording her personal information, yeah, allegedly. Again, Umar, this is all what he's attempting to do, Seth, is to intimidate Lanae. He's trying to intimidate other women from coming forth to speak out about him. And I said this before, Umar, you can't intimidate everybody. See what I'm saying? You can't intimidate everybody. Some, yeah, but you can't intimidate everyone. When you gonna learn that? See? He thinks that he can by painting these false narratives, but you can't. You can try to. I get it, but you can't intimidate everybody. All right. And again, if there's anyone else who wants to come out to speak about Umar, my email is LenonHonor@yahoo.com. You're welcome to come on to the platform, including family members. Jamal, you want to come on? You're welcome to. Thanks, Seth, for the super chat. Okay, let me do these real quick so we can get going here. Mr. Monica, how's it going? Says, if the issue was truly about the caregivers, he should have fired them on day one. Umar is like, absolutely. Furthermore, he would vet these caretakers. And he would make sure that they're professional, right? Lanae wasn't a professional. She even said that that's not her profession. And like I said, I guarantee you, I don't know this for 100%. So let me not say guarantee, but it's highly likely, in my opinion, that Umar has done this with other women, that he's manipulated to get them comfortable enough to come and take care of his mama while he's traveling. Again, someone said earlier, I think it was Brother Dion, that Umar, he's gone off to Africa. Okay, who's taking care of your mama now, Umar? His mama come first. You spend most of your time traveling anyway, Umar. Thanks, Mistress Monica. Hamubu says, Umar doesn't use his daughter's name to depersonalize her. Yep. Baby Smurf is more abstract than her name. Yeah, it is. It's also a form of disrespect too. It also creates a barrier between him as a human being and her as a cartoon character. He's very crafty with these kinds of things. He's done this before with the conscious stripper. He's doing it with Lanae now. It's to dehumanize these people. And so it's a manipulative tactic to manipulate his followers into not seeing them as being worthy of human respect. And so therefore they lack credibility. And therefore what he says is true. He's a master manipulator. He really is. He's the great deceiver of our time. He's like Sauron. I've been watching Lord of the Rings recently, the movies and The Hobbit. Thanks, Hamubu. Good point. Let me just see any other super chats in here. Okay, we're about to break a record for super chat. Yeah, he needs a caretaker contractor. Eastby says, "Speak your speech, Leon." Here we go. All right, thanks, Eastby, for the super chat. Mrs. Mount says, "On the next American Greed, the Umar Johnson scam." Yeah, he's worthy of it. Okay, they probably have video footage of me exposing him too. Thanks, Mrs. Mount. It may get to that point at some point. We'll have to wait and see with this Umar Johnson song. Ain't no telling. Thanks, Mixers Monica. Worms away, big and buff, says Lanae is like the Harriet Tubman of exposing this. Yeah, Lanae is Harriet Tubman, okay? Real talk. Exposing Umar like Harriet Tubman. That's right. Yeah, shout out to Lanae. Okay, she's the winner. Okay, even though Umar tried to dehumanize her too. Okay, we know what the truth is. Okay, that's why he's coming out to do this video, because he's been thoroughly exposed already. But we got more coming. Okay, y'all wait for Monday. Thanks, Words Way, for the super chat. All right, let's get back to it, everyone. Thank you all again for tuning on. And I appreciate everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. Cookie Crush chat is undefeated. All right, his filings for 2024 is now available. We'll probably end up doing a video on this at a later time. But he says that for 2024, he raised $84,506. The year prior to that, he raised $204,822. This gets Umar to 1,700,000, over 1,700,000, but he's telling people in 2025 that he hasn't raised a million. He's a con man. I've been telling people. All right, let's keep going here. Thank you all again for tuning on in. Let me just check the poll real quick. The poll, we have 2,606, over 670 votes, which is a record. Has Umar Johnson hit rock bottom? 61% said yes, 39% said no. And let me check on the line. Well, we're over 1,000. Like, we broke that record too. Okay, this is a record-breaking show today. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. And thanks everyone who sent in super chats. If you sent in super stickers, thank you as well. I appreciate y'all's support. All right, let's get back to it. Here we go. Cookie Crush chat's undefeated.
And manipulate. Nothing is off limits. So anyway, brothers and sisters, she said, "I can care for your mother." She won my confidence. I said, let's do it. So she cared for my mother twice. The weekend I was in Eastern Michigan University, that was 3 nights. And she cared for my mother for the week that I was in Stockholm, Sweden. I believe that was 5 or 6 nights. Okay? Eastern Michigan University, Stockholm, Sweden. I paid her both times. She never spent time with me in my mother's house because I don't spend time with women in my mother's house.
Okay, that's a lie. Get the one. You're lying, Umar. Lanae said that you were trying to hit that, I shouldn't say that way, but you were trying to have sex with her and you were talking about how you wanted to bend her over in the bathroom. Okay, again, I'm going to re-release the second interview with Lanae, and I'm going to take out the first, I think it's about the first 45 minutes of it. It'll just be where she's talking. I'll probably do that on Saturday because I know they have another video lined up for Friday. Your own nephew, Umar, in yesterday's interview, said that one of the things that his grandmother, meaning your mother, was saying to him, and she was kind of complaining about, was that you were having sex with women at her place. Hit the two. Y'all remember this? Hit the two. See, Umar, you're just trying to paint a narrative, but you have Lanae who've already told the business, but you have a family member who's corroborated this. See, Umar did this video prior to the interview that we did with his nephew. Wait a minute, is that right? Yeah, he did, but I didn't watch the video. See, and we would have covered it yesterday, I still didn't watch the video, but I'm saying that's just what we're watching right now. The point is that his nephew exposed the truth that Umar's mother, complained about Umar having sex with women and having women come over to her place. So what are you talking about, Umar? Got him. This guy, he lies so much, it's incredible.
Business is business. Personal is personal. I got her a hotel. I Ubered her over to the home. When she got to the home, I went over instructions with her. I went.
See the body language?
To the airport. When I got back from both trips, I Ubered her to a hotel. And then she flew out. I paid for her flight. I paid for her hotel. Business was business. Personal was personal.
No. Once it was personal before you brought her out there, Umar. You can't have it both ways. See, he's trying to paint this narrative for legal reasons. Umar, you goofy. You really are. You're just not intelligent. You mean to tell me you're gonna go on the court talk about how this was business, but you doing a back shots before business? Umar, you wild, bro. You wild. Yeah.
So, after returning.
Why would you be flying aides out, Umar, when you could just go into contract with professionals in Philadelphia, Umar? Anyway, let's go. Umar,
From Sweden. I was very disappointed in the care that my mother was given. After returning from Sweden, I was very disappointed in the care that my mother was given. I'm not going to go into detail over the egregious lack of regard and concern she displayed for my mother. I'm not going to go over that. That's
that's because it doesn't exist. Furthermore, Umar has a camera. Shouldn't you have that on the cloud? Just like the video that you have of the people who allegedly vandalized the inside of the gym that you haven't shown quite yet. And that vandalism that took place in that large gym took place years ago, Umar. We saw it today. We seen it today. He lies so much. Anyway, let's go.
Too personal. But I was very disappointed and I was guilty. Whenever my mother isn't properly cared for, I take on that shame. I take on that blame.
So it's happened multiple times? You're supposed to be the primary caretaker. Why are you going to Africa then right now, Umar? See, this is Umar trying to paint himself as the victim.
But I said to myself, you can never use this woman again to care for your mother.
That's not what Lanae said. Anyway.
So I began to distance myself from this woman.
No.
So let me back.
No, she began to distance herself from you. She cut off the sex too. That was part of Umar's issue too, by the way.
Back up again. She saw me 3 times. Privately.
I thought you said 4.
She cared for my mother 2 other times.
Now, I don't remember Lanae saying how many times she cared for her mother, but we'll cover that next week.
5 total contacts.
Okay, no, there's more than 5. Come on, Umar, cut it out.
3 of them were private. Brothers and sisters, without being too vulgar,
here he goes.
Those 3 private contacts basically consisted of her gummy bearing my Shango.
This is y'all's principal. Who talks like that? He's 50. Why are you talking like that, Umar? See, what I think is that yeah, you're right, Christopher. Here we go. What I think is that Umar, what he's attempting to do is to paint this narrative that discredits Lanae's story, where she's talking about Umar and his sexual debauchery, with him being, he has these proclivities. We talk about that. I don't want to even get into it right here, because if y'all listen to when she first mentioned that, I try to shut that down. Can y'all hit the one if y'all recognize that? Could Crush Chat help me out? Y'all see, I tried to shut that. I was like, well, we ain't gonna go there. I actually did that twice. If you guys remember, I did that twice, but then Cook Chat kept asking questions about this. I just, it's in the soup. I asked the question. I was uncomfortable. Did anybody peep that? How's it going, Lanae? What's up, honey pot? I ain't seen you in a little while. Hope you're doing all right. Maybe you've been in the chat, but what's up? Salute information, man. Double salute. Because she was talking about some things. She was talking about East B. I ain't put that up there. My Lord Jesus. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put that up there. Why? She was talking about some things. That's all I can say. I was trying to shut that down big time. Okay. What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Yeah. But the thing is, what had happened was people in the chat room kept asking, they would send me super chats. So I was in a precarious situation. I was trying to do y'all right on that. But she was talking about some of the things that Umar was into. I'll say it that way. Okay. Some of that stuff I was confused. I was like, well, what you mean? Something about the cupping this and doing that on the, and then talk about the menage a trois and all this stuff. I said, oh my God, what's going on here? So what Umar is doing, he's trying to paint the narrative that the sexual intercourse was, or the sexual interactions was limited to 3 times, but then also that the only thing sexual type of activity that took place was what he calls gummy bear, whatever he said about the gummy bear thing, which would be fellatio. I'll say it that way. See, he's trying to clean this up. That's what he's doing. He's trying to clean this up. Well, he's something else. Umar, he's a master manipulator.
It's basically consisted of her gummy bearing my Shango.
Yeah, here we go. That's what he said.
She gummy bared the Shango. That's basically what she did. It was a jump off. Hood rat jump off. That's all it was.
See, but you're 50, Umar. You love black women, but you're going to call her a hood rat and it's a jump off. Why are you having jump offs at the age of 50 at your mama house too, by the way, including the hotel? Why would you be doing that? And listen, Lanae sent me some stuff. I ain't gonna put it up here, but she sent me some pictures. I ain't gonna put it up here. Okay, that's too far. Okay.
Fellatio. 3 fellatio sessions.
Sessions? What in the world?
I came to visit. She wanted to please the Prince of Pan Africanism. So it happened. 3 fellatio sessions. I'm not proud to say that. And then, of course, quote unquote caregiver. I put caregiver in quotes because she did anything but care for my mother. Anyway.
No, Umar was the one that didn't care for his mother. Well, Umar, he's something else. That's just him projecting right here. He's something else.
This was the first week of March, Sweden. I come back from Sweden. I'm disappointed. Can't work with this woman no more. Can't take care of my mother. I can't mess with you. I started to distance myself from her. On June the 25th, the last moon that we had.
Lanae, I ain't put that up there. Lanae, listen, Umar, his biggest fear is Lanae, okay? At this point, he ain't worried about me. He ain't worried about me no more. He worried about Lanae. All right,
I do my Art of Dialogue interview. I'm coming out of my Art of Dialogue interview, and my phone is blowing up.
How's it going,
There's
Greg?
a woman on Pastor Bussy's page claiming that.
Oh, okay. So he's called, someone that said this earlier, he's calling me that. Okay, so I don't know why he's saying pastor though. I don't get that. Anyone, I don't get that. I'm not a pastor. And then the other thing, as a heterosexual man, at least where I come from, we don't talk like that. We don't talk with the what he's saying, the B word. So I don't even feel comfortable saying that. Okay, that's not true either. Okay, Umar's been running with this lie about me being gay since 2020. Yeah, I think it's 2020. I could be wrong. It might be 2021. That's slander, Umar. And there's things that I remember on his Instagram page, I did this video where there's a young person that had reached out to me and they were looking for words of encouragement because I think they were bisexual, if memory serves me correctly, because this is such a long time ago. And they sent me a message and they were talking about how they were struggling with their parents or something like that. The parents were, so it could be difficult, especially for younger people. I think the person was like a teenager. And so I put together this video to kind of address that and give them words of encouragement in terms of what they were dealing with and being comfortable with their sexuality, so forth and so on. And so I titled that video because they posed the question. So I titled the video based upon the question that they posed. And it was something like, I'm struggling with my sexuality and I don't know what to do. And I think that's what they initially emailed me, the header. And then they had to, it's really sad too, because what they were struggling with and how they weren't being accepted by their parents, so forth and so on. I can't remember if they said that they were bisexual or that they were homosexual, but that's besides the point. So I used that as the title. So what Umar did was he took a screenshot of that and posted it on his Instagram page. And that was to paint a narrative that I was saying that. But that wasn't the case. That's me trying to help a younger person. But that just goes to show you how vindictive and deceptive Umar is. So he's been calling me gay for a long time. See, that's the thing. Umar, he's not a researcher. He'll throw stuff out there and he doesn't vet information too. There was a gay guy that had said that I sent him a naked picture or something like that. He later admitted that it wasn't true. So that's good for him, okay? Because you don't want that type of karma. And I'm hope he's doing better too, okay? Because he was going through some stuff, and I get it, okay? We all struggle at times, and I haven't kept up with him, but I'm hoping that he's doing better. He admitted that wasn't true, but Umar continues to run with the story. There was another gay guy who hired another gay guy off of Craigslist, and they did a whole video where they were saying that I was gay, right? None of that's true, okay? There's no receipts, there's no proof of any of that. In fact, the gay guy that hired the gay guy, that's what he said, he hired him off of Craigslist. He put together these text messages with these, and what I did, because at that time I didn't have the degree in cybersecurity and to be able to analyze digital forensics the way that I'm able to do now, but I had enough information back then to be able to analyze. We did a show, we went through step by step, and there's these anomalies that you see inside these text messages, right? One of the text messages is on a different cell phone than the other one, the screenshot that he allegedly took, and then there was also text messages where you see that the lines are crooked. Okay, on your cell phone, the lines are going to be straight across the board. Okay, there'll be a text message, and there'll be a line in some cases, depending on what your phone, how top your phone. But if you have stuff where the line is crooked, okay, these are all manipulated, these are created, and they're not legitimate. Okay, so we did that analysis to prove that wasn't the case. Okay, but Umar, he runs with that. Okay, but that goes to show you that he's not a researcher, he's not a scholar, because a scholar would vet information. Just like when people were saying that Umar had a criminal record and that he got arrested down in Atlanta for drug possession, cocaine. See, I vetted that information. I didn't just run with it. I just didn't throw it out there. And I knew it before anyone else had talked about it online, because there's people who came out with this as if it was true. And I defended Umar. You guys remember that? That's called integrity. It's integrity when I don't just take what someone says at face value. There has to be legitimate receipts. See, Lanae sent me all kinds of stuff. There's stuff I can't even show on here. Real talk. Okay. See, but Umar, he's not a scholar, he's not a researcher, and he lacks integrity because he ran with those lies that have already been disproven, and he still runs with it today. So that's why he's using that term, that B term. And now, for whatever reason, I don't understand why he's calling me a pastor. I'm not a pastor either. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, I sure did. I broke that down. I broke it down step by step. That's what I do. Yeah. Okay, let's continue. So I think he's talking about me there, because he's saying that Lanae was on he said Pastor B word a show, and that would be, because I don't know this, I don't think she's been on anyone else's YouTube page or social media. So I'm going to assume that he's talking about me. All right, let's keep going here.
Y'all was in a 2.5-year relationship that you were in love with her.
Okay, no, she never said that. See, this is what I mean by Umar. He's a liar.
I started to distance myself from her. On June the 25th, the last moon that we had, I do my Art of Dialogue interview. I'm coming out of my Art of Dialogue interview and my phone is blowing up. There's a woman on Pastor Bussy's page claiming that.
That's wild.
Y'all was in a 2.5-year relationship.
Okay, real quick, Cookie Crush chat. Did Lanae ever say that she was in a 2.5-year relationship? No. Hit the one. She never said that. Again, Lanae first texted Umar March 21st of 2023. She organized an event for Umar on December 3rd of 2023. She first visited and started an intimate relationship with Umar March 6th of 2024. Okay, that's a whole year that passed, almost a year, a whole year. Okay, so, I'll just say, let's say 11 months and 3 weeks that passes. So Umar, how can it be? What did he say to it? Did he say a year? No, that just doesn't make any sense. He's lying right here.
Log interview and my phone is blowing up. There's a woman.
What's up, Jimmy?
On Pastor Bussy's page.
That's wild, Umar. What's up, Jimmy?
Claiming that y'all was in a 2.5-year relationship.
No. She never said that. It doesn't even work with the timeline. That's why I'm big on timeline, because Umar, he lies so much and he gets stuff twisted up in his lies. It doesn't even follow the timeline. Again, she first texted Umar for business, March 21st, 2023. She then did organize an event for Umar on December 3rd of 2023. That's business. They continue to communicate from December 3rd, 2023 to March 6th of 2024. And that's when she comes out and starts an intimate relationship with Umar. Okay. So we could say that from March 6th of 2024 into 2025, that's when they had an intimate relationship. At a certain point, she cuts off the sexual activity. So I would have to find out exactly what that is. But Umar, he's painting a whole false narrative right here. I don't understand why quite yet, but we're going to see.
Log interview and my phone is blowing up. There's a woman on Pastor Bussy's page claiming that.
That's wild.
Y'all was in a 2.5-year relationship, that you were in love with her, that you wanted to marry her, that you...
He said 2.5 years. Umar, you lying?
You wanted her to have your child. You were in a 2.5-year relationship with her.
Yeah.
You were in love with her. You wanted to marry her. You wanted her to have your child.
See all this?
You were...
See the micro expressions with Umar? And he's painting a false narrative here.
Claiming that y'all was in a 2.5-year relationship, that you were in love with her, that you wanted to marry her, that you wanted her to have your child. You were in a 2.5-year relationship.
See, he has to repeat it because he's lying. So this is just the propaganda.
Relationship with her. You were in love with her. You wanted to marry her. You wanted her to have your child.
See this right here?
You were in a 2.5-year relationship.
Wow, you gonna repeat it a third time. Repetition. Yep. Edward Bernays.
With her. You wanted to marry her. You was in love with her.
Wow, you gonna repeat it a fourth time.
And you wanted her to be your wife. Brothers and sisters, I have women who look way better than her.
Here he go.
Who have done more for me in my life than she ever could. Who I wasn't in love with. Who I didn't want to make my wife. Who I didn't want to have my baby. So this woman.
What does that have to do with any of this, Umar?
This Kansas City thought. This Jezebel.
Okay, now he wants to classify her as a Jezebel, as a thought. Remember, he said the same thing about the conscious stripper. A thought is that hole over there. Something to that effect.
This jump off. This smash and grab.
Wow, Umar, you telling on yourself. See, you've been sexually exploiting these black women for a long time. Ain't nothing new.
Spent 3 times with me. Not 3 nights, because I never spent the night.
Boy, I'm so tempted to pull that picture up, but I ain't going to do you like that, Umar. I ain't going to do you like that.
I never spent a night with her in my life. I never spent a night with her in my life. I saw her 3 times.
Tim playing with his ear?
And 3 times, all of which, if I'm not mistaken, were during the first quarter of 2025. 3 times.
Okay, first quarter of 2025. That would be January, February, March. Between January and March of 2025. That's the timeline that he's saying here.
And I'm in love with her. 3 times I want to marry her. 3 times I want her to have my baby. 3 times, and we were in a 2.5-year relationship, brothers and sisters.
It wasn't. That's not what she said, Umar. It doesn't even fit with the timeline. What are you talking about?
Brothers and sisters.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Brothers and sisters, but it gets worse. She told Pastor Bussy.
Umar crazy.
She told Pastor Bussy. And let me say this about Pastor Bussy.
Here we go.
Rainbow bunny.
What? Why you call me a rainbow bunny, Umar? What does that mean? Why would I be a bunny? What is going on here, Umar? Well, I'll tell you, it's some weirdo. It's some weird. I'm gonna leave it right there. Let's go. He mad. He infuriated. Look at him. Umar's so mad. Umar, you did me wrong, Baka. Don't do me like that, bro. This is the past to be okay, but don't call me no rainbow bunny, Umar. You wrong for that, man. That's wrong. You don't hurt my feelings. Let's go.
Pastor Bussy, the rainbow bunny, has been
damn, Umar, don't do me like that. Okay, let's go. I'm just playing.
Cyber stalking me.
Hey, no one's cyber stalking you, Umar. You need to go look up the definition. I provide coverage of your listen, of your scam, and that's all. It's no different than people that all they cover is Donald Trump. It's no different, or all they cover is the Lakers. Okay, I'll be watching Lakers Nation, because I remember that show. I remember his YouTube page had like 16,000 subscribers. He's like at over 500,000. That's my favorite sports show on the internet. Anyway, Umar, I cover you like other people, and it's a niche. That's all. But what you're listen, you need to do some research on that, bro. Go do some research. Go look up the definition for that. Here we go.
For 10 years. People.
Okay, that 10 years. Okay, quick question. Have I been covering Umar for 10 years? This guy, he be lying so much. I didn't start consistently covering Umar until the end of 2018, going into 2019, when he acquired those trap bandos in Wilmington, Delaware. Some of y'all were around back then. Hit the one. It's a long time ago, but it's still, I mean, listen, it is what, I mean, I've taken breaks. Okay, I've taken time off from here to there. You guys know that. But Umar, you don't have to lie like that. See, all this is lies. You know, you got to call me gay. You got to say that I've been covering you for 10 years. That's not true. Now, in all fairness to Umar, see, I'm always honest and I'm fair with Umar. Let me get this other earbud here. There was a time where I was studying narcissism. Okay, this was back in 2014. And see, around that time, someone had sent me a link to Umar, his video where he at St. Paul's College. You guys remember that? So when I started to look into Umar, I didn't know much about him back then, and I didn't even know he was in Hidden Colors. I hadn't watched Hidden Colors at that point either. But what I ended up doing was I used to look at Umar Johnson videos here and there, and I noticed that a lot of his behaviors at that time was narcissistic in nature. Okay, narcissistic personality traits, the self-aggrandizement where he overstates, you know, his accomplishments, the grandiosity. You know, he's going to purchase St. Paul's College and he's going to raise $2.5 million to put in a starting bid. And he's going to do that in 2 months. You know, giving himself these self-appointed titles. So I did a video, and it wasn't specifically about Umar, it was about narcissism, and I used him as an example. That was back in, if memory serves me correctly, 2014. But I didn't start doing videos on Umar again until 2018. So what are you talking about, Umar? See, but he wants to paint that narrative. Okay. Now, again, you see, I'm being fair with Umar. All right. I'm being fair with him. But see, he has to lie. That's what he does. And I'm always fair with this guy. Even Umar, even you calling me gay, that's not fair. That's slander. That's what that is. See, that's what you call slander. You can't provide a receipt to back that up. Okay, you can go to the gay guy that said I sent he said it was a booty pic. I don't even like talking like that. You can use that. You can use the gay guy that hired the gay guy off of Craigslist to say that we were in some sort of a relationship. Just ridiculous. Okay, but if you use that as your source, that shows you're not a scholar and that you're not a researcher. It also shows you lack integrity. So ultimately, what you're engaged in is slander. Okay, but I'm not going to slander you. Not going to do that. Never have. Okay, it's called integrity. Anyway, let's keep going here.
People have asked me to put a stop to him legally. I had 2 attorneys who sent him cease and desist.
Okay, I only received 1 of those cease and desist, and it was frivolous. Umar, I don't know what you talk about 2 attorneys, and it was a white attorney too, by the way. Y'all wait for Monday. See, Umar, if you're doxing my personal information and issuing physical threats, and I have all that evidence that I can present, I can actually present that in court. Okay, you don't have standing. I can also take you calling me gay over and over again. That your followers, they pick up on that and then they say the same thing. You have no standing. Matter of fact, you guys want me to pull up. I can do two videos right now where Umar is calling me all types of names that's dealing with homosexuality. You want me to do it? Hit the 1. Umar, you wouldn't want to see me in court. You wouldn't want to do it. See, because ultimately it's going to come back to the money. Because that's my premise in terms of covering you. It's about FDMG and this school scam. This is y'all's principle. Let's do this real quick. You want to talk about slander, Umar? See, you're not a scholar and you're not intelligent either. You're not a scholar and you're not a researcher, because if you were, you would have researched and vetted information, because anyone can say anything. See, they can make up fake receipts, but the record shows that they were fake receipts. Already debunked all of that stuff back in the day. Lanae has receipts, and you're admitting it inside of this video that you were dealing with her sexually, not professionally, and that she was taking care of your mama. And she sent me all kinds of some stuff I can't even show up on here, Umar. Let's do this real quick if y'all don't mind. We're going to go to 2020, the Lord Jamar interview. Y'all bear with me. And we're gonna have to skip through to find it too, because I don't think I have a timestamp. I can't remember. Let's see. Lord Jamar. Oh, it's not coming up under there. Hold on 1 second. I think I have it in this other folder for the documentary. Okay, here it is right here. So this was from, and again, in court, I would pull this up too. Okay, again, that's the thing, Umar, you be running your mouth. And I think part of it too is you forget what you have done. You forget about what you have said. You have no standing. You wouldn't have standing in court. Let's go to this Lord Jamar interview.
Am I loud? I'm sorry. Forgive me, y'all.
Yeah, by the way, I put an audio limiter on this just because her microphone was really loud. But other than that, I haven't changed anything. All right, so let's skip through and
community within the black community. They never let
up all kind of shit. Like I remember when the
I think it's around here.
Well said.
7.
Oh, check this out right here.
All right, so you
So it's been 6.5
getting the money,
years now.
started getting donations. From what I understand, you raised about $7.
This is October 16th, 2020.
$150,000, yes?
Well said.
See, notice he does not tell people, he does not admit how much money he has raised. Now, people, you can take 2020 and him saying 700,000, 750,000, and you get his IRS filings and add it up from 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024, and you'll be over $1 million. But Umar is telling people in 2025 that he hasn't even raised $1 million. He's a con man.
$750,000. About 20 months ago, you end up purchasing 2 buildings, yes?
4 buildings.
4 buildings.
Okay, it's 3 buildings.
Okay, for about
2 schools, 4 buildings.
2.
Yeah, look at the curtains too, by the way. Okay, whose curtains are those? Look at the chair. This is Mama Closet in 2020.
Schools, 4 buildings for $400,000.
It was more than that.
Okay. Well,
see, he doesn't say how much more. He doesn't say how much. He's never stated how much money he paid for these buildings. Online records say $400,000. It could be much less than that. Umar says a little more than that. So that's why I just go with it. I say $425,000.
Everybody wants to know, where's the extra money? Where'd the extra money go? And why is it taking so long to...
Okay, Umar goes off here. But the point I want to make before I get to the part is that Lord Jamar, he's quoting information from the first documentary that I did on Umar. But let me skip to the part where Umar, he goes off too. He goes off the rails.
Desks. He'd go to the board of education.
Who say, I can help him. I'm doing, brother. I have a totally different concept from him. You do 10 charter schools where the money is coming from the state side of the team I got, which is filled with experts from the East Coast to the West Coast, brother.
He was mad and sassy.
Okay, brother. I mean, you know, these are definitely the answers that people want to know. They want to.
I'm not interested in people. I'm interested in donors, brother.
Yeah, but in order for you to get donors, though, you're gonna have to satisfy these. Yes, brother. And how are you gonna get donors if you don't satisfy? If I
disagree with you,
listen. If I'm considering to be a donor, but I have certain questions that I want answered, I feel like that's legitimate.
Boy, we gotta watch this someday soon. Let me skip through. Here we go.
$3 a month for bronze. Get all the up. Those are coming from haters. You got to understand something. Get all the updates that they. Here's what I would say to that, Sister Ra. The ADHD asking the negative question. Other Negroes in the conscious community who ain't building shit. That's doing. Any of them conscious dudes. Name one on my level. Name one builder. You crazy.
They can't
tie my sneaks, bro.
I can't. All I can name is my father-in-law.
They say, how many they kept out of jail, bro? They're not building shit.
Right. So
through the grass. What have they built, bro? Who you know in the conscious movement built an institution? Answer that. Nobody. I'm the only one in my generation doing it.
Well, you're building it. It's not built yet, though. It's not built.
Be there. Don't you worry about it. You be the first one there. Trust me.
Beautiful. Listen. Let's move. I want to talk about your book real quick. Let's talk.
Let me skip Mecca. So I got the book either.
I might have already skipped through.
Keep pregnant, but everybody.
Here we go.
That was released recently.
Here go right here.
DVDs. No institutions. No track record for helping nobody. Intellectual masturbation.
It seems like your main detractor is this guy, LenonHonor.
Yes. He's a down low brother who preys on teenage boys.
Whoa.
He's married with children, but he's on the down low. He preys on teenage boys, according to information that was released recently. I don't know the man. I never met the man. All he does is make videos about another man, which is me.
Right.
Which was already questionable. That was already questionable. But based on information that another brother released, who I don't know either, okay, he preys on teenage boys.
Umar, you want to see me in court? Okay, that's what you call slander. That's what you call defamation. It's not true. That's why I don't even trip off of it. I really don't. See, If you're a heterosexual man and you're a real man, you know, some other dude, they can say whatever they want to. A gay guy can hire another gay guy off for Craigslist to say whatever they want to. Right? A gay guy could say that I sent him booty pic. That's what he said, booty pics. But he came out later and said that he that he made it all up. So, you know, respect to him, I guess. Right? But Umar runs with that, and then he gets on Lord Jamar's platform, and because Lord Jamar brings up my name, he says that I'm preying on teenage boys. That's like calling me a pedo in addition to being a closeted homosexual. Umar, that's what you call slander. You won't see me in court. Let me give you guys one other example. So that was October 16th of 2020, and I have other ones too, but this one right here is November 1st of 2020. Watch what Umar says in this one.
There go Tiffany. Where was you at, Tiffany? Where was Tiffany at? You see Deanna? Tiffany right here? You was missing in action. We gonna hurt you. Your sisters was looking for you. Good. Dre made it. Drop Squad closed. This is Drop Squad, the black-owned joint. So we're going to end up going to Timothy's. And once everybody get here, we're going to decide if we want to eat inside or outside at them double tables.
I think he gets into it early. I want to skip through, but hold on.
This is the Prince of Pan Africanism, King Kong Consciousness. I'm right outside the Drop Squad kitchen. Right outside the Drop Squad kitchen. Shout out to Abundance Child and Family. My apologies, Sister Abundance. We were supposed to come have dinner last night, but we had a caterer come down from Philly, waterfront, and the rest of painting in the day. About 90 minutes of painting and we'll finish up at the top of the building. I said we're going to put a new FDMG sign above where a lot of ancestors might have died. Don't ever forget to go somewhere else with the I Ain't From Africa bullshit. Join the Loyal Donors Club at 111. Go to Nat Turner Live. Outside or inside?
You don't want to help build?
Working. You need to get.
Oh, here we go right here. Watch this. Here we go. This is Tiff the Griff.
That's right. That's right. What you got to say today, Tiff?
Hello. We are here. Wilmington.
Representing West Coast,
Yes,
LA.
Los Angeles.
Ifa Tunde U.
Working for the children. This Pan-African stuff not gonna stop. You can't hate it away.
Please let them know you can't just make videos and consider yourself an activist, a revolutionary, a Pan-Africanist.
One more thing. You guys can sit up and make all the YouTube videos, but guess what? That school's still gonna open.
That's right.
Lenon, I saw you little bitch ass live last night. This is me talking this. I'm not speaking.
Go ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
And I saw it, and you.
That's one thing that Umar does. He tries to use other people, including his followers. It's like the quote thing, to disparage other people, especially people who criticize Umar.
Was making reference about the women working. You need to get a job while you sitting up worried about us.
Okay, now this is interesting. Umar's the one that didn't have a job and still doesn't have a job. See this? To this day. Okay, but let's keep going. I'm not gonna be able to get to the other video because I gotta close this down. But let's
you need to worry about focusing on your own house.
You booty.
Okay, now it's interesting that she says focusing on your own house, because look at what has happened with Umar in terms of his baby mamas, and in terms of his daughter, and in terms of him sexually exploiting these black women, and in terms of his mama too, meaning Umar's mama. Living in filth. He's traveling all over the world. There's all type of stuff going on. Y'all check out the video from yesterday with Umar Johnson's nephew and what he shares. Okay, listen to Umar, what he says here. As a heterosexual man, it's just thoroughly inappropriate to be talking like this. Here we go.
Worry about focusing on your own house.
You booty bandit. You bisexual booty bandit.
Listen to Umar's voice.
You so focused on what we're doing.
You got a loosey-goosey booty.
Okay, why would you say that about another man, Umar? Why would you say that? If you're heterosexual, and I'm not here to question Umar's sexuality, even though Lanae did say some things. Okay, I'm not here to do that. I ain't gonna do you like that, Umar. But why would you be talking like that if you're a heterosexual, quote unquote, alpha male? See, where I come from as a heterosexual man, you don't talk like that. See, that's also slander, Umar. Let's keep going.
He got a loosey-goosey booty.
Boy, that's crazy.
And while we're sitting up here painting for the children, you're painting this bullshit-ass narrative about what
Isn't that interesting? See, they're the ones that's painting the narrative, including Umar. Well, it's weird. It really is.
we're doing. You're so focused about what we're doing in Wilmington.
Pussy crush chat.
Oh, he going at the Good Crush chat too. It looks like she got a Thundercat. No, it's not a Thundercat on her shirt. Anyway,
He was on his Bussy Crush chat last night. He was on his Bussy Crush chat. He said you had a wet bussy and you sent the pic to it.
What? Boy, this is crazy. Yeah, she's not around anymore. Yeah, she's not around anymore supporting Umar like that. He don't even like her. Let's keep going.
You so nasty. I'm gonna start calling you hot chocolate Utah.
Why would you say that about another man, Umar? Well, that I don't get it. Anyway.
Hot chocolate in Utah. Loosey goosey.
Well, that's wild. Even his voice. Man.
Loosey goosey.
We're still putting in work for these children. I should.
This is 2020. We're in 2025. That's crazy. 5 years, almost 5 years later. 4 years and 7 months later.
He had a loosey goosey.
That must be why the judge got the rainbow flag.
You rectal revolutionary.
It's y'all's principle. See, that's not, listen, heterosexual men, we don't talk like that. We just don't. At least where I come from, we don't talk like that. I'm from San Diego. It's just how we don't do that. All right.
Say what up to the people, Manny in Kenya.
Oh, brother Manny. Yeah, rest in peace to brother Manny. Okay, he passed away. Yeah, I don't think he says anything else. Let me just check.
Manny and Keita. I said Kenya.
FDMG, what's up, family? Black Power.
Hey, what's up, family?
Another day at work.
Indeed. We wait for everybody to get here. Okay. Then we're gonna make a decision whether we're gonna eat outside or inside.
Yeah, I think that's all. Okay, the point that I want to make is that in terms of legally, Umar, you don't have a standing. I can also pull up videos where you're threatening me and you're posting and doxing my home address. You're threatening me with physical violence. You also encourage your followers to come to my physical address to cause physical harm. So Umar, you wouldn't want to see me in court. And yeah, he did send us a cease and desist. It was by a white lawyer. But Umar, that was just an act of intimidation. And you can try it again. But listen, I don't back down. I just don't. Okay. I'm not going to get punked by no man, especially one who's talking like this. That's just crazy. And furthermore, I'm not going to be bullied. Okay. I bully the bully. That's another thing. People don't understand all of what Umar has done to silence me. And there's a whole lot more that I can say about that. And then they wonder why it is that I do what I do. Okay. In part, it is because of what Umar has done in the past in terms of trying to silence me, but also I consider it to be a community service because I'm attempting to help to keep children safe from Umar and to keep women safe from Umar. See? And the fact that he's even talking like this, it's inappropriate. Would you want to have your children around him? Why would you send him money if he's talking like this in the first place? See? I have other examples I can pull up, but we're gonna leave it right there. Okay, we've gone way over time. Okay, we've broken the record for amount of live viewers. We're very, very close to breaking the record for super chats. Let me just do these super chats real quick, and then we're gonna go for, let's say, I want to get to half of this video. We'll go for another 5 minutes on the main video, and then we'll wind this up, and then we'll finish the rest of it next week. I may be able to do it tomorrow, but I have another video that I want to drop tomorrow. Okay, real quick, let me do these. Your kids will see that says he saw your intros at the podium. Oh, maybe that's where he has the where he's calling me a pastor, but I'm not a pastor. Okay, but that may be where he's getting that from. Okay, Umar has a very difficult time discerning reality from fantasy, so that may be part of it. 78 says, Lenon, he's talking about Gerald. Do you remember? Yeah, I do. Yeah, but I've had, because he's talking about Lanae, right? And to the best of my knowledge, Lanae has only been on my platform. She may have been on other platforms, and if she has, I don't know about it. So I think he's talking about me here. I really do. And see, the other thing in 78, if you listen to what he's saying, he goes from calling me a pastor, but then he's talking about me here now with sending me a cease and desist. You see what I'm saying? So I think he's talking about me here. I'm fairly certain. Okay. Thank you, 78, for the super chat. Okay, Mr. Spano says, Lenon, you can prove that Umar is slandering you. I think you should consider suing him, just like Cardi B did another content creator for slander. Yeah, I could. Umar doesn't have any assets, though. You know what I'm saying? On paper, he doesn't have a job. He doesn't even have income, even though, again, in 2023, he raised over $200,000. In 2024, he's claiming that he raised $84,506. But on paper, he hasn't earned any income, personal income. Okay, so it wouldn't even make sense. He doesn't have his own vehicle. He lives in his mama closet on Section 8 housing, so forth and so on. Again, even Umar, you're living in Section 8 housing. If you took him to the court, that would be something that would be presented. Okay, and if that's revealed to the court, they're going to have to look into that. And then what you gonna do? Because you're not supposed to be staying there. Okay, watch yourself, homeboy. Thanks, Mr. Monica, for the super chat. Mr. Monica also says the fact that Umar went to great lengths to slander you by creating fake ads and fake stories with hired men is outrageous. Yeah, this is outright slander. It is. And I was offended back then. I don't care so much these days. It's just back then because he has so many followers that were, including Tiff DeGriff. She was one of the main people that was going on this campaign. I have all those videos too. That would be presented in court because I was one of Umar's main henchwomen back in the day. I have all those videos. So I would compile those where she's saying things that are not true. She used to say that my wife and I were on Section 8. Never been on Section 8, right? Okay, that's slander too. But guess what? Umar is living inside his mama's closet and she's on Section. You see how this happens? See the irony of all of this. She said all kind of other stuff too. There was another woman, rest in peace, that was posting my personal information and this was an Umar Johnson follower that was going at me for a long time and was going on my family members' Facebook pages and taking screenshots and then reposting it on her Facebook page to paint narratives about my family members. They ain't got nothing to do with any of this stuff. See? Okay, but that was another one of Umar's main henchwomen. So Umar, you don't have standing in these regards. Okay. And I have all those videos too. I have all the screenshots from her Facebook page too. Rest in peace. Thanks, Mr. Mountain. Keith Sweat voice. Nobody, baby. Yeah. Umar, he was going off. How's it going, Hasa? Thank you for tuning on in. Okay, we're gonna go for 5 more minutes. Thanks for super chat. Everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. If we did 4 more super chats, we would break a record. Okay. I'm not asking for it. I'm just letting y'all know. We already broke all these other records. Let's go 5 more minutes on this main video, and then we're going to close out this live stream, and then I would have to come back. I could do it Saturday, but I also have another video scheduled to drop on Saturday. All right? Okay, we got so much to get into. All right, let's go. Let's do 5 more minutes on this video, and then we close out. Shout out to the Course chat. I'm going to close out this poll, too, as well, so make sure you get your vote in. I'll close it out in 5 minutes. All right, let's get back to it. Here we go.
And he did not cease and desist. Those attorneys did not live in Utah where he lives. Those attorneys did not live in Utah, so there was no follow-up.
Yeah, but y'all wait for Monday. Okay, y'all wait for Monday.
I recently consulted with a Utah attorney.
Here we go.
Who told me I have a serious case against Pastor Bussy the Rainbow Bunny.
Okay, but see, you're slandering me in the process, Umar. Boy, he ain't got no sense.
But I'm going to have to fly out to Utah a couple times to appear in court.
Boy, if you did that, Umar, you know what? These numbers would skyrocket. And furthermore, you would be even more exposed because more people are going to check this out. They're going to be watching and if you do that, we'll cover it. We'll cover it step by step. And it'll be part of the Umar Johnson saga. That's fine with me. See? I know one thing in discovery. Them receipts for this FDMG school scam, that's going to be coming. Because, see, I can countersue in essence. I can countersue for slander, right? I can countersue, and part of the slander, because your premise of slandering me is dealing with FDMG. So, therefore, my assertions about FDMG would come into play, and therefore the financials, because that's what my premise is, dealing with the financials, that would come into play too, and that would all be exposed, and it would be subpoena in terms of discovery. And we would cover it step by step, Umar. See, but ultimately it would be to your detriment because not only would you be exposed as a fraud that you are financially dealing with the funds, dealing with FDMG, and you approve my case, okay, that you are a fraud. But then in terms of the IRS filings and the misappropriation of funds, and they'll be able to see how much money you got from CashApp, how much money you got from PayPal, all in discovery, how much money you got from GoFundMe, how much money you got from Plum Fund, how much money you got from checks and money orders sent to your different PO boxes. See, And then very quickly, it'd be realized that most of the money that you collected under this nonprofit organization, you spent on yourself. I'm here for it. All right, let's go.
So this attorney told me that if I give him the retainer, he will begin the investigation on Pastor Bussy. And after looking at Pastor Bussy's YouTube page, he says he is quite certain that I have a case for slander, I have a case for libel, I have a case for defamation. And he also said,
okay, wait a minute though, Umar, you said that you need to put him on retainer, and but didn't you just say that he looked at my, which one is it? That he's done the investigation, but he hasn't done the investigation? Furthermore, what you're saying, I've already proved during this live stream that you're the one that slandered, libel, etc. Okay?
Because he's been making money off of my name for 10 years.
That's a lie too. And that will be presented in court too. I say, Umar, he's been saying that I've been making money off of him for 10 years. That's not true, Umar. When I first started consistently doing Umar Johnson videos towards the end of 2018, going into 2019, I wasn't making any money. Could Chris say, any of y'all were around back then, hit the one? I didn't even have it monetized here on YouTube. And I did that purposefully. It wasn't, I can't even remember how much longer later to where in Brother Darren, he suggested that I monetize. And there wasn't any super chats back then either. It wasn't a feature on YouTube. And everything, I just did it, because this is what, I started exposing you, didn't collect any money whatsoever. Right? I did a documentary for you. I didn't collect any money for that. But at a certain point, I monetized. And yeah, it worked out. But Umar, 10 years? Yeah, that's a lie right there. You lying all over the place. And I would present that in court too. See, you can't be lying on someone and slandering someone and then say that they slandering you. I can prove slander on you, live. I can prove all that. That's what I've been doing now. Not for 10 years, okay? And I have receipts to back all that up. I can back up for everything I say about you, Umar, right? But you lied on me consistently. You're going to have to prove that I'm gay. You're going to have to prove that I've been making money off of you for a decade. Quote unquote, making money off of you. It's just a niche. Okay, plenty of YouTubers do this. Okay, some talk about the Lakers only, some talk about Donald Trump only, etc. Okay, I talk about you with receipts and critical analysis, and I'm always fair, and I always have receipts to back things up. Okay, but you lying all over the place right here. Okay, here we go.
That he can be made to pay me back all the money that he made in my name.
Pay you back. I don't owe you any money. What are you talking about? Why don't you pay back the donors? And that would be another issue that you would have to deal with too, Umar, in discovery. I don't owe you money. Why would I have to pay you back? Isn't that the irony? You owe the donors. What you talking about? Under this nonprofit status, we're in the first nonprofits that you had from 2015 to 2017. You didn't even report to the IRS how much money you were making. So it got revoked. And so therefore, all the money that you collected from 2015 through 2017, that's personal income. That's why you got massive tax liens. See, all your financials, and I have some of it, it will come out in discovery. What are you talking about, Umar? You don't want to see me in court. And I have all the receipts. I have everything. I have all of it. See, this is Umar, you something else. Let's go.
And that we can lay siege to any property that he owns. I told him that the man is broke.
Okay, this is you projecting, Umar. That's why you own this on here begging. That's you projecting. All right, let's keep going.
He don't have any property. He basically pays his bills by making Dr. Umar defamation films.
What? Umar, I have a job. You don't. What are you talking about? Anyway, let's keep going.
He said, well, if that's the case, if he has a job, then his wages can be garnished until he satisfies the balance.
I don't owe you anything. What are you talking about, the balance? I think you're making this up. It don't even make sense, Umar.
Of the settlement from court.
Okay, you guys wait for Monday. Boy, this is going to be something else. You guys wait for Monday.
So, brothers and sisters, I have finally realized
Anyone believe this guy?
That I have to have a Dr. Umar defense fund.
And there we have it. We're going to end it right there. And there we have it. See, I knew it was building up to something. Umar Johnson followers, you guys need to be careful with this, because this is the strategy that he's used for FDMG now since the St. Paul school scam, which started in 2014. So we're talking 11 years, and he's just regurgitating. He does this over and over again. But now he's trying to say he needs a defense fund. But remember, Umar, you were trying to get your donors to pay for you to become a lawyer. You remember this? See, the thing is, Umar, if you had me in court, I have so many examples of you scamming black people, and I would present that as evidence in terms of what you call me slandering you. I've never slandered you. I never lied on you. Again, you call me gay. I'm not gay. So who's slandering who, Umar? But do you guys remember when Umar was trying to get his donors, because he was going to try to get more money out of them so that he can go to law school? See, I have all the receipts, Umar. I can back up everything that I say. You can't do it, though, homeboy. Here y'all go. Then we're going to close this out.
Today, I hope this was beneficial, going over school discipline procedure protocol process for regular ed students and special ed students. Y'all want me to go back to law school? I got accepted to law school about 10 years ago, and I turned it down because I was still working on my doctorate. I got accepted to a small law school in Florida, Central Florida, and I turned it down because I was working on my internship for my doctorate in clinical psychology, which I have. If I could do it over, brother and sisters, I would have dropped out of that doctorate program and I should have went to law school. I made a big mistake. If I do go back to law school, y'all gonna pay for it, because I'm not taking out no more loans. Y'all hear me? If I get accepted to a law school, are y'all willing to raise the money for me to go? Because law school is that's gonna be about a $300,000 investment.
It's another scam you was trying to run. And there's so many other ones. What about your documentary, Umar, that was supposed to premiere in the fall of 2014 that you were collecting money for in advance of 2014 all the way through 2020? You don't want to see me in court. See, because my premise for my criticism of you is, and I don't slander you, no defamation. Okay, I clown you, okay, but clowning you is not against the law, right? I have receipts to back up everything that I say. So if you say that I'm slandering you, okay, how am I slandering you, Umar? And if that's the case, whatever your premise is, then I would just pull up the receipt to prove exactly what I've been saying about you. I don't owe you no money. What you talking about? You think everybody owe you money, including your donors? I mean, you so out there, you expect them to give you $300,000 on a whim so that you can go back to law school? How you gonna go back to law school while you're trying to open up a school and then you're spending 60 hours allegedly? This is what you're saying to the IRS. And again, that's another thing that will come out is you scamming the IRS too. You're committing fraud with the IRS. You told the IRS that you're spending 60 hours a week at FDMG, and at the same time traveling around the world collecting all this money, millions of dollars. All that would come out in discovery too. And then on top of that, you're supposed to be the primary caretaker, and you done taken the whole second floor of your mama's house, and it's Section 8 housing. You're not supposed to be living there. You don't want to see me in court, boy. Cut it out. What about the Rules of Romance book? I can go on. I'm going to leave right there. All right, let's finish this up. Shout out to Good Course Chat. Here we go.
I have a Dr. Umar defense fund.
Wow.
And the reason I have to have a Dr. Umar defense fund is not because I have to defend myself. I have to have a Dr. Umar defense fund so I can...
He's making this up on the spot. What is he talking about?
File suit against people.
Oh, I see what he's doing.
Who think it's okay to constantly slander my name.
Okay, when did I slander you, Umar? He doesn't say anything about how I slandered. No, I never slandered you. What are you talking about?
And attack my mother.
No one has attacked your mother, Umar. What are you talking about? We're going to leave it right here. Boy, this is crazy. 28-minute, 46 second mark. 28 minutes, 46 second mark. We'll pick this up. I want to say Sunday, but again, I have a video that's going to drop tomorrow. I have a video that's going to drop on Saturday. I need a break at some point because it's been a lot. Okay, I want to thank everyone for all your support and everything, but it's this whole year. You know, I was trying to get to the documentary and put more time, but it's just impossible because one thing after another with this guy. This year, y'all, and then Monday I have another guest. You guys don't want to miss that. Good question. I'm telling you right now, you guys do not want to miss that. Okay. Thank you all for tuning on in. Let me close out this poll. We have 2,919 votes. We done shattered the record. I wish we can get to 3,000, but we ain't got the time. Has Umar Johnson hit rock bottom? 61% said yes. 39% said no. We also had, I can't remember, I thought it was over 1,800 people in this live stream at one point earlier on. That's another record. We haven't done those types of numbers. I think the 1,600 was the record, a little bit more than 1,600 back during the COVID days. And then we had over 1,000 likes. I don't know how many over 1,000, but it's over 1,000. That's another record. And then super chats, we're just under the record. Yeah, I think we need 3 more super chats to break that record. What we'll do is tomorrow, expect a video. All right, I'll have a video up for you guys tomorrow. I have another video because what I want to do is re-release Lanae's second interview, but just with her sharing that story, her experiences. I want to have that available for you all on Saturday. I want to take a break on Sunday. We have another guest coming on Monday. Tuesday, we'll get back to this. And what I want to do on Tuesday, do back to back. We'll finish the rest of this video and then we'll have a follow-up interview with Lanae, and then we can go through and she can address what Umar is saying inside this video, specifically when he's talking about her. That's going to be the plan. Thank you guys so much. Got him. Shout out to Lanae for opening all of this up. The courage is incredible. Much respect to you. We also had Umar Johnson's nephew yesterday come out and speak about Umar. There was also a brother that came out and speak about Umar, whose wife was in a relationship with Umar for a while. I've also given examples of other women that came forward, including Whole Southern Cooks, also Umar in terms of the conscious stripper, also Umar in terms of Anaya X, and I think there was some other ones in terms of the history of Umar having these types of experiences because he's over here trying to sexually exploit black women, or he is sexually exploiting black women. 1,300 likes. That's a new record. Okay. There's another super chat that came in. Thank you so much. All right, Ms. Terry, we need 2 more to break the record. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull up our Snow Bunny Love to close this out, and let's see if we get 2 more super chats to break the record. Okay, I'm not asking for it. I'm just saying. Okay, there's another one. We need 1 more. Listen, all records was broken today, almost. Okay, thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I also want to thank the mods for handling business. I appreciate y'all. Stay tuned. Again, tomorrow I'll have another video drop. Saturday, another video drop. Sunday, I'm going to take a break. Monday, we have another guest coming on. Y'all don't want to miss that. And then Tuesday, we'll finish up with this video. And then if it works out with Lanae's schedule, we'll have her on for another follow-up interview, and we'll go from there. Okay, thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I appreciate you all. Thanks for all of the support. And we just broke the record. Thank you, Ms. Terry. Okay, we've broken records for likes. We've broken records for the amount of people that tuned in for the live stream. We also broke the records for the poll. As a matter of fact, let me close this out. Was Umar Johnson hit rock? Has Umar Johnson hit rock bottom? We had 2,936 votes. 61% said yes. 39% said no. Okay, so we've broken records all over the place. You probably also broke the record for the amount of views that we've had for a live stream. I won't know that until I actually close this live stream out. Yeah, and we have more super chats coming in. So we shattered the record. Thank you, Irie Vibes. Thank you so much. Boom. Thanks, Let's Call. Thank you so much, Asa. Ain't nothing like the Cookie Crush chat with the super chat. Thank you so much, Window and Shamara Gonzalez. Gracias. Mucho gracias. Okay, thank you guys again for tuning on in. Hope you all enjoyed the show. If you haven't hit that like button, go ahead and hit that like button before you head out. If you enjoyed the show today, Cookie Crush chat's undefeated. And as we always do.
Oh my gosh, so you're fancy, huh?
Yeah, black community activist.
Ah,
yes, ma'am.
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
Well, good for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See your eyes shine, she's my snow bunny, please.
All right, I'm going to turn this down. Thank you all again for tuning on in. We're trying to Cookie Crush chat. Cookie Crush chat undefeated. We breaking records today. Thank you, Leslie, for tuning on in, and Christine, and Dina, and the Bean, and Honey. Hope you're doing all right, sis. Thank you so much. Darji, thank you so much for tuning on in. I was going to try to say your last name, but yeah, Ellie. Hopefully more women can come forward, men too. All right. Thank you so much for tuning on in. Over Radio. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, real talk. All right, how's it going, 78-bit? Thank you for tuning on in. Classic. Thank you. East B's in the building. Shout out to Lanae. Okay, flowers, and flowers. Appreciate you for opening doors. All right, Leslie and Key Logger and Sharif. Thank you so much, brother, for tuning on in. East B, Miss Leah in the building. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. Last call. Here you go. Salute, double salute to Information Man. Appreciate you, bro. Silver Fox in the building. RX Dr. 507 CC. Dr. Sadie Jr. is in the building. Thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it. We broke records today. Rochelle's in the building as well. Joshua. Yeah. Ike's in the building. He loved this song. Ike loved this song. Here we go. Crush. Boy, he wow. Thanks, Beauty Dior. Let's see some snow bunnies in the chat room. If y'all don't mind. Money Rabbits, Black Mario's in the building. Thanks, Miss Leah. Fuzzy Spiral, thank you so much for tuning on in. I appreciate it. Aki is in the building as well. East B, Raider Sprader, Joshua. Yeah, they're going to play this video at the end of the course session. Boy, that will be wild. I will look forward to it because, boy, these views will go crazy, Umar. Go for it, bro. I'll see you. Sunkissed Melanin, thank you so much. Undefeated. I'm the kids in the building. Thank you so much, sis. Overt Radio with the Snow Bunny. The Snow Bunny love. Thank you, Kelly. Drea, shout out to Drea. I appreciate you, sis. And everyone else inside of the Cookie Crush chat. Okay, thank you, Shamara Gonzalez otra vez. Okay, yeah, we broke records again. We broke the records for the total amount of people inside the live stream ever. We also broke the record for likes during the live stream ever. We also broke the record for the amount of votes that we got here during the live stream. And then in terms of total amount of views during the live stream, I'm not going to be able to tell quite yet until the live stream is archived, but I'm quite sure that we broke that record. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Shout out to Lanae. Shout out to all of the people who have come out so far, including Umar Johnson's nephew. And we have another guest coming on Monday. You guys do not want to miss that. And again, if there's anyone else who would like to come forward to speak about your experiences with Umar, whether it's business or if it's some other stuff going on, you can email me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com. Cookie Crush chat is undefeated. Thank you so much for tuning on in. Love y'all. Y'all take care. Peace.